StarCraft, the Terran Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 651 Gagogo Gorgon. Chapter 651 Gagogo. Gorgon Monster Hunter. This is the third Gorgon-class battlecruiser built by Ceres shipyards on the main planet of Adona, and the 11th in the entire Empire. She is the brightest pearl in the crown of the Terran Empire's military industry and the pride of the Imperial Navy. Before the new class of battleships entered service, the Gorgon was the largest and most powerful battleship in the Empire. General Jack Brodie stood on the edge of a vertical lift platform that was rising up, leaning against the railing with a yellow warning sign, to show Emperor Augustus and the Imperial generals behind him the super battleship that was docked in the giant dock like a mountain range. This super battleship is like a real steel behemoth, with layers of decks and highlands staggered, and huge turrets standing ready to go. The black muzzle undoubtedly hides the power to destroy the world, and the black and red paint shows the oppressive deterrence. The Gorgon battlecruiser is a super battleship built by the Terran human race after 3 wars, to deal with external invasions and maintain order. It has the largest hull and the most terrifying cannon to date. It is extremely powerful, solid and strong, and contains the beauty of steel and fire. Every inch of steel on the Gorgon demonstrates the power of mankind, and every cannon is born to destroy the enemies of mankind. This is the Terran Empire's Ursa shipyard, located on Ursa, the second satellite of Korhal IV. The gravity is only about 1/10 of the standard gravity. After continuous transformation, the surface of Ursa has been completely covered by countless ramps connected to industrial cities, interstellar ports, shipyards and urban colleges, in an artificial atmosphere and gravity field. There are tens of millions of people living on the satellite and the surrounding space stations, which is more than the population of some marginal colonies of the Empire. Building an interstellar battleship is the key to showing the strength of an interstellar civilization. It requires unimaginable resources, and requires a large number of engineers, architects, smelters, forgers, welders and other workers in various positions to work together and gather wisdom to build it. This is also a long and arduous process, but in general, it is definitely worth it. Ursa has the largest naval base in the Empire, and all graduates of the Naval Academy in August will come here for further training. At the same time, this satellite is also the cradle of the restarted Imperial Ghost project, and it is still continuously supplying military talents to the entire Empire. Standing on the satellite Ursa, and looking up at the sky, you can see countless Imperial interstellar warships and ships rising and falling, coming and going, and Kar on the horizon is just a huge deep blue moon. When Augustus looked up at the sky, he always thought that, although there are tens of millions of stars in the sky, not many of them belong to humans. She is amazingly beautiful, isn't she? Emperor Augustus nodded slightly. We have the best warships in the entire Caprulu, which is a direct reflection of the Imperial Navy and industrial strength. He said, with the new Gorgon warships, it is equivalent to the Empire, having a constantly advancing fortress between these stars. Several unspecial reporters next to him took pictures one after another. They used old-fashioned cameras with limited permissions, and their hands shaking, like Parkinson's when pressing the shutter. As usual, these reporters will record the whole process of Emperor Augustus' inspection of the shipyard in detail, and then edit it according to the needs of publicity. These people are all industry elites, who can edit black into white and men into women. Among them is Domi Vermilion, who is known as a rising star in the news industry. He is wearing a meticulously groomed red uniform, fiddling with his blue tie, that is restless in the flowing air, and making sure that the camera lens can capture the heroic figure of the head of the Empire delivering an important speech with a serious expression. In Phoenix's memory of the air battlefield, he once fought side by side with the soldiers of the Human Revolutionary Army. At that time, your warships were not as majestic as they are now. The Purifier Talander followed this group of people. His huge figure is too conspicuous among humans. Wait a moment, Talander will take the human warship in front of him to the Purifier Protoss base on Edion for negotiations. Human technology is also constantly improving. General Brodie was very pleased with Talander's praise. He pulled his walrus beard and said in a roundabout way, outside the Terran Empire, there are wolves everywhere that are eyeing the human homeland. Only by building a strong naval fleet can we keep the enemy out of the country. I think this is necessary. Talander said proudly, and my sharp blade is also born for this. Vermilion carefully looked at this cool and scary mechanical Protoss, and in his mind he just attributed it to the category of advanced Imperial technology. If it weren't for the fact that information about this mechanical Protoss was strictly prohibited before the intelligence was decrypted, Vermilion would definitely think of a headline like, under the wise leadership of President Augustus, the Empire has developed a mechanical Protoss army to attract attention. Kate, cheer up, don't miss every wonderful moment of the president, Vermilion said to a black-haired female reporter next to him. I swear this is the most energetic time in my life. Kate Rockwell was concentrating on adjusting the camera. She is a new host of the Un-Universe News Network and has attracted a group of new audiences throughout the Empire with her sweet and lovely image. This makes Vermilion very jealous, and he thinks that she will threaten his position one day. Looking at the entire Imperial Navy, the Gorgon battlecruiser has a significant advantage, whether it is the thickness of armor, propulsion system, weapons, and armaments, and various coefficients. Brody did not realize that he was bragging about the Imperial battleships to a Protoss, which was really a case of showing off his skills before an expert. But fortunately Talander did not know much about this either. Take the Behemoth Hunter as an example. Its armor plates are made of the latest hardened alloy plates, and the hull is coated with a black nanomesh coating to resist electromagnetic interference and attack. We have been preparing for these new plates for 4 years and have placed orders with more than 1,000 companies. He said, the Behemoth Hunter is equipped with J-23 ship-to-ship missile launchers, heavy platoon guns, fixed point defense systems throughout the hull, missile bays, and defense matrices. Its enhanced Y-type Yamato cannon can severely damage or even destroy a Minotaur-class battlecruiser built at the same time. We are very satisfied with the performance of the new warships, and we can fully believe that they can compete with the warships of the Protoss Empire. Imagine what it will be like when these behemoths occupy high-altitude orbits and fire at the surface. Bang, Raynor next to him said this at the right time. General, do you mean that the Empire is fully capable of sweeping the Protoss fleet? Vermilion jumped out like a mole from the ground. If it's the Protoss's colony fleet, then of course. Brody couldn't say that. At least he could escape unscathed from the Protoss Empire's main fleet. That would be too embarrassing. After all, although the Empire has begun to equip Gorgon-class battlecruisers, there are not many of them. I understand. In Vermilion's mind, the Protoss is already vulnerable, and the people of the Empire must always maintain their confidence. The Protoss has also been developing new warships in recent years, such as the Storm warships that are appearing on the Niflheim battlefield. We are still evaluating the threat of this new warship, because this warship equipped with over-the-horizon cannons can even launch attacks outside the galaxy, enough to destroy our warships before the radar detects the enemy. Brody took the opportunity to make a point. I think the Imperial Navy should develop weapons that can counter this type of Protoss warship. This situation must be considered, Augustus said at this time. However, the Protoss are not the enemy of the Terran Empire. Our main target should still be the Zerg on the border. Damn it, the air here smells like pickled worms. Suddenly, an inappropriate voice suddenly came out. Titus's dark eye bags were clearly visible, and he looked like a fairy, and he might still be drunk. Who knows where the public toilet is? I drank too much yesterday and now I want to pee. I can't hold it anymore. Yesterday, when he was pulled up from the bed by several Imperial OGB agents, he was still naked, and there were several beautiful women lying around him. This bastard stayed in bed and no one could pull him away. In the end, they paid for him to leave. Remember to cut this sentence. Vermilion told his partner, this is an Imperial secret. Understood. Kate blinked her big light grey eyes and made an okay gesture. Lieutenant Finley, I think so too. Vermilion walked to Titus's side and tried to get close to him for an exclusive interview. You want to pee too? Titus never liked these reporters. Actually no. Vermilion had already made up his mind to stay away from this person. Bullshit, I want to pee. Titus had no image of an Imperial hero, and he just talked about shit. piss and fart. Just solve it here. Remember to lift one leg. Don't treat yourself as a human being. Augustus glanced at him and said, I'm not a dog. The emperor of the empire was the most difficult person for Titus to deal with. Then hold it in. Augustus said. Wow. Kate said, this is a real man. The lifting platform stopped when it reached the highest point. Multiple parallel electromagnetic acceleration tracks were located below, and the signal lights there were flashing non-stop as the fighter planes took off and landed. At this moment, a tunnel connecting the docking bay of the Gorgon-class battlecruiser Behemoth Hunter had appeared in front of Augustus, and the captain of the Behemoth Hunter who was going to greet the Emperor had been waiting for a while, and rows of Imperial Navy soldiers in blue-gray Imperial Navy uniforms were standing on both sides. Captain Brown. Augustus walked over and shook hands with the naval captain wearing a wide-brimmed military cap. I'm very happy to see that all the officers and soldiers on the Behemoth Hunter are ready to face an interstellar war and defend the Empire. It is my honor, Your Majesty. Captain Brown was a slender and bright-eyed Imperial soldier. He was probably only a little older than Augustus. Jackson Brown was an outstanding naval talent that emerged during the new Empire. He once commanded Behemoth-class and Minotaur-class battlecruisers. His most outstanding achievement was commanding 2 Imperial Behemoth-class battlecruisers to repel the Federation warships that were 4 times his size in the Battle of Bront. In the Second Total War, this courageous Imperial captain even fought his way into the mother world of the Shamat Zerg, Sanger, after losing contact with the main fleet and frightened the second generation of the Overmind into a panic. At this time, the Imperial Navy soldiers behind Brown saluted Augustus one after another. The unreporter's eyes lit up immediately. This was the best material for recruitment propaganda. The crew of the Beast Hunter exceeds 8,000 people, and if the Imperial Marines that can be carried are included, the maximum number of people on board is more than 20,000. As a newly commissioned warship, the backbone officers on this Gorgon battlecruiser are all from the old fleet, but most of them are still recruits. The Gorgon battlecruiser is much larger than the Minotaur-class battlecruiser, and is fully capable of supporting its voyage deep into the edge of the star zone. In the future, these crew members are likely to live on the warship for at least half a year, and this ship is their future home. For these young soldiers, this experience must be extremely difficult, because they can only contact their families when the warship returns to the Imperial territory and enters the port for maintenance. But on the other hand, their families are also the driving force that supports them to join the Imperial fleet. Imperial soldiers are a symbol of honor, and today's young people are proud of this, and regard joining the fleet as their life plan. I have to say that the people in the Admiralty are not bad. Raynor also followed Augustus into the cabin. Compared to their flagship Hyperion, when they started from scratch, the space in Gorgon was as big as a luxury hotel, as if even the corridors were several times larger, and maybe even a vulture could be driven inside. Renault knew that there were even several bathrooms in this super battleship, and they used water. Because it was still a new battleship, the cabin of the giant hunter still smelled of paint and polish, but the spacious bulkheads and ceilings were always clean and bright, and the reddish-brown carpet was as magnificent as being in the magnificent reception hall of the palace. It was surprisingly comfortable and cozy here, and the Navy soldiers could even play softball games during their breaks. But despite the continuous progress of the times, Augustus and Renault were still reluctant to give up the Hyperion. I dare say that, if they drive this thing to the outer space of the Umoyan territory for a stroll, they will be shocked for a while. Renault's face, as if he had just picked up a luxury car and couldn't wait to go out and show off, was impressive. Count me in. Titus was still looking for a toilet. Take Titus with you, Augustus said to Raynor. I think he's almost bored. Oh, the extravagance of Augustus stirs my heart. The great poet Titus said. Bon voyage, warriors. Augustus ignored him. I'll be waiting for you to return in Korhal, where the lights are always shining for the warriors. Another fleet was sent away, and I don't know how many families will toss and turn at night, unable to sleep. Chapter 652 Imperial Marshal Renault. The Beast Hunter sailed out of the white anchorage of the Ursa shipyard with unstoppable momentum, and rose into the air under the guidance of tens of thousands of signal lights and searchlights. Numerous frigates, Destroyers and battle cruisers followed this majestic flagship, waiting for the pilot ship to open the hyperspace channel. The scene was very spectacular. The families of soldiers standing below the fleet were watching the warships carrying their families leave under the shadow of thousands of Imperial flags, and the black mass was like silent ants. There were many Imperial Navy candidate officers who came here for further studies in the crowd. Sooner or later, they would also board such a warship. Witnessing such a spectacular scene with one's own eyes inevitably makes people feel excited. Gorgon is the largest warship in the history of the Terran human race. The violent multi-turret aesthetics and the extremely aggressive and deterrent lines of the black ship body are enough to deter every enemy of the Terran Empire. Whenever such a warship is deployed, it means that the menacing enemy must be very terrible. Since the first Gorgon entered service, there has never been a record of it being shot down or damaged by the enemy, and the loss of each warship will be a painful blow to the Empire. At this moment, the crew of the Un-Universe News Network is broadcasting the live broadcast of the Gorgon's launch in an orderly manner. The host Donny Vermillion boasted about the powerful new battleships of the Empire in front of the audience of the entire Empire, and at the end he also sarcastically dragged down a wave of Federal rebels. His arrogance almost overflowed the screen, as if he could fly to the sky immediately if he had a pair of wings. At present, this is not fake news, because compared to the current Imperial government, the rebels are the real negative image. In the year when the Zerg invaded for the third time, the voices within the Empire that Emperor Augustus had been building a fleet since the day he ascended the throne, and wasted money and labor were getting smaller and smaller. There is no doubt that without this expanded fleet, the Empire would not be able to stop the aggressive Zerg swarm. The fleet did not delay for too long. As the flagship Behemoth Hunter opened a space-time rift surrounded by black glare, it sailed into it without hesitation. The crowd below was noisy for a while, and they were reluctant to leave until the fleet completely disappeared from sight. People felt empty in their hearts, and sadness soon overwhelmed their excitement. This is just a farewell, and the next contact may be thousands of light years away. In comparison, the media people are much happier than the military families. They can't wait to send off the fleet with colorful flags and gongs and drums, shouting that they are loyal to the Emperor and defend the Empire, and they will make achievements today. At the moment, this is really a happy scene against a sad mood. Jimmy, I just took a look at the munitions list of this ship. When the Monster Hunter had already entered the hyperspace channel and was sailing smoothly, Titus and Raynor were walking into a corridor leading to the cabin of senior officers. Guess what? Damn, the beer and cigars here are unlimited. Just wait and see. Hehe, I will eat that old guy Augustus out of money sooner or later. At present, Raynor and Titus had just attended a brief welcome party and got to know the senior officers on the warship. Both of them are veterans and have a great reputation in the military. No one doesn't know Marshal Raynor these days, so of course they are respectful. Titus is also famous, but most of his reputation is not a good one. He still steals. A large part of the crew on the Monster Hunter has never experienced the baptism of blood and fire. This is also a helpless move. When the war started, the first to go out were veterans, and even if they were well equipped and well trained, casualties could not be controlled. The Zerg were different. They were already experienced hunters the day they hatched. Then, they visited the various cabins inside the battleship. From the cabins of the captain, vice captain, and staff to the cabins of ordinary gunnery officers and sailors, all kinds of facilities were available, just like a city in space. There were not only bars and cafes, but also gymnasiums. Soldiers could even make tea and coffee anytime and anywhere in the restaurant and watch the most popular programs while drinking coffee. In any case, as the most powerful battleship in the Terran Empire, such supply is absolutely guaranteed. Of course, if there is no colonization planet and supply station, the longer time passes, the more trouble it will be, and eventually they will have to eat military rations. The interior of the Gorgon-class battlecruiser is luxurious and spacious, and the sailors' cabins are 2 or 3 times larger than those of the old battleships. This alone can make the veterans on the Behemoth-class and Minotaur-class battlecruiser drool. Having said that, the ship seemed empty and cold. The two men were like wild boars that could not eat fine bran, and they always felt that the smaller Hyperion was much warmer. You should look at it, if I told you to. Renault didn't know what kind of character his old friend had. He knew what he was going to say as soon as he raised his butt. What do you have in mind? If Titus took a look at the armory and warehouse, he would definitely have evil intentions. He was the mouse in the rice warehouse, and he always got fat in the end. Aren't you worried that the quartermaster would miss important things when unloading from the naval port and moving up? Titus was tall and strong, with a face full of flesh and big eyes, but he always gave Renault a sly look. This guy was very arrogant to everyone, but not everyone was afraid of him. I guess you have already counted the supplies you are going to embezzle. Renault turned left and crossed a connecting bridge. Below was a freezer full of potatoes and sausages. The section ahead leads to the bakery. Walking in here, you can hear the humming sound of the fans in the air inlet and outlet ducts. There are 50 or 60 people inside who are baking bread for the entire ship. The flour they use in a day is enough to drown a person. It depends on connections, relationships and a little bit of luck. Titus sighed. The business of wrestling military supplies is not easy these days. Once the warehouse manager hears that I'm Titus Finley, no matter how much he bribes, he will be as upright as Matt. Because so many people have been sent to prison. Renault took out a cigar and prepared to light it. You, the main culprit, are fine, but the others are dead. He, who told them to always try to exploit loopholes in the law, they are so bad. Hey, it's what they deserve. Can Augustus's things be stolen? How many people did he kill before he ascended the throne? Now he can kill more. Titus smiled. It's not my fault. All those who had cooperated with Titus in wrestling the Empire's military supplies thought that this guy had a strong relationship. Unexpectedly, the military police had been waiting for him, and they were the ones who were sent to prison when the matter was exposed. Now, wherever Titus goes, he is regarded as a plague god. So you know. Renault said. Look, Jimmy, we've known each other for years. You have to help me with this. I saw that the Behemoth Hunter's cabin number 114 was full of Umagen cigars. Although they are cheap, they can be sold for a lot of money on the black market. Titus's trickery never changed. We'll each take half, and the extra will be mine. This is what I deserve. You have to know who is taking the risk now. I heard that you are the commander now. It's not a big deal. Come on, keep it for yourself. Raynor waved his hand, as if to shoo away a fly. Raynor is now a top figure in the Imperial Army. Although he is only the commander of the Marine Corps, he doesn't feel out of place in commanding the fleet. After all, veteran generals like Warfield, Raynor, and Duke have always been unique in the Imperial Army. There are many disagreements between the sailors and the Marines. The former believe that the Marines are keen on picking up soap in the bathroom, while the latter believe that the Navy likes sheep's butts. In fact, this was still caused by the lack of sufficient understanding between the two sides. When the real war started, it was a luxury for the Marines to take a hot bath, while the Navy ate whole lamb chops in the cold storage of the meat warehouse, and there was no lamb butt at all. Then I will find a way myself. Titus spread his hands and prepared to come up with a reason. Wherever he stood, his mind was full of bad ideas. Before leaving, Augustus told Raynor that if he was annoyed with Titus, he should just throw him to the battlefield so that he could focus on killing the enemy and saving his life. How much money do you owe? Raynor knew that the reason why Titus liked to make money was because he always liked to spend all the money in his hands. Those Imperial soldiers who didn't know whether they could survive tomorrow were always in a hurry to spend all the money on hand, but Titus was not that kind of person. He was purely a spendthrift, and it was impossible to get so much money through legitimate channels. Not much, just a few million credits. Titus sighed. I'm quite familiar with the people at the Imperial Bank, but they are unwilling to give me some money from the printing press to deal with the emergency. Titus has no lofty ideals and is only thinking about eating and waiting for death. You can't blame them for this. After all, they have elderly parents and children to take care of. Renault was speechless for a while. They can't think of committing a crime and just walk away like you do. I don't have any family. Titus spread his hands. Augustus always said that I'm not as responsible as you because I have no ties. This happens to be something you don't have at all. Renault said, if my mother was still in Marcera, she would have been burned to ashes by now. Ty just said, but I still miss her, at least in my dreams. In just 1 week, you spent so much money in August Grid? Raynor didn't continue. You still remember Daisy from the Silver Lady bar? Ty just grinned. How can I remember? Raynor was shocked. What would happen if his wife Elizabeth heard this? Sophia. Ty just asked. You said the same thing as I did. Raynor shrugged. She's really cute. Ty just added a few words without thinking, but that comes at a price. You have to buy it with money, and you have to spend a lot of money to package yourself. How many girls like this did you find? Raynor looked at him. 1 or 200, I can't remember. Ty just said, I haven't slept for 7 days and 7 nights. I've been partying and drinking all night. Who knows how much money I spent? You and Augustus want it, right? He has money. Raynor thought to himself that he was really an Iron Man. His portrait is printed on the banknotes of the Empire. Do you want me to be demoted to a private again? Ty just eyes widened, smacked his lips, and sniffed in fear. I don't care about this at all, but he can really throw me to New Falsum. Is that where people stay? Are you afraid of Augustus? Raynor gloated. Who is not afraid of him? Ty just said, oh, you are crazy. Look at what happened to that brain worm. No one is afraid of him. Yes, and no one does not love him. Raynor said. As he spoke, the body of the giant hunter trembled again, and it had already warped to the edge of the Korhal system. With just a short jump, the sun of the Korhal system became an unreachable white light point. Raynor thought, the world is really wonderful, and humans are really insignificant. There are 7 billion people living on that little white dot smaller than a fingernail. The joys and sorrows of so many people are just a white dot in the eyes of countless civilizations in the universe that are looking at this place. Except for humans, no one will care what happened on this little white dot, and no one will care if it will disappear one day. For a super large warship like the Gorgon-class battlecruiser, such a short distance warp is just crossing a rapids and bumping slightly. In a few hours, she will once again enter the hyperspace channel of long-distance warp, and when she appears again, she will be not far from the real destination. Raynor walked into the upper deck, and a much larger cabin appeared in front of him. It was the command cabin specially prepared for him, which was separate from the captain's cabin and the vice captain's cabin. Raynor had heard before coming that this unique captain's cabin was 3 times larger than the captain's cabin of the Hyperion. It not only had a separate bathroom, but also a complete set of luxurious mahogany furniture. A Royal Marine guarded the door of the command cabin day and night. This was a great honor, symbolizing that the fleet commander was the agent who acted on behalf of the Emperor's orders. Marshal Raynor. Captain Finley? The Royal Marine hesitated, because he didn't see the rank insignia on Titus. I'm a lieutenant now. Titus explained to him in a friendly manner. Recently, I've made a small mistake again. I may have to be demoted 1 level in 2 days. Hey, I'm used to it. The battle-hardened veteran of the Royal Guards was muttering in his heart as he listened to it. He had also heard a little about the strange deeds of this legendary figure. 17 days later, the Behemoth Hunter was the first to appear in the Ka-Deal system, followed by 2 Gorgon-class ships, the Devoted Soul and the Supernova, from the Delarian shipyard and the Immortal Forge shipyard, respectively. The Purifier fleet was discovered. The star map on the bridge of the Behemoth Hunter flashed, and the alarm bells rang. The intelligent adjutant was reporting the detection results to Raynor. That's the Purifier's aircraft carrier fleet, with a large number of reconnaissance aircraft and shuttles. Ty just said, I heard that they are all unmanned. Damn it, these Purifier Protoss are remotely controlling their warships to fight us. There are only 2 Gorgon ship names that have appeared, White Star and Bucephalus. Here I use the achievement names in the game. Chapter 653 KD. A cluster of orange and white warships swam in the vast deep sky. The drones surrounding the giant warships were like a group of silverfish shrouded in dazzling light, sometimes standing still, and sometimes flashing in unison in another direction. These magnificent Purifier warships, with their precise cutting process, smooth and graceful lines, and solar arrays shining like the sun, were significantly different from the traditional craftsmanship of the Protoss Empire warships, which always focused on elegance and meticulous craftsmanship. They were a cutting-edge combination of fully automated forging plants and military assembly lines. Purifiers were works of art created specifically for war, and their mission was to be called the destruction of guardianship. The detection methods of the Purifier Protoss are much more advanced than ours. When we discovered them, they must have discovered us. Captain Jackson Brown of the Behemoth Hunter stood on the other side of Raynor and Titus, watching his warship getting closer and closer to the Purifier fleet in front. The bridge was filled with the sound of electricity from various channels. The crew seemed to be busy, but still carried out the instructions in an orderly manner. This was the result of thousands of training and actual combat. On the left side of the Behemoth Hunter, the impressive bows of the Loyal Spirit and the Supernova were slowly leaving the warp state, and the Minotaur-class battle cruisers following behind them looked like half-grown children in front of them. In front of the Protoss warships, the warships of the Terran Empire looked much rougher, but the hulls that contained the heavy and shocking beauty of human heavy industry had a unique sense of majestic power. Then why are their remote-controlled warships still silent? Titus looked for a long time, wondering, is it because the power is off and there is no signal? Because of his low rank and limited authority, he still didn't know what he was doing here. But since he came out, no matter whether the enemy is Zerg or Protoss, he must fight. Strictly speaking, most of the Purifier's warships also need to be operated by pilots, rather than intelligent AI, but even the pilots are mechanical. Captain Brown obviously knew more than Titus. Titus spread his hands when he heard this. Isn't this like taking off your pants to fart? You don't understand the Protoss. Raynor, who was standing on the bridge, just said, even if we become mechanical Protoss, we can't lose our traditions. Look, this bunch of stubborn people have even lost air. The ancestors will jump out of the coffin to deal with their unfilial descendants. Titus was sullen in his heart. He himself was shameless, so how could he save face for the Protoss allies? Talander, the Purifier, who was standing on the other side of the bridge, was silent when he heard this. The Templars enjoyed the respect and love of their people, but in the end, they still lost air. There is no rebuttal. It is for this reason that the Templar class within the Davam Protoss is eager to recapture air and regain the lost glory. Although Tacitor advocated the gradual recovery of air in a steady and careful manner for the overall situation, he could not resist the increasing obsession of the people inside. It's sad. What exactly are these Protoss who died and resurrected in the machine planning? Titus stared at the Purifier Protoss fleet outside the bridge porthole suspiciously. Even if they just crash into us and die together, we will be crushed to pieces if we can't avoid it. Although the distance between the Imperial fleet and the Purifier fleet seems quite far, if a fight suddenly breaks out, a few short jumps can immediately close the distance. Even if the Gorgon class is the most powerful battle cruiser, it can't gain any advantage against a Protoss fleet of this size. The Gorgon can bully the old-fashioned Behemoth class with its strong ships and powerful guns, but the combat power of the Protoss warship is very strange, and it may be more powerful than thousands of years ago. Because at that time they were still expanding throughout the galaxy, who knows how many intelligent civilizations they encountered, and they would not be in a state of complete stagnation like today, where the Dawn Doctrine has sealed up its war technology by itself. Just as Augustus expected, the Purifiers are indifferent to humans, and may not pay attention to us. Raynor said to Titus, be careful, we are not here to fight with the Purifiers. If we are not here to fight, then why do you want me to do it? Titus asked back. Do you really think you are very popular in Augustgrad? Raynor glanced at Titus and said, I'm not disliked. Titus is self-aware, but he never cares about his reputation. A fly thinks so when it flies around, but it just doesn't think of itself as a bee. Raynor spread his hands. Let me tell you, we are here to negotiate with the Purifiers today. We are here to negotiate in a warship and put a knife to the other party's neck. Titus was a smart man and understood immediately. This is not normal diplomacy. This is the diplomatic method of the Terran Empire. Courtesy before force. Raynor continued, our task is very simple, which is to try to get in touch with the Purifiers and let Talander on the ship. Have a good talk with them. If everything goes well, the Purifiers will become our ally in fighting the Zerg. Does this only require that the mechanical Protoss give a long lecture to accomplish this? Titus thought this idea was not very reliable, but he couldn't come up with a better way. It's strange, but this is still possible for the Protoss. They believe this. I hope they can listen to it. If not, the warships I brought today are the guarantee of the negotiations. Raynor said. Augustus has high hopes for this plan. Marshal, we are currently unable to get in touch with the Purifier fleet. They have not responded to our calls. Captain Brown said at this time. This is normal. Raynor nodded. The Purifiers have never responded to us. Marshal Raynor, I can remotely connect to the Purifier's data network, but the distance is too far now. Purifier Talander walked over and said. Then get closer. Raynor immediately ordered. At the command, the Behemoth Hunter took the lead and appeared several standard astronomical units away in a flash of light. At this distance, the Purifier fleet seemed to be within reach. The warship armor with a white porcelain texture shone like white stars under the golden light surging from the solar core. At this moment, Talander gradually closed his eyes and was about to access the Purifier's data network. At this time, standing on the bridge of the Behemoth Hunter, you can clearly see that this large-scale Purifier fleet is parked in the high-altitude orbit of an ice blue planet. Many of the Purifier warships released terrifying purification beams downwards. The dazzling white light enveloped the entire ice blue planet, stirred the atmosphere, and left large patches of red spots waiting to cool on the ground. This terrifying particle beam will soon flatten a planet, harvest life, and kill everything. The Protoss will call it burning purification. When it comes to using flames to destroy, humans are not as good as a finger of the Protoss. Humans use fire to burn garbage, while the Protoss burn planets in the universe. Good boy. Ty just smacked his lips. Who said that these Protoss love nature and yearn for peace? Maybe they have a violent heart. Protoss is Protoss. They did the same thing thousands of years ago. Raynor, who was standing in the center of the bridge of the Behemoth Hunter, saw this scene and thought to himself that it was no wonder that the Protoss would burn glass and blow up stars when they were indecisive. It turned out that this was inherited from their ancestors. Brown, I remember that Kadeel is a colony planet of the Terran Protoss. He thought of something else. Although it was just colonized 2 years ago, there should be many Protoss on it. I can't imagine that the Purifiers would actually attack civilians in the settlement. Brown replied, although it is very far away from Sigurus, Kadeel is indeed a colony open under the authorization of the Terran government. Why are there so many such places, ice, and fire, and there is no normal one? Titus, why are they always drilling into the arsehole of the universe? To Titus, the icy Kadeel can only be regarded as the arsehole of the universe. This is an icy planet with a cold blue light. It is a satellite of a giant planet. Its surface environment is extremely cruel, and the air is so cold that it can freeze blood in an instant. There happen to be several planets with similar environments in the territory of the Terran Empire, the most famous of which is Blaxis. Kajadar is very cold, with an extreme climate called an ice storm, which can even freeze buildings when it arrives. The Protoss seem to be trying to improve its climate by changing its rotation, and the residents here are all immigrants and researchers. He said, but our preliminary scan of the life signature signals on Kajadar's surface shows that there is no sign of the Protoss there, but instead it is filled with another form of life. The Terran Protoss seem to have evacuated long ago, and no warships they left behind have been found in the planet's orbit. As he spoke, a string of numbers and a flashing 3-dimensional hologram popped up on the main screen of the Behemoth Hunter. Damn it. Raynor cursed. It's the Zerg. It's lively. Ty just sighed. Damn it, it's really haunting. Why are the Zerg here? What's so good about this damn place? For the evolving Zerg, Kadeel is a treasure land that can absorb powerful biological genes. Any life that can survive here will improve the swarm's ability to adapt to extremely harsh environments. Brown said, that's the case with Char. Are there any results? Which swarm appeared in Kadeel? Raynor asked. Kadeel is located in the Korhal sector. Although it is not within the territory of the Terran Empire, the news that the Zerg appeared on it also means that the Zerg is bypassing the Imperial fleets in the southern and eastern borders of the Empire and gradually infiltrating into the interior of the sector. The Overmind is very smart. It understands that, although the power of the Zelniger artifact is great, its range of action is limited after all. It can do nothing about the small groups of Zerg that flow into the Korhal sector in multiple groups. After all, there is only one artifact. Of course, this was also expected by the Terran Empire command. In addition to strengthening the defense of the core world planets, another way to deal with it is to form a rapid response fleet to clear the swarms of insects that are roaming everywhere. It's the Fenris swarm. Brown replied, they must have come for the powerful genes of the biological population on Cadia. Well, Raynor said, so, the purifiers are the Zerg that are burning Cadia. But if you want to know what happened on Cadia, you have to ask the parties involved. The parties involved. Ty just looked at the purifier Protoss fleet in the distance. The distance was too close. Both fleets were within the range of each other's firepower. If they were not careful, they would accidentally fire. With the temper of the purifier Protoss, they would even open fire directly if they sensed a threat. Raynor dared to do this, which required a resolute spirit and a big heart. Ty just didn't like the feeling of sitting in a battleship and waiting for his own battleship to be destroyed or destroyed by the enemy. The despair in powerlessness could easily destroy the will of mankind. There may be 81 million people on a Gorgon, and everyone is just a part of it, a piece of dry wood in the firewood pile, which will eventually burn when it encounters fire. Any results? Raynor noticed that Talander's eyes lit up again, surprised that his negotiation was so fast. Yes. Talander looked at Raynor. The purifiers were very surprised by my existence. They never thought that there were other Protoss outside the Cerberus. I have uploaded Phoenix's memories of the Battle of Air and before to the data network so that they can further understand the history of the Protoss Empire in the last moments. Including which part? Raynor nodded, but then suddenly thought of something. I mean, the part that Phoenix slightly polished in your memory network. What does it matter? Talander was puzzled. I believe Phoenix must be very proud of this. Oh, poor Phoenix. Raynor groaned, but you want to embarrass yourself in front of the ancient heroes. You deserve it. These are the greatest heroes in the history of the Protoss Empire, and none of them is not a legend. A group of Protoss heroes who have died in battle. They are of course heroic spirits. In other words, the Purifier's data network is the hall of valor of the Protoss. They constantly hone their memories in the data world, waiting for the day when they return in Ragnarok. It's over, but you asked for it. Maybe these purifier ancestors looked at Phoenix's glorious deeds and suddenly felt that the young were formidable. These heroic deeds are like epics, unprecedented and unparalleled. Phoenix will regret that he is still alive. So, the purifiers have long known about the existence of the Zerg. Raynor did not talk about it anymore. They knew it a long time ago. Talander said. The Dalam Protoss of Kadil actually evacuated before the purifiers came to this galaxy. After the first few battles, Tacita chose to avoid fighting and gave up many peripheral settlements. This puzzled the purifiers. Tacita certainly couldn't really fight the purifiers to the death. Raynor realized that without these settlements, the process of the Dalam Protoss forming the Golden Fleet might be delayed again. But now, they really understand why Tacita did that. Tacita is a benevolent leader. Talander said, but even if Tacita has explained it countless times, the purifiers only believe what I say, and they even refuse to accept the summons of the Supreme Protector. Suddenly, Talander's movements paused again, and a large amount of data was being uploaded to the Purifier data network through the circuit on his shoulder armor. Now, Purifier Executive Officer Kel-morian hopes to talk to the leader of mankind. I will try to update before 10 o'clock in the future. If I don't update, it will be a little later. Anyway, it will always be before 12 o'clock. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 654. Kel-morian. That's exactly what I wanted. Raynor's eyes lit up. Talander once again connected to the Purifier's data network. After a moment, he spoke again. His words had changed to another low and majestic voice. I'm Executive Officer Kel-morian. The voice said, who is the leader of the human Terran Empire? Sorry, our boss is in Korhal and can't come. Ty just looked at Talander in surprise and took out a Humagen cigar from the bulging pocket of his uniform, thinking that the function of the Purifier's large mobile phone was really convenient. Just chat with your brothers, our words count. Don't be polite, we are all brothers. Dear Executive Officer Kel-morian, I'm Marshal James Raynor. Raynor saw that Titus, who was on good terms with the ancient Protoss heroes, was about to kill the conversation. Emperor Augustus has granted me full authority to negotiate with the Purifiers and seek an alliance. Here, I represent the Emperor himself. Marshal James Raynor, Phoenix Talander has told us why you are here. Talander's eyes turned to Raynor, and the executive officer Kel-morian and even all the Purifiers were looking at this place from his perspective. We still have many questions about this. All of Kel-morian's words were translated through a translation device. The unique ancient Protoss language was difficult to understand when it was transformed into human language, as if it was an ancient language. We neither understand this era nor humans, nor can we understand why you want to ally with the Purifiers. Therefore, we hope to get answers from humans before making a decision. For Raynor, the Purifiers were surprisingly easy to talk to. On the contrary, they were very rude to their fellow Protoss. Since he was hailed as one of the greatest heroes in the history of the Protoss Empire, Kel-morian must be a legend like Aten who has both outstanding military talents and noble character. Thinking back to the past, Kel-morian must have been a figure standing on the Protoss Empire mothership and looking down on the universe. Although the Purifiers hate alien creatures, they have never had any grudges with humans, so they would not speak ill of them right away. In the eyes of the Protoss, humans are just an uncivilized intelligent race, not qualified to be on an equal footing with them. But the Purifiers had been enslaved, suppressed, and discriminated by the Supreme Council, and they disdained to mock a free race, rather than an enslaved one. The Purifiers could have wiped out both humans and the Zerg, but they didn't have to. Like this guy. Titus lit a cigar on the bridge of the Behemoth Hunter, and winked at Raynor. The Supreme Council's bunch of wimps have no ability, but their chins are so long that they want to lift their noses to the sky. Captain Brown, who was serious on the side, twitched his mouth, but didn't dare to say anything more about Titus. This guy is a first-class veteran, and even if he wants to die, he will be protected by the Emperor, and no one dares to mess with him. At this time, Talander nodded to Titus. Obviously, although the Purifiers could not understand his performance art, they still found this passage quite useful. I come with the goodwill of the Emperor and the Terran Empire, and hope that both sides can become friends. Raynor said to Kel-morian, the Zerg are invading the Korhal sector in large numbers, intending to destroy all living things here. They are the common enemy of humans and Protoss. If we do not rise up to resist, all civilizations will perish. In our opinion, the Purifiers are a race worthy of respect, because humans, just like the Protoss, respect great heroes, and have great respect for noble character. Raynor said, humans are not afraid of any terrible enemies, but are willing to be friends with races like the Purifiers. If the Terran Empire can form an alliance with the Purifier Protoss to fight against the Zerg, that would of course be great. With the help of the Purifiers, we will be more confident in expelling all invading enemies. Do you hope that the Purifiers can help humans eliminate the invading Zerg? Kel-morian said after a moment of silence. I can't deny this, because this covenant is more beneficial to us than to you. Raynor said honestly, for humans, the help of the Purifiers is very important. You are very sincere. Kel-morian seemed to still be observing Raynor, and he obviously couldn't make a decision based on a few words from a human. However, Raynor's respect for the Purifier Protoss and his frankness in treating robots as equally intelligent life won the initial trust of Kel-morian and other Purifiers. We are really surprised by the cruelty and strength of the Zerg. Their appearance indicates that the Dark Age has come. Kel-morian said, even without your request, we will purify all foreign invaders. Humans will say that it is good to have a friend, to take care of them when they are away from home. Raynor smiled. This alliance will not have any constraints on both sides. It is just to share intelligence about the movements of the Zerg and take joint military actions. If you encounter any trouble, he said to Kel-morian, you can believe that the first to arrive will definitely be humans. We want to know whether this covenant comes from the will of all humans or the Emperor. Kel-morian asked. It is the Emperor. Raynor replied, we humans are not like the Protoss, or you who can communicate quickly in the mind network and data network. Humans are a race with independent thoughts and cannot reach a consensus on the level of all humans. But the will of the Emperor is the will of the Terran Empire. He is the Empire. At this moment, Talander must be explaining the meaning of the Emperor in human language to the Purifier Protoss. It's worth considering. Kel-morian continued, it won't do us any harm. We have learned the history of humans and the Terran Empire from the data uploaded by Talander's memory network, and we admire your feat of overthrowing the old Terran Federation, resisting oppression and establishing freedom. But some of my compatriots still have doubts about this, because they can't trust a race they don't understand. He said, we must observe humans further. Wait a minute, we are discussing this matter. Oh no. Ty just said in a voice that only Raynor could hear. Sooner or later they will understand how rare people like you are among humans, and there are always more scum like me in this world. Don't give up on yourself, Tychus. Raynor said, you still have some advantages. Then, Kel-morian stopped talking, and Talander's voice replaced him. The Purifiers are still discussing, waiting for everyone to vote. Vote on what? Tychus asked. Vote on whether to ally with the Terran Empire. The transmission terminal on Talander kept flashing, and it was obvious that the Purifiers were constantly communicating. This is a general vote, and all the Purifiers will participate in it. They are discussing it. Do you think they will refuse? Raynor asked. It is very likely. Talander said, the Purifiers originally just wanted to live in peace in a corner, and no longer integrate into any organization or alliance. The memories of the past are still fresh in the minds of the Purifiers. The war against the Supreme Council seems to have happened yesterday. If that's the case, at least we don't have to go to war with the Purifiers because of this. Raynor said. No one will constrain them to abide by the alliance. If they are not satisfied, they can just pretend that this matter does not exist. Tychus actually didn't care whether he could form an alliance with the Purifiers. He never worried about this for Augustus. He just wanted to get off work early and have some fun. They won't do that. Talander said, the Templars will not break their promises, just as they will never give up their honor. That's right. Raynor said. It seems that only I, old Tychus, am a villain. Tychus said. After a while, Kel-morian once again connected to the communication network of Talander. Marshal James Raynor, we have decided to form an alliance with the Terran Empire. In the next 100 years, the Purifiers will stand with humans. No agreement is needed. The Purifiers remember everything that has happened, remember every detail of the promise, and never forget it. Kel-morian said, we value promises very much, and we hope that humans will keep their promises. I can no longer read other people's minds, like I did in the past, and I have to suspect the possibility of betrayal. As long as the Terran Empire still exists, we will not forget our promise today. Raynor was overjoyed. With such a powerful ally as the Purifiers, the Terran Empire has more confidence in dealing with the Zerg. During our sleep, a young race has risen from the other side of the galaxy, said Kel-morian. A lot has happened in the past few thousand years, and we are still unfamiliar with this era. During the period of alliance, Talander will temporarily stay in the Terran Empire to communicate on our behalf. Very good. Raynor continued, since we have formed an alliance, we are also hoping to fight the invading Zerg together with you. Executive Colonialian, what are your plans next? We are going to go to SYNOPSIS and purify the Zerg on it. Kel-morian said. Then, the Empire will join this war. Raynor said. I think this is because we haven't had time to show off our muscles to them. Otherwise how would they know how powerful humans are? Tychus said. It's time for you to take the stage, Tychus. Raynor said. In this case, brave humans, show your strength to the son of Cerberus. Kel-morian said. Join this purification. Praise Colonialian. When Talander spoke, it also meant that Colonialian had left. At this time, the planet Cadia, which was under the bombardment of the Purifier fleet's purification beam, had turned into a black scorched earth, with ugly red spots all over it, like a piece of burning carbon. In a part of Cadia that had not been affected, a large number of Purifier Legion soldiers continued to clean up the remaining Zerg nests. The remaining Zerg were also struggling to survive in this hellish world. A large number of hydralisk and cockroach ice sculptures were like white ghosts with vivid expressions in the falling snow. In such a cruel environment, even if humans exhaled a breath of hot air, they would immediately turn into ice particles. If they did not blink frequently, their eyelids would freeze together. These purifiers are really crazy. Even if their fleet is bombing the planet, they dare to send ground troops to clean up the fish that slipped through the net. Titus also saw the Purifier warriors fighting Zerg on Kaedia through the satellite photography perspective on the main screen of the Behemoth Hunter Bridge. These are Protoss who have died in battle once. To them, death is just a common thing. Raynor said, I think they are another kind of mechanical swarm. Of course, Talander, this is not to belittle you. The Nerazim Protoss believe that the closer they are to death, the closer they are to the void, and the Purifiers are even more outrageous. They have long been indifferent to life and death, and have a kind of transcendent mentality that ignores death. It doesn't matter, Talander said. In the end, they still agreed. Why? After kel-morian left, Titus smacked his lips. The feeling of being needed again made the Purifiers feel a little comforted. Talander said, and since the day the Purifiers decided to resist the rule of the Supreme Council, they have been abandoned by the Protoss Society. The creators of the Purifiers did not understand the Purifiers' requirements, but just treated them as out-of-control robots. And the attitude of humans makes them think they have received the respect they deserve. The Purifiers are dangerous weapons sealed by the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire, but they are not vicious thugs, just a group of humiliated heroes. This means that the Purifiers are not unreasonable. Just like that, Titus thought that there must be a profit factor in this, just like the girls in August Glaris bar were so enthusiastic about him, not because he was handsome. The Purifiers recognize the power of humans. Talander said, they also saw the scene of the human revolutionary army fighting side by side with Tacita from Phoenix's memory. I have to confirm one thing, that is, whether the Purifiers have resolved the misunderstanding with Darum. Raynor asked again. After pulling in the Terran Protoss and the Purifier Protoss, the Terran Empire's counterattack against the Zerg can begin. After reading Phoenix's memory, the Purifiers have decided not to attack the Terran Protoss, but also refuse to join Darum. Talander, at least, they are worried that the Terran Protoss intends to control and enslave the Purifiers like the Protoss Empire in the past. As expected, Raynor said, the Purifiers' refusal to join Darum has nothing to do with the Terran Empire, as long as they don't kill each other and become unable to fight against Ammon. They were all silent for a while. Speaking of this, Raynor changed the subject. How do the Purifiers view Phoenix's legendary deeds? Talander hesitated for a moment and uttered a few words. He is indeed a hero. Chapter 655 Woohoo. Heroes appear. SYNOPSIS, the world of the Terran Protoss. SYNOPSIS is a world that emanates the stench of corruption, with its surface covered in swamps of acidic pools like green bean soup. Countless black dry branches stretch crookedly from the muddy mud to the sky, filled with poisonous miasma. Bronze pyramid-shaped buildings stand in the sticky mud and rotten air. Each one is like a mountain, majestic as if from another world, and the proudly standing spires are surrounded by green ball lightning. Surrounding these giant buildings, ancient altars, obelisks and broken walls can be vaguely seen. They are all incredibly large, as if they are ancient giants. Thousands of years ago, the Protoss came to SYNOPSIS and established settlements, but these ancient pyramid-shaped buildings and ruins of the ancient city were not left by them. This planet may have belonged to an extremely glorious civilization. The ruins of its great city are like miracles even today. But that was eons ago, and SYNOPSIS is now nothing more than a muddy patch of land that has been lost in the passage of time. Now, SYNOPSIS has become a veritable hell, with deep purple creep and Zerg swarming along the marshland in the sky and on the ground, swaying like summer mosquitoes. These twisted monsters, covered in solid biological carapaces, have a copper-green sheen throughout their bodies, indicating that they belong to a sub-swarm of the Fenris swarm, with a younger second-generation mini-cerebrate, or multiple queen commanders. SYNOPSIS's harsh natural environment is harsh even for the Protoss, but it is just right for the Zerg. Once the Zerg arrive on SYNOPSIS, creep and hatchery spread across the planet's surface like scars, and all native life forms are assimilated by the Zerg. And once SYNOPSIS is completely transformed into the Zerg's mother world, infection and destruction spread from planet to planet like a cosmic umbilical hernia, hatching an endless army of Zerg. Swap Earth. I have to say this is a pustule on the ass of the universe. On the bridge of the Behemoth Hunter, Titus was chewing the cigar in his mouth and couldn't stop cursing. Why are there so many hellholes like this? One is worse than the other. Look at it this way, Tillysis II is simply a paradise on Earth. What did we have to complain about back then? Raynor has been to many planets, at least hundreds of them in total, but humans rarely settle in a barren land like Swap Earth, unless there are really a lot of mines there. The Protoss came to Swap Earth mostly for the ruins on it. They firmly believe that the pyramid-shaped buildings scattered all over the planet are the footprints left by the Zelniger. In the golden age of the prosperity of the Protoss Empire, their fleet was opened up following the footsteps of the Zelniger. At that time, the territory opened up by the Protoss Empire had reached 1/8 of the space once dominated by the Creator. Even though the Protoss Empire has long been weakened, its former colonies have gradually disappeared. Its territories scattered among the stars are also astonishingly many. Swopes was definitely not the worst one, but it was probably not far off. Marshal, the sensors show that the main guns of the Purifier carrier are ready and about to fire at Swopes, said Captain Brown of the Behemoth Hunter. The screen on the bridge changed, and the supergiant Purifier carrier Cerberus, shining with brilliant light, immediately occupied the entire screen. Cerberus was so huge that even aircraft carriers look small in front of it. It was more like a super fortress than a battleship. Cerberus embodied the brilliant achievements of the Purifier project. The three-dimensional structure supported the elliptical ship base platform, and the burning solar matrix released an extremely dazzling light from the crystal clear shield dome. Once you have seen Cerberus, you will never forget the visual impact that exceeds the limits of imagination. Majestic, glorious, and sparkling. If the Spear of Adun was an ark built to preserve the Protoss fire, then Cerberus was born for war. In an instant, a new sun rose under the main gun of the Cerberus, and the most terrifying purification beam that humans had ever seen fell from the sky. The white plasma beam stirred the grey atmosphere of Swopes. The endless swamp with a blue-grey color became as dry and hard as ceramic under the high temperature, and the evaporated water vapor rose like white smoke. In less than half a quarter of an hour, the planet Swopes on the main screen of the Behemoth Hunter looked like a red-hot carbon ball. Its brightness in the galaxy even suddenly increased by several orders of magnitude, and even emitted some bright blue light. When it comes to bombing stars, the Purifiers are unambiguous. They don't care whether there are precious Zelniger relics on the planet Swopes. They just follow the instructions and sweep the planet that must be purified into the garbage dump of history. All the alien insect life signals on the surface of the planet Swopes have disappeared. Captain Brown said. This is the Purifier's mothership, the Cerberus. They use this great battleship fortress as their home and forward base. The Purifier Talander explained to Raynor. Now, the Cerberus is the home of the Purifiers. Damn it, what do we have to do with this? Titus watched the Purifier fleet turn a planet into a glowing glass ball in a few seconds, and it took him a while to utter such a sentence. Watching an entire planet being razed to the ground was really shocking. After all, Titus didn't want to be blown up while driving Odin, drinking cold beer and singing. When it was absolutely necessary, the Terran Empire would also use nuclear weapons or biological and chemical poison gas to destroy an entire planet, but the power was far less thorough than the main gun of the Cerberus. Even so, the planet would definitely be ruined, and the Terran Empire could not allocate resources to rebuild it like it did to rebuild Korhal. The Empire's territory was not too little, but not too much either. If half of it was blown up, it would collapse. And now Swopes was already terminally ill, and could no longer be saved. Whether it is a Protoss or the humans, they all have the same attitude towards the Zerg hive world. Burn it. Swopes has been abandoned by the Protoss Darum. There is nothing on it that is worth our marines fighting to take back. Raynor stroked his beard. After they finish bombing, we will throw all the mules we brought down to pick up some crystal ore. It would be a waste if we don't pick it up. Brown, let's fire a few shots as well. We are also contributing. Raynor is not a rigid person. He relies on his brain to make a living in the Terran Empire. Occasionally, people will be surprised to find that the planets burned to slag by the Protoss actually have many crystal ores with special properties. This kind of crystal ore is not only of excellent quality, but also easy to mine. Marcera and Blaxis are typical examples. It is a real your hometown has become a mine. There are many rich mines underground in SYNOPSIS, and this explosion is expected to blow them out. Raynor remembered the little shell birds that followed his father Trace when he was a child and used machinery to plow the land. They could always pick up the bugs that the machinery turned out of the ground without much effort. They did similar work, and each fleet would carry an engineering corps and mining mules to resupply in the starfield far away from the world of the Terran Empire. Our Marshal Raynor followed Emperor Augustus all the way here, and he was a parent in the Empire. In the past, he was afraid of poverty, so he brought a lot of mining mules and only smashed them on the territory of the Allies. Titus rubbed his hands, thinking that he would make a small fortune this time. As for what crooked ideas he was thinking, it depends on whether he will be demoted to a private soldier after he knows August Grud. Mr. Titus has some morals, but not many. Besides, for him, morality is a flexible thing. Why are they leaving? Suddenly, Titus noticed that the purifier fleet surrounding the mothership Cerberus was turning around and leaving. He squinted his eyes and prepared to drive the SCV down to mine. Although Titus was a villain, he was undoubtedly a genius. As long as he could get some money, he could even teach himself to drive a warship. Purifier Executive Kel-morian sent us new galaxy coordinates. That is the Alana Galaxy, where Zerg have also appeared. Captain Brown said. The friendship between the young Terrans and our star-blasting purifiers is so pure. Alana, that place is not far from our territory. Titus frowned. This is not a good thing. Well, Raynor was also worried in his heart, and was also shocked at the moment. You actually worry about such things. Alana and her handle are quite close. Titus said calmly, I have a few lovers there, and they don't charge me. Raynor was just about to ask Titus to stop swindling people with the title of Imperial Hero, but suddenly received a report that an unknown ship suddenly jumped into SYNOPSIS. There is only one warship. Captain Brown said, it is Tacitus' flagship, the Star Shuttle. Only it. Tacita. Raynor recognized the aircraft carrier that was sailing out of the hyperspace channel at a glance. As Tacitus' flagship, the Star Shuttle's design is so classic that the ancient-style aircraft carriers built by Durham are all modeled after this great warship. What does he want to do? Titus noticed that the Protoss aircraft carrier with a golden and blue glow was heading straight for the Purifier mothership Cerberus. Tacitus should have come here in person to make Durham reconcile with the Purifiers. Talandus said, this is exactly Tacitus' heroism. This is something he can do. Raynor knew that Tacitus, as a benevolent leader, was also a brave man who dared to go deep into the tiger's den and feed the tiger with his own body. Isn't he afraid that the Purifiers will burn him to ashes with a cannon? Titus knew that the Purifiers would not give the Protoss Durham any good face. I think Tacitus is not stupid, he is actually a very smart guy. Raynor said, if something goes wrong, he will find a way to get out of it. The Protoss are sometimes stupid, and sometimes very smart. Titus didn't care about Tacitus' life or death, he just wanted to make money. The Purifiers contacted me. They said that the Protoss of Durham came for peace talks. The Purifiers thought they could talk. Talandus said at this time, Executor Kel-morian wants me to be there, we have to go too. Raynor hadn't seen Tacitus for a while. Speaking of which, he is also a warrior, and he is not afraid of big scenes. If Durham and the Purifiers make peace, it would be good. If they continue to fight like this, they will sooner or later reach the territory of the Terran Empire. It's magnificent, rich people are generous. Titus looked at the solar fragment crystal core embedded in the ether circuit of the Cerberus without showing any expression, knowing that this is the perfect catalyst for fusion reaction. Although humans are far from being able to utilize the power of solar fragments like the Protoss, they can still use them as weapons to ignite something. Why are you carrying laser scissors? Raynor walked on the white corridor of the Cerberus and noticed that Titus was taking out tools from his crotch to check the quality of the Cerberus deck. Your words and deeds represent the face of Emperor Augustus. Captain Brown's face was crooked. If that's the case, I didn't take off my pants to give him face. Titus looked for a long time and was about to knock off a piece of solar fragment to sell for money when he saw two Purifier sentinels slowly walking over from the other side. They were larger than humans and looked like flat plates. Mechanical sentinels were not strictly ancient purifier technology, but the purifiers had obviously quickly added Durham's drone technology to the data network to produce this powerful battlefield support machine with higher efficiency. When producing their own mechanical sentinels, the purifiers would add their own things. Probably because there was no concept of stealing in the database, the two sentinels left quickly. Put it down. Raynor's eyes glared. They were not bandits. The Terran Empire could not afford to lose this person. As he was talking, a team of more than 10 purifiers escorted by soldiers appeared in front of Raynor. These powerful soldiers of the Legion had independent personalities, and each of them was an ancient hero with great military exploits. Tacitor. Raynor recognized one of the Protoss, and then he saw Phoenix's huge dragon rider armor. Only the two of them came. Ah, James Raynor, I didn't expect you to be here. Tacitor was also very happy. I hope you can bring my greetings to Emperor Augustus Mengsk. He noticed that compared to Tacitor, the leader of the Durham, the purifiers around him all focused on Phoenix, and that was probably not because they had never seen a dragon rider. Although the eyes of the purifiers were also mechanical, Raynor believed that they were all looking at Phoenix with strange eyes. It is now known to everyone that Phoenix used the Book of Time skill to modify the memory of the purifier replica and boasted about his achievements except himself. Grand Archon Phoenix is indeed a unique hero. The incident is probably true, but it has been processed a little bit. Even Talander himself found it unbelievable when he watched this memory. If it were a human, it would be like insisting that superheroes who can fly into the sky and into the ground really existed in history. Well, now everyone knows that he is a historical inventor. Phoenix, old friend, I'm so glad to see you here. Let's see if I can post a video of the star blasting, but I don't think it will work. Chapter 656 Northern Expedition. Haha. Phoenix. You are a hero indeed. In the Emperor's bedroom in the palace, Augustus was leaning back in his chair and reading the report sent back by Raynor from Swoops. At first, he just nodded frequently, but at the end he couldn't help laughing and even pounding the table. Marshal Raynor had studied for a few years and was considered to be both civil and military. Such reports that were to be reviewed by the Emperor were usually written by himself. When he mentioned Tacitor's visit to the Purifier mothership Cerberus, he spent most of the article describing the interesting fact that the history adapted by Phoenix had been uploaded to the entire Purifier data network. Sadly, Raynor, Phoenix's best human friend, did not remind him that the ship of friendship could capsize at any time. Phoenix, who had not expected this, followed Tacitor to meet the Purifier executive Kel-morian and other ancient heroes. After all, they are all heroes, and they admire each other. When they are excited, the hypocritical purifiers can't help but compliment Phoenix, saying that the young are really formidable, and he is indeed a hero. Tacitor and Raynor were stunned, and only Phoenix, who was unanimously recognized by the ancestors, was complacent. He didn't expect that his reputation has become so big. When sent to the Glacius facility by arbitrator Alderus to back up his memory, Phoenix did have some selfish reasons to modify some files and slightly polish his glorious deeds. And he also thought that no one would mind this matter. After all, it was only a small part of the memory, and the Purifier's memory could not be uploaded to Kara. Who would have thought that he would die in the battle to defend Air one day? The story of each thing being slightly polished really fooled the Purifiers at the beginning, and they were immediately shocked. But upon closer inspection, this is far from being as simple as a slight polish. It is definitely a severe polish. Just treat it as true. Don't expose it when it's difficult. After all, the Protoss have historians like the Protector to record history. A comparison will reveal something wrong. Those who were contemporaries of Phoenix are not dead yet. For example, Phoenix is indeed a fanatic and a tough guy who can split mountains and rocks, but it is wrong for him to brag about his ability to fly and hide on the ground. If Raynor hadn't laughed so hard that his mouth was almost stretched to the back of his head, Phoenix would still be modestly telling his predecessors that his achievements were nothing compared to yours, and that any fanatic could do it. The moment he learned the truth, Phoenix was heartbroken. It was like the erotic novel you wrote in junior high school with yourself as the protagonist being exposed in front of the whole class. Half of Kara could feel Phoenix's despair, which was simply double the pain. Tacitus said that Phoenix was also asking the Dark Templar for advice on how to master the power of the void, and the Dark Masters would say that the closer you are to death, the closer you are to the void. For the Dragon Riders, they are only one step away from death itself. At that moment, Phoenix realized the true meaning of the void. What makes you so happy, Your Majesty? Kerrigan approached from behind, slowly put her arms around Augustus, and put her face close to his ear. Her breath was as thin as the faintly visible dress, and her body was filled with the fragrance of a bath, like a breeze blowing on her face. Air convectors and temperature control devices were installed in each room of the August Grid Palace, making it warm as spring at any time of the year. August Grid is the industrial heart of the Terran Empire, and energy prices are quite stable, and every household in the city can afford it. Nothing. Augustus replied. Your Majesty, you are obviously smiling all the time. Kerrigan said, never stopped. Poor Phoenix, I just feel sorry for him. Augustus' face was still smiling, and his eyes were full of happiness. What's wrong with him? Kerrigan leaned close to Augustus's profile. Let me see. Phoenix was also an old acquaintance. He was brave and loyal, and most importantly, he could understand the unique sense of humor of humans. As a great Archon and a top-notch hero among the Templars, Phoenix was never overbearing, but was easy to get along with. Although it was unbelievable, Phoenix could even dance with people. In general, as a Protoss, Phoenix had a very interesting soul. Another social death. Augustus handed the report directly to Kerrigan and concluded, it's not the first time anyway. He joked, Phoenix, he used to be my best friend, but now he may have to change his identity and way of life. If Phoenix can't make it in Durham, he can come to us, and I will immediately let Swan paint him a bucket of red paint. It's not that serious. Kerrigan also laughed. Phoenix is already respected. Phoenix is still a respected Protoss hero. As the manager of the Templar, he can be said to be a role model for fanatics. After all, he still has idle baggage. It will take Phoenix half a month or 10 days to recover. The last time the black history spread throughout Kara, Phoenix took the fleet alone to fight the Zerg. In every battle, he bravely took the lead and only wanted to die, but no enemy could hurt him again. If you can't survive, if your boasts are exposed, humans would have perished long ago. Augustus was in a good mood. Phoenix should learn from Titus. If you don't have any shame, you can't blackmail me morally. Your Majesty, you have mentioned Titus many more times than I have. Kerrigan pushed Augustus. Is he the queen? Hearing Kerrigan say this, Augustus didn't know why he imagined the situation she said. He shuddered suddenly and made up his mind to deal with Titus civilly when he came back. Why do you think so? He put away his smile and realized that there was no expression on Kerrigan's face. He couldn't help but feel guilty. After laughing for a long time, maybe he was the clown. Sarah Kerrigan is a wise and calm woman, a queen-like figure, sitting alone in the palace, suppressing everything, and it is inevitable that she has a strong desire for control. Since they got married, Augustus and Kerrigan have quarreled only a few times, and each time it was about other women. Don't let your imagination run wild. You haven't offended me recently. Kerrigan snorted, holding the report in her hand. What are you going to offend me for? The Purifiers not only agreed to form an alliance with us, but also reconciled with the Dalam Protoss. It seems that the leader of the Purifiers is not swayed by hatred and anger. Arlaga miscalculated this time. She changed the subject. Arlaga thought that everyone would start a war and destroy everything because they hated the Ea Protoss. But in awakening the Purifiers, Arlaga, you did a good job. Augustus immediately felt that this dark Archon who was always thinking about making trouble was pleasing to the eye. Augustus also smiled slightly when he read that the Purifiers agreed to form an alliance with the Empire, as if that was what he expected. For revenge, Arlaga is now jumping left and right. Who knows what crazier thing he will awaken next time than the Purifiers. But for now, the revival of the Purifiers is actually beneficial to the Terran Empire. In any case, the Purifiers will never ignore the threat of the Zerg. Although the Purifiers' early awakening disrupted Augustus' original plan to a certain extent, he decided to take advantage of it. With the addition of the Purifier, the Terran Empire will have a better chance of success in the counterattack against the Zerg in the next stage. It is time to gather troops and give the Zerg another heavy blow. A large number of Zerg nest worlds must be destroyed at once to curb their unlimited expansion. The second generation of mind is very smart, but not very courageous, which means that it will not mash its body directly into August grid like the previous overminds raid on Aya. However, although the purifiers believe that as long as Terran does not enslave them like the Protoss Empire did in the past, they will not start a war again, but they still refuse to join Terran. Augustus said Tacita did not force the purifiers to join, but promised that the door of Terran would always be open to the purifiers. Even if Tacita is willing to regard the purifiers as true compatriots, it does not mean that his people will think so. You know, even Terran, which only has the Aya Protoss and the Nerazim Protoss, is not harmonious. In this case, even if the purifiers agree to join Terran may explode directly. Later, if the Tal'Darim are added, it will be even more fuel to the fire. But Augustus does not need to worry about Tacita. He believes in the prestige and ability of this old friend. On the contrary, Tacita's future successor must bear huge pressure, which depends on Artenis's courage. I believe Tacita sees it more clearly than all of us, and only he can gather people's hearts. Kerrigan looked at Augustus. Well, the good news is that the purifiers have agreed to fight together with the Durham fleet. In this way, we can gather the three race coalition forces to drive the Zerg out of the Kaprulu sector once again. This is what Augustus cares about most. I have ordered Warfield to gather 23 naval squadrons to assemble in Pegasus, just waiting for the arrival of the purifiers and the Durham fleet. Have they agreed? Kerrigan asked. The Zerg are our common enemy, and it is not difficult to reach a consensus on this. Augustus nodded. Even if we only hit the Zerg hard again, we can delay the next full-scale war for a year or two. It's time to fight back. We will definitely win again. Kerrigan was about to say something else when a terrifying mental scream came from the bottom of the palace. Dog Emperor. I, Alpha, am invincible. Even if you kneel down and beg me, I will not charge the artifact again. Ha 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 ha. Let me go. Let me go. I didn't. What is that brainworm going crazy again? Augustus knew who was going crazy just by thinking. I must have been too good to it. It has absorbed all the energy in the original fission pool and has become a real original brainworm. Kerrigan noticed something, and her green eyes suddenly brightened. Then, as if it had received some warning, the brainworm's voice immediately subsided. But it's still so weak. Kerrigan sighed. It should be able to catch up with the old brainworms like Arcandagos now. Augustus spoke up for Alpha. Even though it is so weak, it can withstand the energy of the primordial fission pool. You can do it, Sarah. After all, I'm not a Zerg. Kerrigan sighed. Although the top biologists of the Empire and the Protoss believed that Kerrigan would not grow horns and wings like Alpha after soaking in the primordial fission pool, she was still worried. We still have a chance. Augustus said, this world is not as hopeless as you think. With you here, I will not lose hope. Kerrigan, who was standing behind Augustus, suddenly reached out and turned his head to the left, turning around to stare into his eyes. I'm always here. Augustus looked at the clock on the side of the wall and said to Kerrigan, rest early. Kerrigan stared at Augustus' eyes for a moment, then turned around and sat on his legs. Although Augustus was already the king of a country, he still did not neglect exercise. He felt quite safe in his arms. It's getting dark, Your Majesty. Kerrigan pulled open her robe, revealing her underwear. Your Majesty has been working day and night, so you should rest early. As she spoke, Kerrigan rolled up her shirt, grabbed Augustus' right hand, and placed it on her flat and firm belly. She was indeed indescribably seductive, with her wet red hair hanging down on her chest like a lute, half covering her face, like a seductress bewitching the world. How can I rest, if you are like this? Although Augustus said this, he still picked up Kerrigan and put him on the bed, kissing him while talking. It's because you always go to Lisa. Kerrigan said resentfully. I know. Augustus took off his coat. Lisa Cassidy was arranged by Kerrigan to enter the August Grid Palace a few years ago, and later she acquiesced to this relationship. But only Lisa could get close to Augustus in this capacity. Are you still thinking about other women at this time? Kerrigan's fists hardened. It's obviously you who mentioned her. Augustus asked. It's my fault. Kerrigan glared at her. Of course not. Augustus said. She's obsessed with you, and so are you. Kerrigan sat astride Augustus, pressing him so hard that he couldn't stand up, and then raised her legs to reveal the black stockings on her slender legs. "Tear them off," she said. Augustus said. "Your Majesty, don't you like this?" Sizzle. "Your Majesty, have another child. Then have another child. Don't report me." Chapter 657. Who is calling the fleet? Embrace the glory of battle. Filled with countless bloody fights and desperate counterattacks on the edge of life and death, this encounter known as the Black Grass Raid has lasted for 9 solar cycles. Terradil the Zealot felt the angry shouts and sad death echoes on the Kala for a long time, knowing that his final moment of return to the Kala was not far away. On the planet called Teperus, he and his compatriots have been surrounded by a vast sea of insects. The Templars have been killed or wounded, and the Archon who led the expedition has also been seriously injured. Teperus is located in the Kaprulu sector, far away from Shakiris, and is neither a colony world of the Protoss Empire nor an outpost. The Protoss Empire has discovered many such worlds in the galaxy, but has not interfered much, leaving them intact. This sudden battle originated from a rescue signal from Teperus, which came from a fleet that had been missing for a long time. When the Protoss troops came to support, they found that the Zerg army had been waiting for them for a long time. Teperus was just a trap. This was a carefully planned ambush. The Protoss controlled by the Parasite sent a wrong distress message to the fleet where Terradil was, making them willingly fall into the trap. The ruler of this Zerg swarm was a brainworm named Orza. It observed that, since the fall of Ea, the Protoss would never abandon their compatriots, as long as there was a glimmer of hope. So Orza took advantage of this. "Don't move." The speaker was a Dark Templar. The Templars all communicated through the Kala, and only these Protoss warriors from Shakiris had to use telepathy to communicate. "Listen, they are approaching." Terradil looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a rustling sound from the dense green jungle not far away. The hounds of the Overmind approached quietly, suppressing their roars of blood and slaughter. There were tens of thousands of them, and even if the silent Dark Templars were counted, there were only about 30 warriors around Terradil, and their shining armor was already covered with scars. Not long ago, on this distant planet, a group of Terran Empire humans had fought side by side with Terradil to resist the invasion of the Zerg. They were immigrants from the Terran Empire, coming from various worlds of the Terran Empire. There were only about 2 or 3,000 people. They just hurriedly opened up a small settlement in a corner of the planet, built houses and living facilities, and just reclaimed a piece of farmland for growing crops. This young race of humans is ambitious and greedy, but they have certain qualities that the eldest son of God has long forgotten. If they find a planet rich in resources, they will start colonization in no time. This short-lived race is extraordinarily smart and tenacious, and they can gain a foothold on most of the planets known to the Protoss. When the Zerg arrived, this human settlement was immediately hit cruelly. They came too fast and too many. The Imperial soldiers guarding the settlement were wiped out, and the settlers were slaughtered. Terradil, who was besieged here, met some of the only survivors in the settlement. Even in such a desperate situation, they still struggled to survive in the complex jungle, believing that the Terran Empire's army would come back to save them. Not only that, they were also willing to cooperate with the Protoss to fight against the incoming Zerg. In just a few days, Terradil established a life and death friendship with these humans. It is hard to imagine why these humans are so sure that the Terran Empire's fleet will come back. You know, a few years ago, the human government never paid attention to insignificant external colonies. The leader of these humans is Emperor Augustus Mengsk, and they respect him, just as Terradil respects Tassida. The tenacious will of these humans impressed Terradil, and he couldn't help but put away his contempt for this race. But later, they all died, infected, and corrupted by the infected. On the armor around Terradil's waist hung an old human revolver, which originally belonged to a Terran Empire border law enforcement officer. The law enforcer gave Terradil his pistol, which was his last relic. "Warriors, prepare for battle. This is an island on the planet Teperus. The terrain is long and narrow, and the area is only 1/3 of the island of Elfho. There are rivers and lush greenery on it. The rain on the island is always falling, and the temperature is always maintained in a relatively stable range. The lush green jungle is full of bushes with red fruits and moist mosses. Various animals with moist skin and webbed limbs live in it, similar to some frogs that always make noises. Although it can be seen that the creatures here basically come from the same ancestor, in the evolutionary process of just a few million years, the species here have evolved into various forms and formed a complete ecosystem. Tiberius is covered with violent oceans, and there are thousands and tens of thousands of such islands. On a more vast main continent, there is another completely different form of life. According to the observation of Protoss scientists, it will not take long for Tiberius to evolve into a relatively low-level intelligent life form. But now, all life on Tiberius will come to an end, either being assimilated by the Zerg or facing tragic destruction, just like Pterodal's end. They are coming. Pterodal reminded his comrades while charging at the roaring Hydralisk coming from behind a jungle with the help of his Greaves. Protoss zealots always move forward bravely. They are veteran warriors who always attack first and withdraw from the battlefield last. There is no retreat in the creed of the Zealot Order. After a lightning-like run-up charge, Pterodal jumped high and stepped on the roaring Hydralisk like a boulder falling from the sky. He used the psychic blade that flashed with a glowing blue light to cut open its chest with a hard shell attached. The hot psychic energy dried its heart, lungs and blood in an instant. A swarm of screaming Zerglings leaped out from the other side, their shells and sharp fangs. Their terrifying appearance seemed to come from a horrible nightmare from another world. Compared with the Battle of Air, these terrifying monsters have become more ferocious and terrifying. The other four zealots followed Pterodal closely. They were like blue phantoms when they launched their charge, and the psychic blades shining with psychic flames could easily split these screaming monsters in half with one slash. But this was only the vanguard of the Zerg army. The restless forest behind them indicated that millions of terrifying Zerg were approaching quickly. The Templars were brave and good at fighting, but they were at an absolute disadvantage in numbers. The Zerg outnumbered them by 100 or 1,000 times. The enemy was outnumbered. It was always like this. Numbers were one of the advantages of the Zerg, and that was precisely the disadvantage of the Protoss army. The Protoss were powerful individually, but they were rare in number. But Pterodal did not have the slightest resentment or despair in his heart. He knew that death was the fate of all warriors. Templars live for battle, and should die in battle. A strange rustling sound was heard, and a huge Zerg destroyer appeared in Pterodal's sight, tearing through the trees along the way. This ferocious and violent creature is a variant of the cockroach. It was rare in number, but now it is becoming more and more common. Compared with before the Brood War, the Zerg are not only more ferocious and violent, but also more diverse. Although the special variants of the old Overmind system still exist, they have gradually been replaced by species such as cockroaches, explosive insects and corrupted flying insects. The Protoss Empire has not stopped the pace of developing new weapons and restarting ancient sealed weapons. The Stalker is a product of this era. There were many Stalkers among Pterodal's companions, although they were beaten into sieves by the spines of the Hydralisk in the first few battles. There were also two huge Colossi in their team, but now they have become a pile of burning scrap metal, and those loyal mechanical sentinels have been torn to pieces by the violent Zerglings. At this time, another destroyer appeared, spewing acid as hot as fire, followed closely by several bloated bannerlings. These strange and twisted creatures are walking bombs, with a large amount of terrible acid accumulated in their bodies. When they appear in groups, they are a terrible nightmare for any enemy. And every time the bannerlings appear in large numbers, cockroaches and Hydralisks will follow closely behind. There are so many of them, and they never tire. Pterodal has been fighting for many days. Without saying anything, the Zealots launched a simultaneous charge, because the presence of Kala made them truly united, rushing towards their enemies like blue phantoms. The Dark Templars in the darkness also joined the battle, and even the proud Templars had to admit that their compatriots from the wild land of Shakuras fought gracefully and ruthlessly. Dark Templars moved among the enemies like shadowy phantoms, swinging their cold, giant warp blades, and spinning and leaping like waltz dancers, bringing up a shocking blood mist. The sons of Shakuras had already proved with their actions that they were all respectable warriors. Soon, the Zerg fell in large numbers under Pterodal's sharp blades, but they were still numerous, tireless, and endless. The first warrior to die was a friend of Pterodal, a fanatic who was born and raised in Aya. He came here to protect his people, but it seemed that he was protecting nothing at all. He fell with dozens of Zerg killed, but more Zerg attacked him from behind and killed him. The second was a female Dark Templar, who was torn in two by a Hydralisk alive. She could have abandoned her companions and retreated into the shadows. It is said that she was very close to a high-ranking Templar, but it was destined to be a failure. Terran killed one Zerg after another until the bloody bones piled up like a mountain at his feet. He stood shoulder to shoulder with the last few Templars, protecting the seriously injured Archon. Thousands of Zerg surrounded them, and the sky was crawling with overlords and dragons. "It's all over," Terran said. "Brothers and sisters, this is the last battle." Terran was not afraid of death. In a blink of an eye, the sky suddenly changed color, and some bright spots fell from the sky like rain. Those were human airdrop pods, and the thunderous roar in the sky was the sound of warships firing. Humans really came back, but they came too late. A large number of airdrop pods fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. The fully armed Terran Empire soldiers gathered together and poured amazing firepower on the roaring Zerg without hesitation. The warriors of the Terran Empire firmly believed that guns were only tools and iron hearts were weapons. At the same time, more armored vehicles were sent to the surface, gathering into a powerful steel army. Today, the Terran Empire's army has been armed to the teeth. They have experienced hundreds of battles and are well-deserved elite troops. "Humans, they shouldn't be here," a Templar said. "But they are here," another Dark Templar said. "There are Zerg everywhere here. They are everywhere too." A drop pod fell near Terran, carrying a whole squad of Terran Empire Marines. Another drop pod that landed right after it walked out of Marauder, wearing heavy armor that was as heavy and solid as a thick wall. The Marauders were all veterans of the Empire who had been through many battles. The Punisher grenades they were equipped with were a magical weapon to deal with heavy armor. Crack. With just a loud bang, the Marauder used the grenade to smash the heavy carapace of a cockroach and made it retreat again and again. "This is Sigma Squad. We found Protoss at the landing point." These humans obviously did not expect that there would be Protoss here. While cleaning up the Zerg at the landing point, they cautiously approached the direction of Terran. In the past, these human soldiers would have probably received an immediate order to kill without mercy, because the human government saw the Protoss as dangerous as a Zerg. But the Terran Empire would not do that. They were allies of the Dalam Protoss. With another deafening roar, a huge Odin mecha was dropped to the surface. A moment later, another Odin arrived. They were like two mountains in their march. Behind the Odin followed several T-285 heavy space construction vehicles. T-285 space construction vehicles, which were improved versions of the old Tarsinus T-280 models. They were larger and more powerful, but they looked dwarfed by the giant Odin mecha. "I'm Admiral Horace Warfield. I have occupied this planet in the name of the Terran Empire by order of Emperor Augustus Mengsk," Warfield said. "I will never lose it." During the live broadcast, he watched but didn't even dare to look at it. His legs were shaking. "I watched the IEM game recording all day today and almost didn't finish writing. I have watched the game for so many years, and I was always disappointed. The semifinals were just around the corner, and I didn't even dare to hope for a championship. Today really felt like a dream." Chapter 658, Encirclement and Attack. 2500, the planet Tiberius in the northeast corner of the Kaprulu sector ushered in a tragic bloody storm. It turned out to be just a local conflict caused by the Zerg raid on the new colony of the Terran Empire, which then turned into a huge interstellar war around the planet. In just a few days, many large Zerg nests with tens of billions of Zerg suddenly appeared in the starfield around Tiberius, and at one time, more than 17 worlds of the Terran Empire were exposed to the bloody mouth of the Zerg army. Imperial Marshal Horace Warfield was ordered to lead the Imperial fleet to defend the Tiberius system and fight to the death. Korhal urgently mobilized the surrounding fleets to rush to help, and at one time a large number of Imperial fleets gathered in the direction of Tiberius from all directions. In the Tiberius system, the battle in space was particularly fierce, and it was no less fierce on the ground. At this moment, Lieutenant Colonel James Dinsono was in purgatory. James Dander served in the 336th Airborne Division under Warfield. This airborne division belonged to the Omega Squadron, which had a long history and was notorious. It was also a battle-hardened division. Danner was not the first batch of Imperial soldiers to be airdropped to Tiberius. When he and his soldiers arrived, the ground was already a hell, with corpses everywhere and blood flowing like a river. Nearly 1/3 of the airborne soldiers lost contact within a few minutes of landing. Most of the Imperial soldiers who first set foot on this land are now few and far between. Tiberius has now become the cruelest battlefield in the Korhal sector, a bloody meat grinder, comparable to Char during the Brood War. Tiberius is just one of the thousands of light spots on the star map of the Korhal sector. It has no characteristics and no outstanding features, but behind it is the Empire. Sir, the communication satellite has been shot down, and our contact with the command center has been disrupted. The hoarse words of an Imperial soldier came from Dinda's channel. The 468th Battalion has been defeated. They are retreating. With the loud thunder in the sky darkened again, and the rain became heavier. The climate of Tiberius was very different from that of Anselm, the dry and cold hometown of Dunseno. It rained endlessly for most of the day, and the air was damp and humid. Dunseno's battalion had just taken over a position near the landing point not long ago. The position was built onto opposite high grounds, firmly guarding a winding river. The Imperial Engineering Corps had built a solid fortification on the high ground. The solid fortification wall connected the bunker and sentry turret reinforced with fine steel frames, and was shrouded in the shadow of anti-aircraft missile towers on all sides. There were enough ammunition and food reserves in the position to last for a week, but most of them would not live to see that time. Fuck it, I've never seen any reinforcement other than verbal reinforcement. Captain Bill knocked hard on the flickering holographic projector on the table, and the broken machine with 2 hydraulic needles stuck in it finally returned to normal. The quality of this holographic projector is quite good. It uses a technology of the Terra family, and is produced in August grid. The quality is guaranteed. TSK, isn't it fixed? Am I a genius? He stared at the information panel on the holographic projection for a long time before saying dully, "It seems that reinforcement will not come. Maybe they all died on the way here," Dunseno said after a moment of silence. Dunseno has fought for many years, and there are still only a few battles as dangerous as today. Sadly speaking, the average survival time of the Imperial soldiers on the ground in Tiberius is calculated in minutes. They are swarming again. Focus on that thunder beast. Fire. Fire quickly. The vibration on the ground indicated that a large number of tunnel worms were approaching, and the screams of the swarms were like the cries of thousands of evil spirits. When walking out of the bunker used as a temporary battalion headquarters, Dunseno once again glanced at a photo hanging on the wall. It was a photo taken by Dunseno and his newlywed wife before he responded to the call to enlist in the army. Like many military couples who decided to get married at that time, they wore brown-gray uniforms and the women wore wedding dresses. The warship was about to set sail, and the swarm of worms was advancing in large numbers. Time waited for no one. Soldiers had to get married before leaving, because only then could their wives enjoy the various preferential treatments for the families of fallen soldiers. But after all, who doesn't want to go back alive? Relying on government relief, widows don't have to worry about their own and their children's lives, but most of them will still remarry. This is reality. As soon as he stepped out of the command post, the rain hit the visor of Dunseno's helmet, and the atmosphere of murderous intent was overwhelming. Imagine millions of strong bulls running at the same time. Imagine the most terrible sound you have ever heard in this world. Like a black tide made of shells, they surged up again. Dunseno remembered the last words his father said to him. "I should give you some more advice, because you are my last son. Don't be a hero. Let those who start wars, the upper class, the officers and those who rule this empire be heroes. War is war, honor is always short-lived, and death and fear are always there. There are tens of millions of people in Ansem, and there are 12 billion people in Tarsinus and Korhal together. My child, the Emperor of Korhal does not lack a loyal and brave soldier, but no one needs you more than us." Just like what his father said, Dunseno knew that he was right this time. But Dunseno still left, because on that desperate day, the Zerg came to Ansem and took away all his family. Dunseno had seen many recruits who were frightened by the Zerg. They didn't know why they had to go to this remote planet to fight the Zerg to the death. Tiberius was as far away from their hometown as if it was at the end of the world. Even as a lieutenant colonel, Dunseno didn't know the true intention of the Imperial High Command. Their mission was to defend the Tiberius system at all costs, nothing more. And if even Dunseno didn't know why the Emperor wanted to launch this battle, the Brainworm and the Queenworm would have no way to find out the Terran Empire's combat intentions from his brain. The duty of the Imperial soldiers was to be loyal to the Emperor, to protect the people, and to perform their duties without reservation. Everyone who came to Tiberius had their own reasons, but no matter what, they came. When Dunseno and Captain Bill went to the battlefield together, in response to the Zerg's offensive, the main battlefield was full of artillery fire. The Imperial soldiers used all the weapons in their hands, and did not hesitate to use the ammunition in their hands. Warwolf and Thunder God also moved to the most critical part of the battle line. Even if they just stood there, these war weapons piled up with armor plates and railguns were like a fortress. The gurgling river under the position was already in sight, but now it had been dyed red with blood. Huge Zerg corpses and human remains were piled up on both sides of the river. Screaming shells continuously stirred up surging water columns on the river surface. The broken armor and burning chariots stuck in the mud were now nothing more than sad graves. The battlefield was full of remains and dying soldiers. Almost every time he walked a distance, Dunseno could see the bodies of humans and Zerg who died in miserable conditions. The land was full of blood. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a sea of blood. This battlefield was located in the eastern part of the main continent of Tiberius. It was covered with hills and rivers. It was originally covered with dense orange vegetation. Magnificent and beautiful small flowers grew all over the mountains and fields, like a layer of flower carpet extending under the feet, and it was as gorgeous as the morning glow under the sunlight. Such a beautiful scenery naturally attracts people's imagination and makes them linger. This can be seen from the fact that just a postcard from the Imperial Immigration Bureau attracted many immigrants and tourists. The scenery is picturesque and full of harmony. No one would have thought that this place would look like this now. Now, even the fragrant fragrance of flowers cannot cover up the smell of blood. Dunseno no longer wants to find out how many people have been buried there. Many times, those who are familiar to him just disappear suddenly, and it may be just a blade insect flying over his head that kills him. All the holographic horror movies of mankind cannot compare to the real mountains of corpses and blood, and hundreds of thousands of infected humans staggering towards the cities and towns where you live. They are coming up. The vegetation here is also too tall and dense, as tough as flax, and completely different from the dreamy scenes shown in those beautiful photos. The vegetation of Tiberius is actually harmful to humans. Their fragrance has a hallucinogenic and an aesthetic effect. If immigrants want to farm here, they must eradicate these local plants. This is the problem that immigrants must face. Sometimes the life forms of an entire planet will instinctively reject and kill invaders. Fortunately, the situation on Tiberius is still within an acceptable range. However, the Zerg are not afraid of the psychedelic effect of these plants at all, which may even make them more violent. Not only that, after absorbing the genes of local creatures, the Zerg have also learned to use these tall plants to set ambushes or launch surprise attacks. The Zerg came too fast, like a storm, but the faster they attacked, the harder they would fall when they hit the iron wall. In an instant, the sound of Gauss rifles became one, and a large number of Zerg were swept down by the dense rain of bullets and soon fell in a pool of blood. The hundreds of Zerglings in the front were quickly chopped into pieces by the gushing flames, and then they crashed into the bunker cluster. Then, the Zerg faced the flames gushing out from the red armor plates of the evil Bad Mech. The new Hellbird Mecha is transformed from the Hellfire Chariot and has gradually replaced the old Firebird to become the backbone of the Terran Empire's frontline. The tall Marauder walked heavily to the outermost perimeter, using solid armor to provide cover for his comrades. The Widow Thunder used sharp blade appendages to sneak into the ground, quietly waiting for the enemy to fall into the trap. But the number of Zerg is still too large. They rushed to the position one after another in the face of fierce firepower, roaring and tearing apart all the enemies they could catch. "It's on me." A soldier in black power armor was suddenly thrown to the ground by several jumping insects. The sharp claws pried open the cooling tower and the armor behind his armor, like breaking a shell, tearing off large chunks of flesh and blood. As if it was an instinctive reaction, other Imperial soldiers around immediately shot at the back of this soldier, making those hideous monsters retreat again and again. One of the Zerglings was hit in the head by a grenade and fell to the ground with a strange cry and struggled. From time to time, some people were knocked down by the violent Zerg and torn to pieces without mercy. But even so, the Imperial soldiers under Dunseno still silently held the front line, and they continued to fight even at the last moment of their lives. The soldiers under Dunseno were all resocialized soldiers, and even these brainwashed warriors would still feel fear in front of the Zerg, but their brains would ignore these emotions and order their fingers to continue pulling the trigger without retreating half a step. However, compared with the old Federation period, the trauma caused by the Empire's resocialization surgery has been much smaller, and while ensuring obedience, it retains a part of the independent personality of the transformed, and implants the memory of absolute loyalty to the Empire. Although the brainwashed soldiers in the past were amazingly calm, in Dunseno's view, they were just staying there and not afraid of death. Omega Squadron is one of the few Imperial armies that still has a large number of transformed soldiers. They are dead soldiers who can be sacrificed at any time. The sources of the soldiers in Omega Squadron are also extremely complicated. Before accepting socialization, they may have been death row prisoners, members of anti-imperial organizations, or prisoners arrested and imprisoned for other crimes. In short, they are all hopeless scums, and it is not a pity to die. As far as Dunseno knows, there are also a large number of old Federation nobles and their vassals and supporters who have been transformed into resocialized soldiers. Emperor Augustus himself overthrew the old Federation regime and ascended to the throne. He has never been lenient to the remnants of the old Federation and anti-imperial element. Lieutenant Colonel, these Zerg should be the elite nest guards of the Nightmare Hive. Among them are a large number of killer Hydralisks and Devourer Zerglings. I suspect that there may be unclean scorpion worms lurking underground. A blood-red Zergling caught Dunseno's attention. It was undoubtedly an elite among them, stronger and smarter than all its kind. A devouring one, a cunning and greedy carnivore. Its solid armor is even more difficult to deal with than a cockroach. The devouring one roared and pounced, followed by more Zerglings, like its servants. The appearance of elite Zerg-like devourers and slayers here means that the Zerg on Tiberius are at least descendants of the first generation of the overlords. They are very powerful, but the resources and time required to hatch are much longer. The Nightmare Swarm is also an old enemy of the Tyranids. They were the culprits that forced the Protoss to destroy the planet Chatsera. This strange swarm has brought destruction to many Tyranid empires and Terran Protoss worlds. Just like a real nightmare, humans and Protoss hate them. Obviously, since there are a large number of elite individuals, it means that the main nest of the Nightmare Hive is likely to be nearby. Generally speaking, their brain worms should be too. We should call for a fusion strike. Dennison stared at the Zerg. If we can't defend this place, we will die with them. It really feels like a dream. Lipinen was so excited that he didn't sleep much in the past 2 days. After winning the championship, he repeatedly tasted the competition and almost died. Chapter 659 Artemis, take them away. General, Tiberius Fortress number 47 and number 56 have fallen. The Zerg have blocked the sky. They can't withdraw. Fortress number 12 has also been lost. Now there are less than 20 fortresses still holding on. The other legions have also been dispersed by the Zerg. The enemy is dividing and dismembering our army. Damn it, there are too many Zerg. We can't kill them all. On the flagship of Imperial Marshal Horace Warfield, the Iron Justice, officers and staff in neat uniforms were circling around the star chart table in front of the bridge. The severe situation and the continuous bad news made these veteran officers dry their mouths and look solemn. Not only on the ground battlefield of Tiberius, but also in space, there was a stalemate. One after another, the majestic steel warships were pouring barrage firepower on the countless Zerg flying creatures that were like evil spirits, and the dazzling lasers lit up the dark universe moment by moment. The number of warships in this Tyranid Empire fleet is quite large. At a glance, it is full of large ships such as battle cruisers, Valkyrie frigates, Liberator frigates, Hercules transport ships and scientific ships, which can be called a huge momentum. As the flagship of the Warfield fleet, Iron Justice is the first to bear the brunt. It is surrounded by swarms of Zerg, which sting the rising green shield force field like a group of hornets. From time to time, Zerg are burnt to ashes by the roaring laser cannon group. The many Imperial battleships on both sides of Iron Justice approach the flagship, while trying to get rid of the entangled dragons, corrupted flying insects, and flying snakes as much as possible. The ship's guns whistled, and the lights flashed. Iron Justice is a meritorious warship of the same era as Hyperion. Its original performance has gradually fallen behind the times, but after many transformations and upgrades, it has reached the level of Minotaur-class battle cruisers. To this day, Iron Justice is still the flagship of Horace Warfield. At this moment, Warfield, whose face was already wrinkled, and his beard was graying, just stared calmly at the three-dimensional tactical map in front of him, which was projected in real time by the holographic image. The radar and supercomputer had uploaded the scan results to the main console of the star map, and now anyone could see what the red triangles, which far outnumbered the green dots, meant. They were already trapped in the vast sea of the Zerg, and Warfield and his fleet were like a drowning man, endless and ruthless. But they couldn't give up Tiberius and warp away. This system was insignificant in strategic significance, but it became a key gateway to the Terran Empire when the Zerg invaded from the northeastern Kaprulu sector. All the generals in the Imperial High Command suddenly realized that, if Tiberius was lost, tens of billions of Zerg could march straight in and take Korhal. But if they defended the Tiberius system, the fleet might be surrounded and annihilated there. Just the number of battleships. This fleet has more than 200 ships. More than 1/3 of the Empire's warships are here, and the cost of losing such a large fleet is unbearable even for the Terran Empire. By now, the intention of the second generation of Mind has become obvious. It is besieging the Warfield fleet in Tiberius to force other fleets of the Terran Empire to come to the rescue, and then destroy the Imperial fleets that come to reinforce one by one. If Warfield abandons Tiberius, the Overmind will go straight to Korhal and take down August Grid. In any case, Tiberius cannot be lost, but Warfield cannot sit idly by and watch the entire fleet be ruined here. Send the airborne drop pod. Warfield's voice overwhelmed everyone for a moment. Call Gorgon to support the battlefield. We must defend this planet and never let it fall into the hands of the Zerg. If Tiberius is transformed into a hive world, the Terran Empire will have trouble sleeping and eating in the future. General, the number of Zerg on Tiberius far exceeds ours. I'm afraid that sending more troops will be useless. A staff officer said. Do you want me to watch all those soldiers on the ground die in Tiberius? When Warfield spoke, everyone could see the veins on his forehead. There were still more than 2 million people and more than 100 Imperial Marine divisions on the surface of Tiberius. But if he continued to send more landing troops, it would only be a tactic of adding fuel to the fire without any hope, unless Warfield firmly believed that he could win. There was no way around it. In such a war, human lives had to be sacrificed. Military orders were like mountains. Warfield was a veteran general in the Imperial Army and the first admiral after Emperor Augustus ascended the throne. Even if he hesitated, his orders were immediately and meticulously executed. Where are the other fleets now? Warfield asked again. From the holographic star map, we can see that the green light dot representing our side is surrounded by dense red light dots in the center. The flashing icons show that the front of the Warfield fleet is the famous Leviathan Hive, Jumunganda Hive and Sky Brood. Only the Sky Brood is a newly emerged large-scale hive. Its swarm is composed entirely of Zerg flying creatures and has a large number of Zerg Leviathans. It seems to be specially created to deal with the fleets of humans and Protoss. The ruler of the Sky Brood is still unknown, but it should be an old-fashioned brainworm or a powerful first-generation nameless brainworm, because the second-generation Zerg has never had a precedent of letting the Queen lead a large Zerg swarm. Outside the Zerg swarm encirclement is the Imperial fleet coming from all directions, including the fleets of Edmund Duke, Jim Raynor, Matt Horner, Mirahan and Alexei Stukov, as well as a dozen medium-sized fleets. However, these fleets were also chased and blocked by the Zerg on the way, and it was difficult to reach the Tiberius system. The Terran Empire has made up its mind to fight a decisive battle with the Zerg, and the Zerg have also sent out their main forces. From this posture, it can be seen that the Overmind is ready to go to war with the Terran Empire and the Protoss, and to defeat Korhal and Shakiris in one go. The Imperial Command also responded quickly. Augustus ordered to mobilize heavy troops in Tiberius and assemble all the Imperial allies to counter-encircle the main force of the Zerg. Because the Overmind not only did not expect that the Purifiers had become the new ally of the Terran Empire, but also did not even know their existence. And Warfield's task is to firmly attract the main force of the Zerg until the main forces of the Terran Empire, the Protoss and the Purifiers Protoss arrive to join forces, to encircle and annihilate the Zerg in Tiberius. This is a risky move. Warfield is under tremendous pressure, and only he can be entrusted with such an important task by the Emperor. The fleets closest to Tiberius now are those of General Duke and General Raynor, and General Duke's Alpha Squadron is only 7 light years away from Tiberius. They will arrive after the next jump, Vice Admiral Gall said. Too slow. Warfield knew that they could not hold on for much longer, as the Belog and Grunzerg appeared in the Tiberius system. Speaking of which, the fastest one was Duke, the venomous snake. Duke was savage and brutal, and had few friends in the Terran Empire Navy. Such people would never play tricks behind your back to deal with you, but would always put on an arrogant face. Although Duke was not very likable, the reason why he stood out among the generals of the Terran Empire was entirely because he had always wanted to be a general with high power, rather than a powerful minister who turned the government upside down. In front of the Emperor, Duke clearly understood his position, and knew to whom he should bow his proud head. This vicious snake seemed to have no idea what fear was. As long as the Emperor gave the order, he would lead his fleet to charge at the Overmind. Warfield could already imagine Duke's smug face when he arrived at Tiberius first. But there is no news from the Protoss yet. Vice Admiral Gall said at this time, we can't deal with so many Zerg alone. As soon as the voice fell, the vanguard of the Shyamid Zerg swarm had appeared in the Tiberius system. This is the largest and most powerful nest known so far. The master worm of the swarm, Dagos, can be said to be the steward under the command of 2 Overminds. The Protoss Deram always keeps his word. Warfield waved his hand and said, there is nothing to worry about. A level 10 Zerg flying creature has been detected. General, it's Leviathan. Suddenly, a huge space-time channel appeared in front of the Iron Justice, and an unparalleled giant beast appeared in the vortex with a cold blue-black light. This Leviathan was much larger than its peers. Even the Iron Justice looked dwarfed in front of it. Only the new Gorgon was slightly bigger. A Queen Leviathan. Warfield immediately ordered, shoot it down. Following Warfield's order, several Imperial battle cruisers, including the Iron Justice, aimed their guns at the behemoth and fired. The Queen Leviathan's body covered with a solid chitin shell suddenly flashed. After a bright flash, the Yamato guns of the 3 Minotaur battle cruisers opened fire at the same time, and a dense fire immediately flashed on the huge body of the Leviathan. But after that, more than a dozen hyperspace channels emerged at the same time, and more Leviathans appeared. Judging from the grey flashing shells of these Zerg Leviathans, they were the Leviathans of the Skyhive. Since the first appearance in human vision, the Skyhive has been the master of the sky. Each Leviathan is equivalent to the flagship of the Zerg fleet. They can not only carry huge Zerg warriors, but are also terrible biological warships. Unsurprisingly, this was definitely the main force of the Zerg. The situation immediately became more unfavorable. A Minotaur-class battlecruiser found itself sandwiched between 2 Leviathans. By the time the captain reacted, it was already too late. Get out of there. Vice Admiral Gall punched the star chart table, but it was of no use. A horrifying scene happened in an instant. A large amount of dense green fluorescence emerged from the bodies of the 2 Leviathans, and heavily bombarded the shield force field of the battlecruiser. It was an organic anti-aircraft projectile called the Bile Swarm, a powerful biological missile. If there were explosive mosquitoes mixed in it, it would be fatal to any human warship. In just a dozen seconds, the shield of this Minotaur-class battlecruiser was already in danger. Then, the Leviathan stretched out multiple huge hollow tentacles and even pierced the shield and armor of the battlecruiser directly. A large number of Zerg were madly pouring into the battleship through the tentacles that penetrated the armor. By the time the other Imperial warships arrived, the Minotaur-class battlecruiser had been grabbed and dragged away by a Leviathan with its tentacles, and the entire warship shrank like a tin can that had been stepped on. In terms of both size and destructive power, Leviathans are far superior to battlecruisers. Often, multiple battlecruisers must be assembled to kill a ferocious Leviathan monster, and in most cases, they can only severely damage it. When these terrifying monsters came fiercely, the Imperial captains could only bite the bullet and go forward. About to make contact with the enemy ship, an alarm sounded from the Iron Justice. As if receiving some order, countless dragons and corrupted flying insects roared out of the vesicles in the Leviathan's body, like large patches of black clouds. At the same time, more Imperial battlecruisers had arrived, and a tragic battle was about to break out. Iron Justice almost met the huge Queen Leviathan head-on, with shields open and gunfire roaring. Every minute and every second, a large number of Zerg died under the fierce firepower of the Imperial fleet, but this number was completely insignificant to the Zerg. On the contrary, as long as a human lost a warship, it would be heartbroken. Warfield realized that the Overmind had made up his mind to annihilate his fleet here. However, this may also mean that a large number of coalition fleets have begun to surround the Tiberius system to arouse the surrounding Zerg, forcing them to first eliminate Warfield's fleet inside. At this critical moment, Iron Justice suddenly received an unexpected message. A Protoss Templar in shining platinum armor appeared on the main screen of the bridge of Iron Justice, and behind him was the broad and bright bridge of the Protoss mothership airshield. Human Commander, I'm Executor Artenis. The Golden Fleet has arrived. His gentle voice was like a spring breeze. Oh, salutations to you, old General Horace Warfield. Entaro are done. Executor Artenis, you've come at the right time. Warfield's eyebrows twitched. The first to arrive was the Protoss. Today, we will definitely defeat the Zerg here again, and avenge our previous defeat. Artenis said. General, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we just received a report that Tiberius is about to fall. General Gall said at this time. Deploy transport ships and let the wounded go first. Warfield said immediately. With the Protoss joining the battlefield, even if Tiberius is temporarily lost, it can be recaptured. More than half of the fleet's transport ships have been shot down by the Zerg, and now there are simply not enough. General Gall frowned and said, I think we can help you evacuate the wounded on the surface, to repay your kindness in the Battle of Aya. Artenis said, Silandis, order Admiral Yerlan to prepare the shuttle and the warp prism. I have summoned a group of brave Templars to join this glorious war. Thank you for your help, Executor. Warfield said. Artenis, take them away. Chapter 660, Encirclement and Counter-Encirclement. Starboard alert, Leviathan spotted 40 degrees ahead. Turn left 20 degrees. Broadside salvo. We've been hit. The midship deck has been penetrated. This is the night of Terrada. We've been hit hard. Hard hit. Abandon ship. Abandon ship. We are going to crash. We move to area M7A. All gun crews fire forward. Breakthrough. Air. Main gun charge. Fire. 2 Leviathans. Then shoot both. Clear this area. Leave no one alive. The commands and shouts of the captains of the ships in the Terran Empire fleet channel of the Tiberius system came one after another. The bright artillery fire cut through the darkness, emitting dazzling bright orange and red light, and hundreds of huge cannons roared at the same time, brighter than white stars. The war had already entered a truly cruel and white-hot state. The mighty swarm of insects spread across the entire galaxy, so huge that it even obscured the brilliance of the stars. Fierce battles were taking place everywhere, and the huge wreckage of the Imperial warships and Zerg biomass warships was scattered all over the galaxy. Another Zerg fleet. They are going to defeat us head on. These bastards don't take us seriously. On the bridge of the Iron Justice, Vice Admiral Gall stared at the holographic display with an ugly expression, his face illuminated by the jumping numbers and the strong flashes that occasionally flashed through the portholes. The Overmind has lost its patience and is ready to swallow us all in one gulp. Admiral Horace Warfield scanned the shocking numbers on the screen indicating the number of Zerg. Our flanks are exposed to the Sky Hive and Kukulkan Hive. Order all fleets to assemble immediately on the flagship Iron Justice. Shrink the front line and establish a defense line. Just at this moment, as a flash of light suddenly illuminated the bridge, a bright column of fire rose from the huge hull of the Hesper. The shock wave of the ammunition explosion killed countless Zerg clinging to the battleship's armor and dismembered the entire hull. Suddenly, the Hesper was engulfed in a horrible sea of fire. The scorching flames swept through every part of the ship and every cabin, burning everything along the way to ashes. After the last violent explosion, the shattered wreckage of the warship finally stopped moving, as if it had finally breathed its last. Dozens of lifeboats that flew out of the Hesper were quickly destroyed one by the surrounding dragons. In the blink of an eye, thousands of Imperial Navy soldiers disappeared and fell into the purgatory of iron and fire. Another majestic Minotaur-class battlecruiser was dismembered by the strong acid spewed by many corrupted flying insects right under the eyes of Warfield and Gaul. The hull was scarred and covered with wounds, and even the exposed pipes under the side armor could be seen. Countless dragons were pouring into the hull from the holes, corroded by the acid, and the hull was occasionally detached from the main body. Several other Imperial battlecruisers desperately tried to get close to the friendly ships, but they could not protect themselves in the face of a large number of Zergs surrounding them. Everyone could see that the Imperial fleet had been exhausted after fighting for many days, and new Zerg troops were arriving every moment. The situation was very unfavorable to Warfield and his fleet, but this was expected. The fleet's generals already knew the fate they were facing, and in order to firmly attract the Zerg in the Tiberius system, everyone was ready to sacrifice for the Empire. Our mission is to hold Tiberius until the combined fleet encircles and annihilates the Zerg. Warfield's expression was as hard as steel, no matter what the cost. Prince Augustus Mengsk was right. They put one hand into the lion's mouth, so that they could pick up a sharp axe with the hand behind their backs and split its head. The so-called heroic self-sacrifice is nothing more than this. A few hours ago, Horace Warfield's Terran Empire fleet was surrounded by multiple large Zerg nests in the Tiberius system, and could be swallowed up by the endless Zerg swarm at any time. Suddenly, with the sudden appearance of the warp signals of a large number of human and Protoss warships, tens of billions or even more Zerg troops were blocked in the Tiberius system by the subsequent arrival of the Terran Empire. The Dalam Protoss and the Purifier fleet, facing the dilemma of being surrounded and annihilated. The Overmind and the Zerg Lords soon realized that the ambitious Terran Empire Emperor was just using the huge Terran Empire fleet in Tiberius as bait, and they were just the fish on the hook. Not only did the Dalam Protoss of Shakuras come out in full force and the army was approaching, but the appearance of another Protoss fleet completely disrupted their deployment. If things go wrong, most of the main forces of the Zerg swarm may be lost in Tiberius. For a moment, the Zerg that was about to be trapped in the Tiberius system was like an enraged swarm of bees, rushing around, intending to concentrate its strength to defeat any of the three coalition forces before more enemy fleets arrived, and turn the tide of the war before the situation got worse. The Warfield fleet, which was in the vast sea of Zerg, was the first to bear the brunt, and had to face the anger of the Zerg. It turned out that the Overmind only surrounded the Warfield fleet of the Terran Empire in the Tiberius system without attacking it, in order to attract more sources of the Empire fleet, so that they could defeat them one by one. Who knew that this was a trap, and the fisherman was caught? At this moment, the angry Overmind no longer had the need to keep the Warfield fleet. Like a series of heavy punches, large numbers of Zerg fleets entered the Tiberius system, and they wanted to cut the Gordian knot and directly deal with the Terran Empire fleet inside it, before turning to deal with the enemies outside. Fortunately, Warfield's fleet is not isolated and helpless now. As many as 12 large swarms rushed towards the Tiberius system. Even if Warfield's fleet could survive the first round of attacks, it would be completely destroyed. However, a golden fleet led by Artanas arrived at this time. This was the earliest fleet to set out from Shakuras, and it traveled day and night, with Tiberius as its initial destination. Just as Warfield's fleet was shrinking its front and retreating step by step, the Darum mothership AL Shield opened a hyperspace channel directly to the Tiberius system, and a large number of Protoss aircraft carriers, Phoenix fighters, Void Rays and Storm warships rode directly on the face of the Leviathan swarm. The moment the layers of golden and blue ship shadows appeared, the Zerg lords inside the Tiberius system were even startled. Artemis flagship AL shield appeared under the dazzling energy dome like a supernova, and a series of blue flashes passed through a Leviathan that was seriously injured by multiple Gorgon battle cruisers and splashed out from the inside. The terrible desolate beast was immediately torn apart, and the layers of ribs under its skin were exposed to the hot and shining prismatic rays of the void ray. It was dismembered and disemboweled by hundreds of deep blue rays. This was a true feud. The Dalam Protoss would naturally not be polite to the Zerg. The moment they appeared, the Golden Fleet opened fire. As the superheated particles of the storm battleships rushed through the Tiberius system, countless aircraft carriers and gorgeous Phoenix fighters roared and pounced on the hastily responding Zerg troops. Now, the situation has reversed. The flagship of the Terran Empire's 8th Fleet, the Hyperion. The magnificent bow of the Hyperion jumped out of the hyperspace channel and jumped out of the blue arc of light, followed by a large number of Terran Empire battle cruisers. These warships were all newly built Minotaur and Gorgon class battle cruisers, and every piece of armor and screw came from the foundry in the core world of the Empire. During the period when the Augustus shipyard was operating at full capacity, an average of 10 Minotaur class battle cruisers and 1 Gorgon sailed out of the dock every week. Admiral Matt Horner leaned on the star chart table with one hand, which showed that the Tiberius system was already in sight. At the same time, Alexei Stukov's Char Empire fleet was also several light years away from Horner's fleet in another direction. Stukov's Char fleet was a powerful imperial fleet. Some of its soldiers were former UED soldiers, and the rest were elite soldiers who had been fighting the Zerg in the harsh environment of Char for several years. In order to deal with the virus infection of the Zerg swarm of Charkaris, the equipment of the Char fleet soldiers also added more protective equipment, special medical soldiers and medical support ships. Any Imperial army would feel more at ease if they heard that the Char fleet was their friendly army. In the other direction was the fleet of Purifier Executive Karl Anelian. In comparison, he brought more than just a fleet, but the Purifier mothership Sybaris and all the Purifier Protoss on it, which were the main force of this encirclement operation. Thinking of this, Matt couldn't help but admire Emperor Augustus's military strategy. The Tiberius system is just ahead. Let's do it. I can't wait. At this moment, inside the bridge of the Hyperion, there was a brainworm the size of a small dog jumping around and shouting, "Today I will punch the Overlord. Kick Archbishop Durham." This brainworm was the Royal Brainworm Alpha, which was favored by Emperor Augustus and Queen Sarah. Matt heard that it had undergone a secret experiment. Not only was it stronger than before, but it also had a facelift and became greener. When Matt brought this brainworm out of August Grid, he also found that it was smaller than before, and its body length was even less than 4 feet. However, although the royal brainworm no longer looked bloated, it looked more and more like a cabbage worm with keratin. Emperor Augustus affectionately called it the evolution from a green caterpillar to an iron pupa. Alpha seemed complacent and quite satisfied with the current situation. Concentration is the essence. Our mission is not to rush up and fight these alien insects. That is what other fleets have to do. Matt was helpless with this brainworm. To be honest, Matt didn't want to bring this brainworm here, but it seemed to be a little swollen recently, and he didn't know why he angered Emperor Augustus, so he had to sneak out to seek refuge. In the final analysis, this brainworm is just a naughty child with amazing intelligence. Drive Nerad, Stetman told me that the Zelniger artifact has been assembled. I want to know if it can now start the Nova Strike at maximum power as you said. Matt turned around and looked at Dr. Remel Nerad who was walking towards him. More than 4 years have passed since Emperor Augustus ascended the throne in Korhal, and it is obvious that Dr. Nerad has become much older. This is of course, in order to live up to the trust of the Emperor, Dr. Nerad not only has to complete the experiments of various Zelniger reverse engineering, but also has to prepare for the repair of the Zelniger world ship. Under such high intensity work pressure, I'm afraid that the hair will be pulled out bald. To be fair, Matt still respects Nerad, a great man who selflessly dedicates himself to the Empire. Although Emperor Augustus personally wrote to Dr. Nerad every time to ask him to take care of his health, he became more and more worried every time, worthy of being a model worker of the Empire. General Horner, don't worry, everything is ready. When Nerad said this, a holographic screen suddenly popped up on the bridge of Hyperion. The screen showed the scene inside the laboratory of Hyperion. The assembled Xel'Naga artifact was placed in the center of the laboratory. From a distance, 4 huge cryogenic tubes were connected to the Xel'Naga artifact. What surprised Matt was that in addition to the 3 brainworms in the cryogenic tube, there was also a Tal'Darim ascendant. It is said that he was a high-level ascendant in the top 4 of the Tal'Darim ascendant chain. Obviously, it was used to power the Xel'Naga artifact. A different look flashed in Nered's eyes. This time, the Xel'Naga artifact swept through the Zerg swarm and must have gathered enough power to revive his master. The day when he returns to the universe is approaching. Augustus thought he was the one who was waiting for the mantis to catch the cicada, but the real winner was Nered. Oh, he has won too much. So it's your doing, you bastard. You are really evil. Seeing this terrible scene, the arrogant face of the brainworm Alpha became stiff at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene was too horrifying for a young brainworm. Nered looked at the brainworm in silence for a while, and was so angry that he couldn't speak. He almost said that he would put you in the next one. Matt's face turned black, and he took out a box of beautifully packaged sweet chocolates from his pocket and handed it to the brainworm, trying to shut its mouth. Put it away, we are all brothers. Although the brainworm said this, it swallowed the box in one gulp, without any courtesy. It swallowed it whole, and it didn't even taste anything, so it licked its face and asked Matt, "Are there any more?" "No more." Matt waved his hand and said to Nered, "Doctor, once we arrive at the predetermined location, you will immediately activate the Xel'Naga artifact and use the maximum power of the Nova Strike to kill all the nearby Zerg." "Of course, General," Nered said. "Then what should I do?" The brainworm raised its own question. "I'm also an alien Zerg. This part is not in the plan. I have to ask." Dr. Nered was stunned, as if he had never thought about this matter at all. "No one told me that you would follow." "Dear Dr. Nered, I admit that my voice may have been a little loud before." The voice of the brainworm Alpha obviously became smaller. "Forgive me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 661, Dog Emperor, you are scheming against me again. A few minutes later. Suppose we have a beam of light that is fast enough to illuminate the universe, and the brightness of this light is enough to blind all eyes. Then, when dealing with all races with eyes in the universe, this beam of light is an invincible weapon. Dr. Emil Nered has a distinctive and easily recognizable face. The iconic walrus beard and the tuft of mustache on his chin reveal the arrogance of the old nobility from top to bottom. Even though he is humble and polite to others, deep down in his heart, he never takes anyone seriously. This is a good metaphor. In the laboratory of the Hyperion, Egon Stetmann was communicating with the bridge through the communication terminal, and behind him was the triangular prism artifact shining with copper blue light. The Nova Strike of the Xel'Naga artifact is the beam of light that can illuminate the universe, but except for the Zerg, none of us can see it. In short, we are lucky, because we are all blind. While Stetmann was watching this side, many Imperial experimenters in white coats were coming and going in the Hyperion laboratory. Unfortunately, the Nova Strike cannot cover the entire universe, otherwise we can just move our fingers to clear all the Zerg with one click. It must feel great. As long as there is enough energy supply, the Nova Strike of the artifact can kill all the Zerg in the Tiberius system. Although his hair and beard are all white, Nered is still energetic and sharp-eyed, and he doesn't look like an old man in his twilight years at all. Hearing this, Matt Horner couldn't help but nod slightly, but before he could say anything else, he heard a wailing behind Stetmann. "I won't dare to do it again. Xiomar, save me, save me, save me." At some point, the royal brainworm that was still alive and kicking in the bridge had been carried into the laboratory and stuffed into a huge glass cryogenic tube like the 3 brainworms that powered the Xel'Naga artifact. Several engineers holding laser welding guns were welding the glass cover firmly to the base with alloy steel. The terrified green brainworm was constantly hitting the heavy glass cryogenic tube with its head, making a loud bang. The other brainworms were in a dormant state because of the injection of a large amount of mental drugs, soaking in the cold green nutrient solution. Powering the Xel'Naga artifact is no joke. Once this thing is running, it can drain a person's entire body. The last time it was so ecstatic that it almost collapsed. It didn't want to go back to the state of being drained and powerless. For a Zerg, this is the safest place right now. A cunning look flashed in Nered's eyes. I'm very sure that the Nova impact will never affect the energy supply facilities. You are simply not a human. Although Alpha's body surface has become quite tough, after being transformed into a primitive Zerg, it is still unable to break through the specially modified glass cryogenic tube. Finally, it can only collapse to the ground powerlessly. Nered, one day I will stuff you in. It's not me who wants to lock you up. Nered finally understood why Emperor Augustus liked to persecute this brainworm so much. It's true that the only thing that is hardest in the body is his mouth. Little Pony Alpha still didn't give up, but pretended to be pitiful. You must help me. For some reason, Matt immediately thought of his Fian Camarahan when he heard this familiar tone. He was immediately horrified, and his face changed. Emperor Augustus has ordered, since the royal brainworm Alpha has eaten so much rice from the palace, now is the time for you to shine for the Empire. When did I eat his rice? Ah, the dog emperor is plotting against me again. I will never forgive you. The brainworm sobbed, and his face was as hen. This is too vengeful. Already. On the other side, Dr. Stetman was checking with satisfaction whether the cryogenic tube where Alpha was placed was welded. Alpha, I can only ask you to stay here for a while. Don't worry, the pain will only last for a moment. Oh, because I will faint in a moment. Alpha said coldly, so you just want to fatten the pig and then slaughter it? Dog Emperor, is this also your plan? Don't worry, the Xel'Naga artifact only extracts a part of your psychic power, and it won't endanger your life. Stedman made an analogy. It's just equivalent to a blood draw. It's not a wise choice to exhaust all the fish in the pond. Alpha said, you know how to raise pigs. Well, how do you feel in there now? Egan Stetman knocked on the glass cryogenic tube and said, feeling good. Alpha said, the pig thought so before being served. So it's always been so dramatic? Matt Horner, who was always known for his seriousness and meticulousness, suddenly said this. It looks like this. Nered shrugged his shoulders. General, a large number of warp signals have been detected. It's the Zerg. At this time, Matt's adjutant Porter suddenly reported. The flashing light spots on the star map suddenly jumped like snowflakes, and a large number of Zerg leviathans and behemoths appeared on the radar-scanned map of the Hyperion. This starry sky is located in a desolate area between two star systems. It is cold and dark. Large numbers of Zerg behemoths and ferocious Zerg are rushing towards the Terran Empire steel fleet lined up in a row. The Sharmut Zerg is one of the oldest hives. Its fleet contains not only new strains of corrupted flying insects, flying snakes and hide lords, but also Zerg guardians and devourers from the old Overlord period. At the same time, the numerous behemoths are also the key to sending billions of Sharmut Zerg hive warriors to the surface. It's the Sharmut Zerg, the Overlord's guardians, the absolute main force. Matt immediately saw which Zerg hive force came. After all, the iconic bright red carapace of the Sharmut Zerg is so easy to identify. It's just that, as soon as they detected our warp signal, they couldn't wait to annihilate us here. Adjutant Porter said, is the Overlord worried that we will join up with other Protoss fleets? That must be the last thing the Overlord wants to see. Matt nodded. Once the coalition fleet encircles most of the Zerg fleet in the Tiberius system, the Zerg will inevitably suffer a heavy blow. Even if the hatchery can be used to mass produce Zerg warriors, each Zerg is not created out of thin air. If the main force is lost in Tiberius, the severely damaged Zerg may not be able to launch a large-scale offensive for another year or two. All warships listen to my instructions and prepare to meet the enemy. Matt immediately ordered in the fleet channel. Matt's fleet has more than 100 battle cruisers, all of which are new Minotaur and Gorgon class warships. The only problem is that most of the crew members on them are recruits, lacking the experience and necessary psychological qualities to participate in large-scale wars. When they were at the Imperial Naval Academy, the reserve naval officers used holographic simulation equipment to simulate battlefields and rehearse tactics. But even if they have practiced countless times in the rear, it is completely different when they are on the real battlefield. Following Matt's order, the Terran Empire fleet took the lead in launching the attack. The missile bays loaded on the battle cruisers launched the first round of attacks, and dense missile clusters were ejected from under the battleships. Immediately afterwards, the various artillery groups of the Imperial fleet also opened fire at full power, one wave after another, and fired at the Zerg fleet at high speed. In the face of the destructive, storm-like firepower of the Imperial fleet, the Zerg at the forefront suffered a heavy blow, and blood and flesh flew everywhere for a while. But for the huge Zerg fleet, this casualty was insignificant. Just like the overwhelming swarm of bats flying out of the cave at dusk, countless dragons and broodlords flew out of the vesicles on the surface of Leviathan and Behemoth. The most terrifying thing is that as the mothership of the Zerg, Leviathan itself can also hatch a large number of Zerg creatures, which means that they are the main nests of the Zerg in motion. A particularly large Queen-class Leviathan is at the forefront of the Zerg fleet, and thus bears the main firepower of several Imperial battle cruisers. After the dazzling flash of more than 10 Yamato main guns, the surface of the Leviathan immediately appeared with multiple red flames, bringing up countless broken shells and blood. But it only made this incomparable behemoth utter a whine. It was too big, and it was really imposing, when it sailed towards its own fleet, as if no one could stop it. Under Matt's order, about 1/3 of the Empire's main battleships gathered to form a central route to meet the aggressive Zerg fleet, and the other Empire warships occupied the advantageous firepower points on both wings and poured firepower on the attacking Zerg. This was a head-on battle between the strong, and the first contact between the two sides was bloody and tragic. Warships bombarded each other, fighter planes roared, and this nameless land that was not even marked on the navigation map immediately turned into a cruel purgatory. Just 10 minutes after the battle began, an Imperial warship was torn apart by the chasing mutalisks and corrupted flies. But the next moment, the Imperial fleet led by 4 Gorgon battlecruisers severely damaged a Leviathan, causing it to fly everywhere. Matt Horner's flagship Hyperion was also surrounded by the swarm of insects. The raised shield field was full of flying mutalisks, and the roaring gun group's firepower rotated and locked onto the densely packed targets. This terrifying scene made people's scalps numb. Even in this situation, although this was a newly formed Imperial fleet, its internal radio channel was still in order, and the entire fleet was filled with the belief that it must win. At this time, in the Hyperion laboratory, Stedman's assistant Isabella Euling took out a control panel. The Zellniger artifact is ready and can be activated at any time. Don't worry, it's not the time to activate the Nova Strike yet. Matt waved his hand, signaling Isabella to stay calm. This was an Imperial admiral who already had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. 2 years ago, he would have urged the commander to release the artifact's Nova Strike every few minutes. Activating the artifact now would only alert the enemy. Narad thought that every time a Nova Strike purified a brain worm, he could absorb more energy for resurrecting Ammon. How could he allow a small researcher to disrupt his plan to release the Nova Strike? It must be in the center of the Tiberius system, where the worm swarm is dense. Narad's calculations were very clear. Everything he did on the surface seemed to be serving the Empire, but in fact, it was all for Ammon's plan to return to the universe. It was ridiculous that Emperor Augustus was still kept in the dark and had no idea. Well, where are Stukov and the Purifier Protoss? They should be here now. Matt nodded, looked down at his watch, and then looked at his adjutant. They are always on time. A minute later, Vice Admiral Alexei Stukov's flagship, the Intrepid Highland, appeared a few astronomical units away from the Hyperion. It was a battle-hardened Minotaur-class battlecruiser, with an iron grey paint job and a huge golden eagle logo that showed its unparalleled power. At the moment, when the flagship completed the jump, more Imperial battlecruisers appeared in the starfield. Stukov's fleet had less than 80 Behemoth-class and Minotaur-class battlecruisers, and no newer Gorgons, but it was a large fleet that ranked quite high in the Empire. This was an elite division honed in a place of death like Char. Only the bravest Imperial warriors dared to join the Char fleet, because they had to be vigilant against the terrible Zerg on Char at all times. The most puzzling thing was that Emperor Augustus actually handed over such an important fleet to a former UED expeditionary general, but he always trusted people when he employed them, and never employed them if he doubted them. Once it arrived, Stukov's fleet launched a fierce attack from the flank of the Shahmad-Zerg fleet, and a large number of Valkyrie frigates and rocket clusters severely suppressed the swarms of mutalisks. 10 minutes later, the Purifier mothership Cerberus also appeared on the other side of the Shahmad-Zerg. In a blink of an eye, the Shahmad-Zerg fleet that was attacking Matt Horner's fleet was surrounded by 3 fleets. Storm warships. Matt noticed that the new warships of the Dalam Protoss appeared in the Purifier fleet, and it was completely obvious that they were built by the Purifiers themselves. Although there were only a few dozen, when these Purifier storm warships opened fire, the high-energy charged particles with extreme explosive power were the first to make a sound, and the momentum was terrifying. This also shows that the Purifier's ability to develop and build warships is quite amazing. It seems that, in order to gain the support of the Purifiers, Dalam Archbishop Tassiter paid a lot of price. Matt said he actually handed over the construction technology of the storm warships to the Purifiers. This is because he is confident that the Purifiers will not easily go to war with him again. Tassiter is simply saying that I treat you as my brother instead of an enemy. Chapter 662, Beating the Little Lord. As soon as Alexei Stukov's Imperial Char fleet and Purifier Executive Karl Anilian's fleet arrived, Admiral Matt Horner was convinced that both the balance of power and the enemy's position were in his favor, so he ordered his fleets to retreat in turn in order to lure the Shahmad-Zerg fleet in front to go deeper. At the same time, Stukov's Char fleet was approaching at high speed from the left side of the Shahmad-Zerg, with its guns paving the way and the artillery roaring. In the other direction, countless Purifier fighters were roaring out from the warship Cerberus, which had jumped in. The pincers were about to close. Without any advanced tactical drills and battle plans, the arrival of the Purifier fleet at this time was not even expected by the Empire, but the commanders of both sides accurately judged the situation in a very short time and decisively ordered the fleet to start the attack immediately. One-sidedly speaking, the Terran Empire and the Purifier fleet, which had come here after a long journey, were not only quite exhausted, but also probably not ready for the battle. The Shahmad-Zerg waiting here could be said to be waiting for them to tire themselves out, but this did not give them much advantage. The battlefield situation was reversed in an instant. Even the insidious and experienced Zerg Lord Dagos, who was far behind commanding the Shahmad-Zerg fleet, was still confused when he saw the Purifier fleet appear. With the Zerg's natural keen perception of psychic creatures, Dagos did not feel any signs of essence and biomass from this Protoss fleet. It was as if the people driving these warships were just a group of dead people. Which lost world forgotten by the Protoss Empire did this group of Protoss come from? Then, Kel-morian's Purifier fleet brought a little mechanical Protoss-style shock to the Shahmad-Zerg. New warp signals continued to emerge from the vicinity of the Cerberus. One after another, huge streamlined Purifier aircraft carriers sailed out of the hyperspace channel, and the terrifying shadows of the ships occupied the vast starry sky. Although there was still a lack of support from the mothership, the number of aircraft carriers in the Purifier fleet reached an astonishing 400. For a capital ship of this level, this number could smash the enemy to death. Like thunder, a large number of unmanned carrier-based aircraft, attack aircraft, and reconnaissance aircraft driven by the personalities of the Legion warriors attacked the right wing of the Shahmad-Zerg fleet like huge waves in the ocean. This terrifying number was even more terrifying than the Zerg, that was used to winning by numbers. This made the Imperial Navy officers present suspect that the Purifier Protoss was actually another form of Zerg. The huge forge and repair workshop, Purifier Repair Bay, on the Purifier mothership Cerberus was originally prepared for launching a large-scale interstellar war. In other words, fighting was their specialty. For a time, a large number of Purifier fighters and Shahmad swarms approached and fought. On the scale of the interstellar space battlefield, it was like two people holding pistols shooting at each other at a distance of less than 50 yards. The most terrifying thing about the Zerg is that for the victory of the race, they will never care about the sacrifice of individuals. All Zerg individuals are just extensions of the will of the main nest. But the Purifier Protoss are also not afraid of any sacrifice. Even if the carrier carrying the heroic personality of the Purifier is destroyed, they can immediately be reborn again by uploading to another carrier. The moment the two sides started fighting, it was really a desperate fight without fear of cost. In less than a few minutes, the mechanical wreckage of the Purifier fighters and the huge bloody skeletons of the Zerg were flying everywhere in the battle. The area covered by the battlefield is so large that it must be measured in astronomical units on the scale of interstellar war. Burning, overturned warships and bloody Zerg flying creatures occupied the entire battlefield. At the same time, the two fleets of the Terran Empire also blocked the retreat of the Sharmat Zerg, forcing them to face the wrath of the Purifiers. Although both parties suffered considerable losses, the Zerg were undoubtedly much more vulnerable. The brainworm Dagos found that it was losing the war, but the current situation did not allow the Sharmat Zerg to evacuate the starfield, because if the reinforcement fleets of the Terran Empire and the Purifiers continued to advance, the main force of the Zerg in the Tiberius system would be surrounded. At this time, the arrows represented by the Terran Empire and the Deram Protoss fleets in various directions were pointing directly at the Tiberius system. Not only did the main force of the Terran Empire fleet go out in order to teach the Zerg a bloody lesson, most of the Deram Gold fleet of Shakiris was also dispatched, and even the arc ship Spear of Adun was on the way. Therefore, it is obvious that the situation is gradually becoming unfavorable, but the Sharmat swarm is still increasing its troops, and fleets belonging to Sharmat and other swarms are constantly jumping in, as if they are determined to fight to the death. Even in an extremely unfavorable situation, the strength of the Sharmat swarm itself cannot be ignored, especially when the brainworm Dagos concentrates its forces on one point. It is not easy to defeat this swarm, especially when other swarms are also reinforcing the Sharmat swarm. The situation has become unpredictable again, and the balance of victory and defeat that has already tilted to the Empire has begun to waver again. For the Terran Empire, the situation has become tricky again, because their task is to rush to the designated location as soon as possible to complete the encirclement, so as to relieve the siege of the Warfield fleet in the Tiberius system, rather than fighting the Sharmat swarm here. The situation changes rapidly, and a slight delay may miss the opportunity to fight, causing the Warfield fleet to be annihilated. Admiral Matt Horner, we must defeat the Sharmat swarm here, and the sooner the better. On the main screen of Matt's flagship Hyperion, the thin face of Vice Admiral Alexei Stukov appeared, surrounded by several senior staff officers in military uniforms. The uniforms and insignia of the Char fleet are different from those of other Imperial troops. They are more like the color of the Ash world, which is brown. As war eagles under the throne, these elite soldiers of the Char fleet are naturally extraordinary. Compared with 2 years ago, Vice Admiral Stukov is also thinner than what Matt remembered. Fortunately, time and the Emperor's respect have erased many of the effects of defeat. Stukov is still the Earth guy who sits on a pile of Zerg bones, cursing and drinking vodka. The most admirable thing about Stukov is that he is a rare talent among the generals of the Empire. He is resourceful and far-sighted. He must plan and strategize when he uses troops, and he has never been careless. He was a wise general who could see the key to the battle at a glance. We can't delay here for too long, Matt said to Stukov, but our current military strength is not enough to defeat the Sharmat swarm in a short time. Matt didn't need to say this. If he wanted to win a quick battle, he had to see who the enemy was. But he just wanted to know what Stukov thought about this. In front of Stukov, Matt could be said to be just a young man who had just started out. As early as when Matt was still ignorant, Stukov had already begun to eliminate the rebellious Earth colony rebels. Although Matt would not think that he was inferior to Stukov, his advice was definitely worth listening to. From a strategic point of view, of course, it was necessary to solve the Sharmat swarm as soon as possible and complete the encirclement. Even taking a step back, they could also send out a squadron to contain the Sharmat swarm, while sending the main force to continue to advance to the Tiberius system to further put pressure on the main force of the swarm. But there is no doubt that the Sharmat swarm is definitely a tough nut to crack. Yes, the Sharmat swarm is much more difficult than Carlos and Gerald's swarm, Stukov said, but if we have a killer weapon in our hands, it will be completely different. In an instant, Matt thought of the psychic crusher that Stukov's Char fleet used to use on the Char battlefield. It is said that they even installed psychic jammers and crushers on their warships. The only problem is that the energy consumption required by the psychic crusher is too amazing even for a battle cruiser, and it cannot be activated at the same time as the shield. The other is that the coverage range is quite limited. The area of a city alone is of no help on the scale of the universe, and it can only be activated in close combat. This determines the simple and rough combat style of the Char fleet. They often use the fleet's face-to-face combat method, which is very different from other Imperial fleets. However, after absorbing a large number of original Zerg genes, the Zerg's mind link has also evolved a certain immunity to the Psychic Crusher. Now it is not an easy task to make them suffer a big loss. Then, Stukov was talking about the Zelniger artifact in Matt's hand. Long before the fleet set out, Emperor Augustus summoned the fleet commanders to inform them of his intentions and assign them tasks. Stukov knew that Matt had the Zelniger artifact. But Stukov should also know that now is not the time to use the Zelniger artifact. After all, the coverage of the Nova Strike is limited, and it cannot be used on a mere swarm of insects. On the other hand, it is absolutely impossible to reveal that the Zelniger artifact is here. Otherwise, given the personality of a second-generation overlord, it can be said that it will definitely flee in panic. As an overlord, it has already maximumed out its skill points for running away and living in disgrace. With the previous overlord's sudden death in air, the current overlord will not hesitate at all when the situation is not good. I just thought that we can temporarily change the plan. Stukov looked at Matt and said. Stukov disliked fighting by the rules the most, but instead won by reverse thinking. His success often came from a flash of inspiration in battle. During the battle, Stukov had also temporarily changed his route to outflank the enemy and cut off their supplies, and for this he was called a sinister villain by the narrow-minded Edmund Duke. Of course, I don't want you to activate the Zelniger artifact now, Stukov said. Your task is only to send the super bomb on the flagship into the Tiberius system and detonate it. The Zerg may wonder why a flagship on the battlefield suddenly disappeared, but they can't guess the truth of the matter. Well, with the Hyperion sailing speed, even if the Overlord guessed it and reacted quickly, we can still use the Zelniger artifact to severely damage the Zerg who failed to withdraw in time. He continued, in my opinion, even if the Overlord has been alert, it will not think that it will fail. The situation is not favorable to the Overlord. It naturally made a mistake that we all make. It just wants to make a desperate comeback and reveal its flaws. In that case, once the main force in the rear is defeated, and a large number of brainworms temporarily die, even the Zerg will inevitably be demoralized. At this moment, looking out from the bridge of the Hyperion, the situation on the battlefield can be described as a chaos. The warships of humans, Zerg and Purifier Protoss bombarded each other, and countless fighter planes were fighting with the Zerg in between. At this moment, the main gun of the aircraft carrier of Kel-morian opened fire. A beam of terrifying golden solar energy beam instantly penetrated the entire battlefield, and tens of thousands of alien insects were instantly wiped out. However, the three-dimensional imaging of the parallel sensors showed that the number of alien insects was still increasing, and the number of alien insects killed was not even as much as those that had just entered the battlefield. I understand. Matt thought for a moment and said, pass the order. All warships will be under the command of Vice Admiral Alexei Stukov. Navigator, enter the jump coordinates of the Tiberius system immediately. Matt Horner's fleet actually has another task, which is to seize the opportunity when the encircled fleet is forcing as many Zerg fleets as possible to the Tiberius system, to jump into the center and blow up all the alien insects in one go. In other words, it is necessary to wait until the net is closed before blowing up the fish. But it does not mean that we must wait until the enemy enters the net as expected before activating the artifact. In general, the enemy can never follow the plan completely. Emperor Augustus, who was far away in Korhal, was well versed in the mysteries of war. He believed in the talents of his generals and delegated power appropriately. He only issued orders to the fleets in terms of grand strategy and gave the commanders of each fleet great autonomy and trust. After all, the time from the front line information to the August Palace, and then the palace's orders to the front line was enough to fight several large-scale interstellar wars. This means that Matt can make a decision based on actual conditions. Drive Stetman, make sure the Zelniger artifact can be activated at any time. Matt called the Hyperion laboratory again. At this moment, Stetman was cheesing the brainworm Alpha in the cryogenic tube with a cookie, and the latter was trying his best to lick through the specially treated reinforced glass with his tongue. This guy is an optimist. If no one pays attention to him, he will find a place to play by himself after a while. If he is tired, he will dig a hole and lie down. Great. This is called a central flowering. Stetman said excitedly. Please imagine the pleasant scene of throwing a grenade into a manure pit. Yes, that's it. Hearing him say this, Matt couldn't help but imagine it, and black lines appeared on his forehead. There are few incompetent colleagues in the Empire, but there are still many assholes and fun people. Thank you for your support. Chapter 663. Watch out. This is how TVZ plays. The space of the Tiberius system was filled with flashes of human and Protoss warships firing. Deadly laser flames and terrifying particle beams swept across the entire space. The remains of humans, Protoss and Zerg were scattered in every corner. Such a tragic scene was really horrifying. Few people noticed an Imperial battle cruiser that jumped out of the distorted space-time fluctuations at the edge of the system. Her majestic shadow was crossing the battle line and heading towards the battlefield alone at full speed, like a lone hero going to a meeting alone. Once it was warped to the Tiberius system, countless radio signals were sent to the Hyperion communication tower like snowflakes. Without exception, they were all full-channel communication signals from the Tiberius Imperial fleet. It was as if thousands of people were talking, shouting, and screaming at the same time. A Phoenix fighter was falling rapidly from the bridge of the Hyperion, with several Mutalisks clinging to it. The Phoenix fighter's maneuvering speed was much faster than the Mutalisks' flying speed, but it was obviously seriously injured before it was caught. On the bridge of the Hyperion, Admiral Matt Horner's serious face and deep eyes were occasionally illuminated by the bright fire outside the porthole. Dr. Emil Nerad was standing on the other side with a calm demeanor. He wore the loose white uniform like a ball gown, savoring the war on the sand table like an old-fashioned aristocrat. Occasionally, when Nerad saw the hideous dragon flashing past the porthole, he would show a small expression of fear at the right time, elegant and unpretentious. It seemed that, if there were no other people standing next to him, he would not be able to restrain his trembling. As the Hyperion accelerated towards the center of the Tiberius system, they were getting closer and closer to the core of the battlefield. The number and strains of Zerg gradually increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the flashing lights on the Imperial and Protoss warships were already vaguely visible, and the red and blue bridge lights were looming in the dark curtain of the universe. The density of the Zerg was many times greater than that of the outer space of the Tiberius system. The Hyperion seemed to be advancing through the waves of the Zerg, unable to move forward. The remains of a Zerg Leviathan were gradually enlarging under the bridge of the Hyperion, and it seemed that it was only a small part of its huge body. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrible weapon had torn this small half of the body off the Zerg moon, covered with solid heavy armor. The cross-section that seemed to be cut by a sharp blade was like a cliff of flesh and blood with a very high drop. The bright red blood stagnated in space like a waterfall, and the wriggling meridians and blood vessels seemed to be trying in vain to repair the severely damaged broken body. Around this Leviathan, there were also huge metal wreckages emitting brilliant golden light scattered in bits and pieces. It was conceivable that it was also part of a Protoss warship. Not far away, a dimly lit Imperial Minotaur-class battlecruiser was parked alone next to the corpse of Leviathan, its magnificent hull already covered with scars. Sensors showed that there was no sign of life on this great Imperial battleship. Matt only hoped that the crew of this battleship had been transferred to another ship in time, but he knew that this was just wishful thinking. Even in the best case scenario, a battleship that sank in a fierce battle would surely drag most of her crew along with it. After a while, multiple messages would be sent to the Imperial Navy headquarters in Augustgrad. Then, parents would receive news that their children were identified as dead or missing. Every battleship is more than just a number or a spiritual symbol. When the Hyperion passed by this battleship at high speed, the tragic scene on it was immediately presented to everyone on the bridge. It can be seen that multiple fatal wounds even pierced through several decks, and the cabins inside the ship were full of scorch marks from the flames. The stern of the ship seemed to be run over by a pair of invisible giant hands. Even the ribs on the side were exposed from under the fallen armor plates. The huge pipes extended out like thorns, with charred flesh and blood stuck on them. Miserable, sad, and desperate. The experience of those Imperial soldiers before their death was 1,000 times more miserable than what was described on paper. May the spirits of these heroes rest in peace. Dr. Nerad made a prayer gesture, with a deep look of sadness on his face. As a Xel'Naga, Nerad can fully show human empathy at the right time, but he will never feel the same way. They are all great. Matt withdrew his gaze from the wreckage of the battleship and said nothing. More wreckage of Imperial battleships appeared. These steel behemoths, that once guarded the various Imperial worlds, to maintain peace are now just iron coffins that are either burning or waiting to be cooled. Not only human, but also Protoss warship wreckages were scattered in this cold starship graveyard. Even though they were destroyed, they were still as beautiful as fragments of gold and blue glass. The Battle of Tiberius had been going on for many days, and the losses were not just a few warships. In contrast, there were many more Zerg corpses, so many that they could be counted in millions. But what did it matter? The Overmind didn't care about this level of casualties. Not only the corpses of mutalisks, corrupted flies and swarm devourers, but also the remains of leviathans and behemoths were common. Obviously, the Zerg that had been unable to take over the Tiberius system had also paid a heavy price. The only thing that made Matt feel a little relieved was that the number of Scourge in the second generation of Mind Zerg was not too large, otherwise the battle would be much more difficult. Emperor Augustus' order to Alexei Stukov to lead the elite fleet to guard Char was a foresighted move. After losing the largest number of blasting hives in Char's Dead Bone Trench, the number of blastings in the second generation of Zerg has been broken, and the newly born blastings are far less than the consumed ones, so there is a dilemma of no soldiers available. Soon, the remaining Imperial warships in the Tiberius system discovered and responded to the Hyperion. The good news is that, although Horace Warfield's fleet was severely damaged, there are still more than 80 warships that can still fight. Some Imperial warships have been completely destroyed, and the wreckage is scattered in the dark and cold space. Others have simply lost the ability to move or fire, and the Imperial Navy soldiers on them are fighting desperately for the control of the ship and even every inch of space for the Zerg that have entered the warships. On those shaky battle cruisers, damage control personnel were still racing against time to reinforce damaged bulkheads, connect damaged fire hoses and hydraulic mains, and lay emergency circuits. They tried their best to get their warships running again, and even back into battle. But for God's sake, this is not something that can be repaired by 1 or 2 SCVs. For now, the remaining Imperial warships are forming a dense defensive formation with the Protoss fleet to barely resist the torrent-like impact of the Zerg. The bad news is that as the Tripartite Alliance further approaches the outer reaches of the Tiberius system, the Overmind has tripled its troops in anger, intending to quickly resolve the Tiberius fleet of Warfield and Artemis. But this may not be bad news. For Matt, who was about to rush into the formation to activate the Xel'Naga artifact, the more Zerg in the Tiberius system, the better. Looking at the star map, Matt realized that the Overmind was completely justified in his anxiety. Edmund Duke's Alpha Squadron has arrived at the neighboring system of Tiberius, only a few light years away. Mirahan's Imperial Reava fleet will arrive in less than half a day to support them, but now Zerg fleet is holding them back. Thinking of Mira, Matt shook his head unconsciously. Just seeing this name makes Matt feel overwhelmed. She is one of the few women he can't handle at all. In another direction, the fleet of Coronus, the Terran Protoss executor, is also approaching the Tilborn system and is fighting the main force of the Grunzerg. The fleet under Coronus command has been formed since the Protoss Empire era. In peacetime, it has carried out expeditions in the Milky Way to capture the Dark Templar and search for the remains of the Xel'Naga. However, not only did they fail to find the shadow of the Dark Templar, Coronus and his men also regretted not being able to return home in time when AFL. Because of this, the Templars, who live in pain and self-blame all day long, are the first to atone for their crimes. These noble Protoss are eager to die with the Zerg before Ea falls, and their fighting power can be seen in this spirit of not fearing death. Behind Coronus, the 7th fleet of the Protoss Empire is also on its way. It is another fleet from the Protoss Empire period. Even if it is only a microcosm of the former Invincible fleet, this fleet is already quite large. This perfectly illustrates what it means to have a solid foundation, and a lean camel is bigger than a horse. The Protoss always like to warp existing warships and buildings directly instead of building new ones. You never know what horrors the Protoss can dig out from their ancestral graves that they have almost forgotten. It is possible that a huge Protoss fleet is sleeping on the planet under the feet of humans, and once it wakes up, it will clamor to regain its ancient ancestral land. Admiral Horner, the sensors show that a large number of Zerg are leaving the main battlefield and heading towards us. Matt's adjutant Porter reminded at this time, it is the winged nest of the Surtur Zerg, among which there are 4 Zerg Leviathans. Before the voice fell, the iconic blue carapace and blood red eyes of the Surtur Zerg seemed to be close at hand. The Surtur Zerg have always been known for their terrifying aggressiveness, and can be regarded as the berserker branch of the Zerg. In the shadows below the Hyperion, like a swarm of angry bees, a large number of dragons and corrupted flying insects pounced on the majestic Imperial flagship, and the raised green shield immediately showed the flames produced by the collision and erosion of acid and shield force field. The Hyperion's ship guns roared again, and the powerful and violent firepower of this legendary warship with outstanding achievements immediately ruthlessly tore apart every Zerg that tried to approach. At the same time, more Zerg life signals appeared on the main screen of the Hyperion. The red dots on the display panels were jumping wildly. The number of Zerg in this area exceeded 10 billion in a few minutes. Why are they coming towards us all of a sudden? Nerad frowned uneasily. Perhaps the Zerg have already sensed the existence of the artifact. They are quite sensitive to the creations of the Zelniger. Perhaps the Overmind has already had some doubts. Matt nodded. Then let it be frightened for a while. Porter, contact all our Empire and Protoss warships, and put what I'm going to say on the public channel. Yes, General. The adjutant did it immediately. All our captains who heard the communication, this is the Hyperion. We are heading for the center of the Zerg fleet. Matt knew that the commander of the Protoss fleet could also hear what he was saying. We have the Zelniger artifact in our hands. I repeat, we have the Zelniger artifact in our hands, and we are heading for the center of the Zerg fleet. Requesting fire cover. General Horner, the AL shield has been received. A moment later, the voice of Artemis, the senior executive of Durham, came. Attention, all fleets. We have to help the Hyperion open a path to the center of the Zerg fleet. Follow my flagship. We will break through from the front. Did you hear that? On the other side, Warfield's tired but still firm voice came slowly. No matter what the cost, no matter how many sacrifices are made, we must ensure that the Hyperion can reach the center of the formation. All Imperial fleets, move forward. Artemis and Warfield knew what Matt was about to do, but ordinary captains didn't know. That's it. All Imperial and Protoss warships that received the order turned their bows without exception to attract the Zerg's firepower for the Hyperion. The Imperial Gorgon-class battlecruiser Thor's Hammer was on the Hyperion's path. In the previous battle, the shield of this battleship, which had been besieged by the Zerg, had long been exhausted, and its surface was in ruins. Without any hesitation, Thor's Hammer went straight to meet a Leviathan that was rushing towards the Hyperion. In the dark void, 2 huge phantoms collided head-on. Then, the captain of Thor's Hammer ordered the detonation of the 4 Titan fusion reactors on the battleship, and the terrifying flames immediately engulfed the battleship and everything around it. Under the absolute disadvantage of size, the Minotaur battlecruiser Jupiter still met the Leviathan in front of Hyperion, and the already damaged hull once again burned fiercely. The radio channel of another battleship was completely silent, and it was chillingly silent. Hyperion moved forward on the battlefield of iron and fire, and countless battleships sank along the way, and countless Zerg corpses lay. The flames engulfed the entire Tiberius system. Chapter 664, No Fight, No Retreat. With the faith of facing death and the aggressive fighting spirit, the majestic and beautiful Hyperion bravely crossed the battlefield with countless casualties. The portholes were filled with the spectacular orange-red flashes of explosions, warship fragments and huge and bloody corpses of Zerg. The towering ship was shrouded in a magnificent halo. In the deep and dark space, the flashes and impacts released by the artillery and warship explosions in an instant were like new stars that lit up in the middle of the night, as if the stars were shining. Matt Horner stood on the staggering Hyperion and thought of the first time he set foot in space. He sat on the rear deck of the Teledor ocean-going fishing boat and looked at the clear night sky. The deep black sky was endless above his head, and countless dazzling stars were shining on it, which were larger and brighter than he had ever seen before. It was really a sky full of stars, and the sky was bright. Perhaps this universe is not as beautiful as humans imagine. Humans have only been sailing in the stars for a few centuries, and they are still as ignorant as apes who have been looking at the stars for thousands of years. But even so, even the Protoss admire the ignorant but fearless courage of humans. This young race may have as many excellent qualities as their shortcomings. He suddenly thought of people saying that everyone will become a star in the sky after death. We are becoming stars. The deeper they go into the center of the vast sea of insects, the more and more king insects, dragons and corrupted flying insects are flying in the artillery fire. These terrifying monsters cling to the creaking alloy, forged armor of the Hyperion with sharp claws, and stare fiercely into the porthole glass with their malicious dim yellow eyes, screaming and roaring, eager to get in and tear the humans in the battleship apart. When Matt looked back, there were only 4 Imperial battleships following the Hyperion, including Warfield's flagship Iron Justice. The huge battleship was almost completely obscured by the shadow of the vast sea of insects, and the flashing lights on the bow were being swallowed up by the darkness bit by bit. In front of them was the flagship of Artemis, the high-ranking executor of Darum. The energy dome supported by this majestic and magnificent Protoss mothership blocked most of the firepower for the Hyperion. The brilliant light released when the matrix on it was overloaded was extremely spectacular and beautiful. Several Protoss aircraft carriers shuttled between the 2 wings of the Hyperion to escort their human allies. In a blink of an eye, the speed of another Protoss aircraft carrier slowed down significantly, with a faint spark suddenly rising from the core matrix of the Kadarin crystal and the energy output conduit. Blue flames immediately rose from the side of the battleship. The aircraft carrier was quite close to the bridge of the Hyperion, and it was in this way that one could clearly and intuitively feel how magnificent her side filled with golden and blue light was. The service time of this aircraft carrier can be traced back to the golden age of the Protoss Empire, and its history is even longer than the history of the Caprulu humans. Finally, after a time that was enough to erase the vague memory of steel, this great and glorious legendary warship ushered in the last battle, and all the crew members on it were witnesses of it. Matt's ears seemed to be lingering with the roar of the Protoss warship crew's endless angry hearts, and the Templar who returned to Kara must have countless Protoss hymns praising them. The Protoss is a noble and poetic race, but stubborn and conservative. If they are your enemies, they will fight to the death. And if they are your friends, they will follow you through life and death. We are approaching the center of the enemy camp. Adjutant Porter lowered his head to check the radar-scanned map several times faster. His expression was still calm, but his face was pale. It is hard to imagine that a majestic steel giant like the Hyperion is actually like a small boat in this vast sea of insects, as if it could be overturned by a huge wave at any time. At this moment, the energy shield of the Hyperion had been exhausted. The corrupted flies and swarm devourers had corroded the heavy armor with terrible strong acid. Hundreds of alien Zerg were swarming into the various deck cabins. Desperate and brutal battles were taking place in hundreds of cabins, hatches, elevators, and passages leading to various decks. The Imperial Marines were guarding the various important roads. The engine technicians, ordnance sergeants and damage control behind them were doing their best to maintain the normal operation of the warship under the command of the ship's service officer. They could be buried at any time by the hull rupture accident and the bloody mouth of alien Zerg. A corner of the porthole of the Hyperion's bridge had been torn by alien Zerg. The pressure difference between the inside and outside of the warship set off a hurricane and a terrifying suction force. The Imperial officers and soldiers in the bridge would be sucked into it if they were not careful. The strong wind blew the collar of Matt's tight khaki uniform and the downward brim of his hat. Several Imperial Marines holding Gauss rifles were running and shooting at the Mutilisks that were struggling to squeeze in through the porthole. At such a critical moment, Matt was also unmoved, as steady as a mountain. Over the years, he had seen too many storms and waves, and he was ready to sacrifice himself for the cause of the Empire. It's time to start the Nova Strike. Matt listened to the shouts on the ship channel and the crashes and explosions in his ears, and gave the order without changing his expression. Behind the bridge corridor of the Hyperion, the huge portrait of Emperor Augustus Mengsk holding a sword seemed to be watching the Hyperion and the Imperial soldiers on it. The survival of the Empire depends on this move. The Hyperion is now located in the center of the most concentrated main force of the Zerg, enough to clear all the Zerg in Tiberius and the surrounding galaxies at once. The scene on the main screen of the bridge turned to the laboratory. The brainworm Alpha, who was trapped in the cryogenic tube, had already given up licking the donut tied to the fishing rod, and instead chased his tail in circles, muttering the wind is whistling, and the water is cold. It seems that only heartless insects can always be happy like this, and human joys and sorrows are not connected to them. Even when trapped in it, Alpha can still interfere with the control of the swarm master through the main nest mind, so that they turn to attack their own people. Otherwise the Hyperion may be shot down by a large number of alien insects halfway. It is really a hidden merit and fame. To be fair, Alpha can also take this opportunity to escape and return to the swarm, but for some reason, it no longer thinks about this matter. Not to mention that the second generation of the master does not know how to deal with the traitors of the swarm. Isn't it nice to stay in the Augustus Palace and eat the Emperor's food and wait for death? On the other hand, Alpha is not without its own master. Compared with the second generation master, who is a traitor, it prefers to stay with Princess Louise Mengsk. Don't worry, General Horner, you can trust Egg and Stetman. In the laboratory, Stetman, who was watching the brainworm entertaining itself, suddenly stood up from the ground with his head held high. To be honest, there was a time when the alien worms that rushed into the Hyperion almost broke into the laboratory. Stetman could even hear the sound of these little beasts smashing the airtight valves and instrument panels. He couldn't help but feel weak in the legs and almost screamed out to embarrass the adults. Hurry up. Matt frowned. Stetman is indeed a first-class genius with amazing talent. There is no second person among humans, but he always fails when he is most confident. Stetman has been ready to start the Nova Impact and is eager to show his skills. It is not difficult to start the Xel'Naga artifact. Even several Marines can start it easily with the manual, just like dealing with a toaster. Stetman found that the Xel'Naga artifact did not have the function of Nova Impact. It was completely from Dr. Nered's messy transformation. And this transformation is not very smart even for a stupid person like Stetman. It won't take long for him to develop some interesting new functions. In other words, the Xel'Naga artifact itself is a mysterious key with infinite possibilities, which can open the door to all mysterious knowledge. But in Stetman's opinion, the Xel'Naga left the artifact for no other purpose than to destroy his unworthy descendants. Maybe it's just for fun. Of course, if Stetman can understand what these ancient gods of the Protoss are thinking, he thinks he can go see a psychiatrist. There was no need for Stetman to do it himself. His assistants had already activated the preset program of the Xel'Naga. A wave of mysterious power lingered from the Hyperion, and the warning lights on the 5 cryogenic tubes that powered the artifact through the energy conduit immediately flickered. Who would have thought that the ripples emitted by the Xel'Naga artifact before the pre-activation immediately made the Zerg around the Hyperion extremely frightened, and even the Leviathans that were approaching stopped in doubt. Obviously, that was the most intuitive reaction of the Overlord and the Zerg Masters who were controlling the entire Zerg swarm behind the scenes. It was like a thorn suddenly stuck in the neck when eating fish. For a moment, the dense swarm of Zerg made way for the Hyperion. The next moment, everyone heard the Overlord's scream of infinite anger. It must have been wondering why the Xel'Naga artifact that had just been used on the planet Tasha not long ago suddenly appeared on Tiberius, more than 1,000 light years away. I think if the fleet had been ordered to rush to Tiberius from Tasha with the artifacts, as soon as it was activated, it would have been barely in time, but at that time the Overlord had not yet launched the Tiberius campaign. Emperor of the Terran Empire, is this also in your calculation? What puzzled the Overlord most was that before each use of the Xel'Naga artifact required at least 3 months of recharging the artifact, so it decisively launched the war in this gap. But it did not expect that it was also Emperor Augustus's plan. Now he has 5 spiritual energy sources to charge the Xel'Naga artifact with the addition of the Brainworm Alpha, which greatly shortens the time interval between each use of the Nova Strike. If it is not enough, he can also squeeze in Nered. Without much hesitation, the Zerg fled as soon as they sensed the energy fluctuations of the Xel'Naga artifact. A part of the Zerg used it as a pawn and launched a desperate attack, while the Zerg Behemoth and Leviathan carried by the main force began to open the wormhole space to prepare for evacuation. But it was still a step too late. What are you doing? The brainworm Alpha was keenly aware of something wrong and knew that Stetman was about to activate the artifact. In fact, Alpha was not so afraid of being drained by the Zelniger artifact. It was indeed painful at the beginning, but it was actually a bit pleasant after getting used to it. Of course, it was impossible for it to admit this. Lol lol lol. Alpha made a mocking expression to mock Stetman. Are you ready? Stetman clamped the control terminal in his armpits and adjusted the goggles on his nose. Alpha's eyes narrowed. Before Alpha could say anything else, a dazzling white light overflowed from Alpha's many small eyes and open mouth, as if his soul had left his body. Stetman couldn't help but raise his hands high, and the way he danced with joy looked like a shaman offering sacrifices to a living person. Or maybe he had recently taken a little bit of diazine for inspiration. Of course, this was a small intake in accordance with the doctor's advice. A beam of light that humans cannot see rose on the Hyperion, and after a moment it was brighter than the sun on Tiberius. Matt saw that in an instant. The Zerg that had been climbing on the portholes of the Hyperion bridge turned into pieces of meat and flesh in an instant, just like vampires in the sun, screaming and turning into ashes. Except for the huge Leviathan, Behemoth and a small number of giant king worms, all the Zerg in the Tiberius system disappeared. The number of tens of billions of Zerg has been reduced to zero in this short period of time. The Imperial soldiers who have experienced this tragic battle breathed a sigh of relief and felt an unreal confusion. Since the first activation of the Zelniger artifact, the Zerg are still helpless against this terrible weapon. This is a weapon that directly acts on the Zerg gene level, as if it is a divine punishment from the creators. Perhaps this is the last mercy of the Zelniger. They once created the Zerg with their own hands, and of course they also have countermeasures. Another possibility is that the Zelniger who created the Zerg is not the same as the one who left the artifact. The battle is not over yet. Keep chasing. Warfield's voice came again, and the Imperial warships, awakened, turned to attack the Leviathans and Behemoths that had been severely damaged by the Zelniger artifacts, but were still alive. But on the port side of the Hyperion, there was no response from the Gorgon-class battlecruiser Master of the Universe. The Master of the Universe had been protecting the Hyperion's left wing and had endured a lot of firepower for friendly ships, but at this moment, it had become a sad empty shell, like a snail shell sucked dry by leeches. Even for these warriors with hearts as strong as steel, this was an extremely difficult test. Most of the people who came here had a passionate fighting spirit, and they knew they were going to die, which made those who would miss them unforgettable. Those who survived would be grateful for being alive, and would also feel guilty for not being with their friends. For those who lost all their friends at once in this war, the rest of their lives would be much more difficult to endure. Now, it's all over. Chapter 665, Forging the Sword of the Empire with Blood. Imperial Territory, Betrayal Autonomous Territory. In the early morning, the velvet blue blanket covering the sky gradually became golden. In this town, called Freeport by the original pioneers of Betrayal, thousands of red-tiled gabled buildings of different heights were shrouded in the golden red skylight, and a white road that ran straight east along the street disappeared far away at the end of the horizon. Octavia Brent drove her family's newly purchased combine harvester along the road between the fields to the town, leaving the fading stars behind. When she occasionally looked back at the huge fields that were neatly divided into pieces and the silver shining lightning towers and treatment towers standing in between, she always felt as if she was in another world. Summer has arrived, and the trees beside the fields are full of white apple flowers. The fragrance of the flowers is refreshing, as if you are in a sea of flowers. Unexpectedly, Beccaro, with its harsh environment and barren land that cannot spare any land for growing cash crops, would have a day when flowers would bloom. In the past, Octavia thought that the world surrounded by green trees and colorful flowers only existed in old databooks and discs, and she never imagined that this planet that had brought so many hardships to her ancestors would become like this. Just think about the past, when they were hungry, and today they seem to be living in heaven. Unlike rich and prosperous planets like Agria, Halcyon, and Haven, Beccaro was originally an ordinary rotten stone in the universe, and perhaps even beautiful flowers can bloom on the barren land, even if this beauty is always fleeting. Since the first Terran Empire fleet arrived at Beccaro and raised the red flag on this moody stone planet, announcing that Emperor Augustus I ruled this world that had long been forgotten by the old Federation. 4 full years have passed, and 4 years have changed dramatically. When the Empire drove away the Zerg invaders on Beccaro and established a government that gave its people a high degree of autonomy, some pessimistic natives could not help but think that the free and unruly state of the past would soon be replaced by a cruel and high-pressure policy. Perhaps these people's views will be verified in a few decades or centuries, but now it seems that the Empire has brought far more to the people of Beccaro than what they have lost. In order to improve the soil quality of Beccaro and accelerate the terraforming process, August Grad specially sent a team of prestigious experts to build a scientific research station and a climate monitoring station. In order to deal with the complex earthquakes and thunderstorms on the planet, the Empire demolished the past free ports and built shock-absorbing buildings, earthquake monitoring stations, and lightning towers on a solid and stable foundation. Gradually, the planet became habitable, and more fertile land was reclaimed on Beccaro. Even settlements such as towns and villages gradually increased with the continuous influx of targeted immigrants. Freeport, the only town on the planet, has become a small city with a population of 50,000. Facilities such as parks, squares, and cinemas that were unthinkable in the past have also sprung up. Octavia couldn't understand why Beccaro, which used to have only 2,000 to 3,000 people, suddenly had so many people. Freeport is not even the largest city on the planet. The largest one is near a large high-energy gas mining area hundreds of miles away. Beccaro now has a conservative estimate of 500,000 people, which is of course nothing in the vast Terran Empire. But considering the population base in the past, it has increased hundreds of times in 4 years. When the sun just rose, the harvester driven by Octavia drove into the road that runs east-west through Freeport. Before dawn, there were shadows on the sidewalks beside the road. People who make a living on the barren land must be more industrious than people in other places to survive, because only the food grown from the land with multiple times of sweat can barely feed their families. If they can't grab a bite of food from others, they may not see the sun tomorrow. This may be why the Mars-era people are often more sturdy than others, while people who grow up in fertile land do not have that kind of aggressive aggression. Regional differences make people in different territories of the Terran Empire have very different customs and styles of doing things. After all, this is a vast interstellar empire. Octavia knows that this difference may be found in the biology teacher's course. On the remote islands of air far away from the main continental plate, the readily available food and the lack of predators have spawned many flightless chickens. The life of worry-free food and clothing gradually makes them grow fat and round, and several can be knocked out with a stick. The lack of competition also makes the evolution of these island species go in a completely different direction. In contrast, a port of the dead who grew up in an environment where he would starve to death if he was weak is always a hungry wolf, rather than an ignorant little rabbit. There are many honest and hard-working farmers in the new colony of Haven, but they will not hesitate to knock your skull if you steal the crops they depend on for survival. The Beccaro people may be lucky, they have not evolved into the free-range chickens of El. As soon as they entered the free port, Octavia found that the golden and red flags of the Terran Empire were hung on both sides of the road. The atmosphere of the people was obviously much more enthusiastic than a few days ago, as if they were commemorating the Emperor's accession to the throne. The buildings in the free port were all built after the first year of the Empire. They are solid and beautiful. There are rotating wind-powered street lamps standing on the roadside, and the shops selling all kinds of imported goods are full of dazzling goods. At the entrance of the Freeport stands a huge bronze statue of Emperor Augustus, with 2 giant wolves sitting on his side. Not only here, almost every imperial city built after the disaster will erect such a statue to express respect for the emperor. Those anti-imperialists who incite rebellion and riots will spread rumors that there are surveillance cameras under the eyes of each emperor's statue that monitor the entire city, and anyone who plots against the statue will be arrested and interrogated by OGB plainclothes. But Octavia doesn't care. Not to mention how a statue can monitor a city. Who would plot against the emperor's statue? Although 4 years ago, the people of Betrayal had never heard of Augustus Mengsk and his imperial government, the people here loved him very much. 2 years ago, a sudden fungal infection caused by smut swept across Betrayal. Not only did this emerging colony suffer a terrible famine, but a large number of people died from the infection. Betrayal only then realized how lucky it was to have a responsible government. With the order of Emperor Augustus, the imperial governors of many places in Ashrigo, Zeph3 and Cridon sent rescue teams, including a large number of medical personnel and relief food. If it weren't for the help from other imperial worlds, Betrayal's population would have been reduced by at least half, and Octavia's parents almost died in this disaster. At this time, the figures of imperial soldiers can be seen everywhere in the free port. Young people in blue, black and brown khaki uniforms walked in groups of 3 or 4 on the blue brick streets, chatting as they walked. Imperial military police with shoulder straps guarded the bars, shops and all places where alcohol and other contraband might be sold to sailors in the free port. Many military reconnaissance drones shaped like giant dragonflies with 2 wings dominated the sky above the town, keeping a close eye on the soldiers scattered throughout the free port. The quality of the Imperial Navy's soldiers is still quite good, and the military discipline is also quite strict. According to the Navy's unilateral claim, only those who cannot become Navy soldiers will be sent to the Marine Corps. But if these young men who may not have seen the opposite sex for half a year are not kept under close watch, it will be no joke if they cause some scandals. The locals have long been accustomed to the fact that soldiers often appear here. There is a super large military port in Bikaro's orbit as the anchorage for the warships of the Empire's 6th Fleet. Every once in a while, when the fleet returns to the port for supplies, these soldiers will be allowed to come down and relax. The imperial government vigorously builds Bikaro, not only because of its unique geographical location in the Kaprulu sector, but also because its rich high-quality high-energy gas resources are extremely important energy. The frequent and violent earthquake activities in Bikaro also cause a large number of high-energy gas springs to be moved closer to the surface, making them easier to mine. 95% of Bikaro's crystal or minerals are used to cast warships to support the huge fleet in the military port. In this era of massive invasion of the Zerg and devastation of life, Bikaro, which has a large fleet stationed, is extremely lucky. You know, those developed core worlds that think they occupy a considerable position in the Empire do not have such treatment. In the past 2 days, the number of Navy soldiers coming to the free port to take a breath has obviously increased. Octavia had received some news that a large number of Imperial warships that had been withdrawn from the front were resting in the Bikaraluo military port, and a large number of tense Imperial Navy soldiers had nowhere to go. Amid a commotion and exclamations, an Imperial Navy soldier with his buttons torn ran across the street on one side, but was knocked to the ground by the military police and the Freeport law enforcement officer who had been waiting for a long time. "Why don't you let me drink? While my brothers and I were fighting bloody battles in the Tiberius system, you guys were enjoying yourself in the back." But even when he was about to be taken away, the soldier cried and kicked the law enforcement officer who was firmly controlling him. "We went to Tiberius, and you just stayed here. Why didn't you die?" He didn't drink the wine, but he still seemed drunk. He might have violated the rules and injected himself with a large amount of enhancers, and according to military regulations, he would be severely punished. Octavia immediately understood that the soldier might have just come down from the Tiberius front line. The soldier's anger and despair made him cry, because all his friends who knew him well were left there forever, and he was the only one who came back alive, like a lonely ghost left alone in the world by the god of death. She couldn't imagine what kind of expression she would have when facing the bodies of her friends and relatives if they died in the war. Even ordinary civilians in the Empire knew something about the battle that had just ended in the Tiberius system, although their knowledge was quite limited. A month ago, the Zerg invaded the Tiberius system again and destroyed the colonies under construction, and several Imperial worlds were exposed to the giant mouth of the Zerg. A large number of Imperial fleets then fought a decisive battle with the Zerg in Tiberius, and it was said that even the Protoss participated in this melee. This may be the largest interstellar war since Emperor Augustus ascended the throne. Just from the unevasive reports, it can be seen that this battle was unprecedentedly tragic, with fleets destroyed and the galaxy turned upside down. The list of casualties alone was shocking. Just looking at such reports, people can't believe what would happen if such a war did not happen in the distant and unknown Tiberius, but on the planet where they live. Octavia can still clearly remember the days in the past when her parents stayed by the phone all night waiting for notification. Fortunately, her brother Lars Bren, who was serving on the Liberation Day Gorgon-class battlecruiser, did not appear on the list of dead and missing. But Octavia knew that this was only temporary. There were too many casualties, and the list has not been fully counted yet. Liberation Day is a powerful battleship. The name of the ship is named to commemorate the day when the Revolutionary Army liberated Marcera from the tyranny of the Federation. But Octavia can't rest easy. On the battlefield of Tiberius, even the Gorgon may sink. Take the Imperial Navy where Lars served. The sinking of a battlecruiser may mean at least 2,000 or 3,000 people died on the battlefield, and the chance of survival is not high. Therefore, the Empire has not yet announced all the sunken Imperial battleships. Each battlecruiser is a patron saint that maintains the Empire's rule and protects one side. Their loss is likely to cause an uproar at the Imperial social level. But relatively speaking, this time the Empire also won a huge victory in Tiberius, not only killing tens of billions of Zerg, but also chasing their remaining fleets. At present, the Empire has not only expelled all the Zerg within the Empire's territory, but also destroyed dozens of Zerg nest worlds of varying sizes through orbital bombardment. The military even made a bold statement that the Zerg swarm will not be able to revive and invade the Imperial world on a large scale within a few years, and the victory of the Tiberius system will win long-term peace. This is why there is a festive atmosphere in the free port. In fact, not only here, but most of the Empire is celebrating the victory, so that the voices of those who questioned that this might be a tragic victory were ignored. In other words, whether it is population, military strength or mobilization, the Terran Empire is far behind. Even if it can win many wars against the Zerg, it is already a miracle. You know, the power of the second generation of Zerg is even comparable to that of the first generation of Zerg that overturned the Protoss Empire and destroyed Ea, and even more so. Regardless of power or determination, Emperor Augustus on the throne has done everything to make his race invincible in this vast sea of stars. Whether he is the tyrant of the times or Prometheus holding the fire, future generations will have their own comments. Finally, human civilization has survived another period of hardship. If the enemy cannot destroy humans, they will only become stronger and stronger. Thinking of this, Octavia drove faster, hoping to see the funny face of her brother Lars when she returned home. Sin McCarthy, the young widow, is still waiting for Lars. In the Battle of Tasha, she had already lost her husband. Chapter 666, Lowering the Flag. The Gorgon battlecruiser Liberty Day sailed smoothly into the anchorage of the Sky Shield orbital platform of Korhal IV, where dozens of giant ships were moored. Her majestic and huge hull was covered with the light of the star of the Korhal system, like a steel city with golden edges. Engine Technical Sergeant Lars Brun leaned against the cold bulkhead behind the high chair, looking at the brightly lit starport outside the small observation window of the technical soldiers' mess. He worked in the burning heart of the engine room for 12 hours, and now he could finally put on a clean shirt and have a good rest. Behind the Sky Shield orbital platform that seemed to have no end like a continent, the shining sun of the Korhal system was parked in the sky, and the Viking fighters passing by at high speed outside the window seemed to be about to drive into the incandescent light spot. Gradually, the magnificent hull of another Gorgon-class Judgment Day, the sister ship of Liberty Day, slowly appeared under the observation window in front of Lars. The Judgment Day is almost identical to the one under Lars' feet. The Gorgon is definitely the greatest warship he has ever seen. Compared with the Judgment Day, even the once largest Minotaur class pales in comparison. When the awe-inspiring naval guns release a sea of fire, it seems like a punishment from heaven. She is the queen of the starry sea, the ruler of the world, and the light of order for mankind. Lars grew up in the small town called Freeport in Betrayal. There are only 2,000 or 3,000 people in the town. Even if you go on a long trip, you may meet acquaintances and neighbors. There are more than 8,000 people on the Freedom Day Gorgon, where Lars is serving. As a technical soldier, He dare not say that he has been to a quarter of the cabins on the ship, let alone know everyone. Countless times, Lars Brun told himself that this is the true appearance of the human civilization world. In a small place like Betrayal, there are only shooting stars in the sky. Little Betrayal is just a featureless rocky planet on the edge of the Korhal sector, a barren and desolate piece of rotten stone. But in stark contrast to his unimaginative neighbors and relatives, Lars never thought that the whole world was like this. Lars was different from those people in Betrayal. The adventurous spirit and curiosity that he had since childhood made him look more like an adventurer and a fighter. Perhaps that was the quality of the first humans who looked up at the stars. Lars flipped through the postcards and books left by his grandparents and knew that countless strange star sights and bizarre interstellar stories were what the world really looked like. Humans were not born to live on the planet Betrayal. Their ancestors came from the starry sky, from the more distant stars. Humans are the children of the stars, and the stars are their home. The ancestors of Betrayal were a group of hermits who cut themselves off from human society. They would rather live a poor life with material scarcity than set foot in the starry sky again, living like ascetics pursuing purity and faith. Lars was trapped in such doubts, and the people around him just attributed it to the cruel persecution of the Terran Federation. They had no power to resist, so they could only exile to a place unknown to everyone, so as not to be discovered by others. Never contacting the outside world has even become a dogma passed down from generation to generation in Betrayal, just like an irrefutable dogma, even if the new generation has a vague impression of the federal government. Although only 3 generations have passed, Betrayal's technology has fallen into permanent stagnation and regression with the death of scientists. Lars believes that if Betrayal can continue for several more generations without being discovered, the planet is likely to degenerate to the level of primitive people. Every new generation of Betrayal people will be sternly told by their elders about a demonized human government, and told never to contact the stars, and never to respond. No matter what Lars thinks, this is really sad. He doesn't want himself and his descendants to live such a life. It was not until the day when the Terran Empire fleet arrived in Betrayal that Lars' life ushered in a change. He knew he would never forget the shock brought by the shining armor of the Imperial Marines and the huge Goliath robots, and the pride on the faces of those Imperial soldiers was even more fascinating. What brave and loyal warriors, each of them was proud of the empire they were defending. When the Imperial Navy established its first interstellar naval port in Betrayal, Lars decided to leave on the Imperial Navy's warship, but he was not drafted into the army until the eve of the outbreak of the Second All-Out War. Lars Brun didn't think there was any problem with this. The Terrans ushered in a new government, no longer a corrupt and greedy federation. Lars had never actually seen the ruler of the empire, but those who knew him were in awe. After all, the Emperor's framed portrait was hung in a prominent position that the sailors could see, and he was a familiar face on the Imperial credit coin banknotes. Later, Lars learned that in the history of the Terran human race, no one had ever achieved such outstanding achievements as Emperor Augustus the Great. Emperor Augustus had a high prestige among the army and the people, and even those who hated him could not deny his achievements. Have you heard that many of the Marines on board have been given leave to have fun in August Grad? Chief Surgeon Philip said with 2 glasses of mate cocktails. At this time, the honor guard and the military band really don't need to do anything. Lars took a cocktail from Philip's hand and said maliciously, "You can't ask the Marines to always do the same work as us." Ever since Lars pulled out a damn rotten tooth in the medical cabin, they somehow became friends. Philip came from Paragus, a planet with extremely harsh climate. The colonists had to survive in the deep swamps of thorns and terrible hurricanes. But in general, the conditions in Paragus were much better than Betrayal, because it had a very developed sister planet in the same galaxy, so Philip was fully able to receive a higher level of education and become a military doctor in the Navy. In Lars's opinion, it was an extremely coincidental and wonderful thing that a galaxy could have 2 worlds suitable for human habitation at the same time, because the people there could look up and see another star inhabited by humans, knowing that they were not alone in this universe. But Philip did not mention his hometown, which may be related to the fierce battle between the Empire and the Zerg in Palangas. "Why, have you been busy recently?" Philip looked at Lars with his blue eyes. "Who said it wasn't? After a trip to Tiberius, 10 of the 12 condensers on both sides of the ship had problems, and some were still leaking. If it is not solved quickly, the guys on the lower deck will have to sleep in the warped water. Lars complained. I also have to watch the ship repairers coming up from the port and tell them every 5 minutes what to touch and what not to touch. Friends, we always thought that the super battleship of Freedom Day was indestructible, but we didn't understand it until we met the Zerg in Tiberius. Sometimes, even if we bump into it, we will lose a layer of skin. Philip shook his head. The Battle of Tiberius has been over for several weeks, and Philip can't stop trembling every time he thinks of that terrible war. Those heroic souls who have always stayed in Tiberius seem to be sighing in his ears, asking him why he didn't save them. The Liberty Day, the ship that Philip and Lars served on, was definitely lucky. At least it was completely evacuated from the Tiberius system. You know, at that time, they could only watch their friendly ships sink in the vast sea of insects and turn into a terrible orange-red flame. The Gorgon was already the highest level warship in the Terran Empire, but it also lost 5 ships in the Tiberius system. Only about 30 warships of the Warfield fleet sailed out of the Tiberius system, and more than 50 warships were severely damaged. The rest turned into drifting fragments between galaxies. They thought they had been trained to be fearless warriors, but only those who experienced it personally could understand how desperate these warriors who were at the center of the battlefield at that time were. Every time a Zerg is killed, it costs blood, but the Zergs seem to be endless. Countless blood and countless sacrifices have exchanged for today's victory. Don't mention it anymore. Lars drank the cocktail in the glass and signaled Philip not to say anything more. He thought there were countless mysteries waiting for him to explore on the stars, but he ignored the hidden dangers. The truth of this war can only be known by people like Lars who have experienced it firsthand. Fighting is not Lars's duty, but that doesn't mean he has not seen death. Lars has not only seen the mighty Zerg destroy an entire planet, razed a settlement much larger than Beaker to the ground, and killed millions of people, but also seen the Protoss fleet burn worlds with terrible artillery fire. The memory of the terrible war in the Tiberius system will never be erased. It is really a lingering nightmare. Most of these people on the Liberty have been awakened by the cruel reality and will no longer say without hesitation that a real man should drive a warship. They no longer want to fight. The passionate young people have already experienced the horror of war and the suffering of separation and death. In the past Lars thought he was already a veteran, but it was not until the end of the Battle of Tiberius that he realized that he was actually far from it. Lars had only served in the Imperial Navy for more than 2 years, by lying about his age. It was a miracle that he was promoted to a sergeant and served on a flagship battleship like the Liberty Day. Imperial soldiers who had been to Char considered themselves superior. If they had participated in the AR expedition, they could brag about it for the rest of their lives. Although Lars had not been to many planets, he had followed the fleet to a hell like Blaxis. Lars had been to that endless ice field and watched the irritable and ferocious bare-toothed beasts wandering around on it. He originally thought that the jagged glaciers and raging blizzards on Blaxis were the most terrifying things in the world, until he was really close to death this time. At the most difficult time of the Battle of Tiberius, the Liberty was separated from the main fleet by a large swarm of Zerg. The shields and hulls were bitten through by the Zerg. The terrifying Zerg poured into the hull and hunted down the humans they saw along the various hatches. Lars followed a team of electrical engineers, mechanics, and engine technicians to rush to the most dangerous places to repair facilities. There was blood and death everywhere, and his mind was full of the horrible scene of being dismembered by the Zerg. Many people he knew were dead, including Fadlar, Jesus Lut, and other once living people. During the boring voyage, these people always sat in the workshop and talked about various stories and their families, until Lars even remembered their family names and interesting stories, until they had nothing to say. They all failed to return to Korhal, failed to return to the place where they started. Well, we don't want to talk about it. Philip spread his hands and turned to talk about the interesting things he heard. I know Princess Dorothy is in a port of Skyshield. She came all the way from Viridia. I don't have time to go. Lars knew that if he wanted, he could apply for a vacation. Wake up. Princess Dorothy will never be interested in you. I already have a beloved girl. Philip never mentioned this matter. Really? Lars smiled. There is also a girl waiting for me in my hometown. I know, her name is Zenen. Philip said, when are you going back to see her? She must be very worried. Wait until the next holiday. Lars said, what about you? I really want to see her again. Philip said, but she has been dead for 2 years. After that, they were all silent. In the distance, the warmonger battlecruiser was slowly entering the port under the guidance of the signal light. After waiting for a while, Philip spoke again. I think you should ask for leave and go to the Sky Shield orbital platform with me. There is a flag lowering morning ceremony being held there. I heard that Emperor Augustus is also there. In the Terran Empire, all the flags of the Empire will fall at the end of the day with the sound of the flag lowering signal, but it is destined that no one will see it raised again. Can we see the Emperor? Lars asked. Who knows? Philip said. You don't look very interested. Lars looked at him. I don't like him. Philip said. Why? Lars asked. You always ask why for everything, so you are the most annoying. Philip shook his head repeatedly. But you still want to be friends with me? Lars shrugged. I feel sorry for you. You don't even have anyone to talk to. Philip snorted. You're not being honest. Lars said. I was the first one to talk to you. Could it be that you can read minds, like those ghosts? Have you seen them? No, that's why they are ghosts. Hey, guys, I heard that the Emperor is here. In the restaurant, a Navy soldier who was walking in suddenly shouted. Philip immediately rushed out after hearing that. Chapter 667 Sky Shield. The orbital defense platform of Korhal IV, Sky Shield, is undoubtedly another milestone in the latest technology and aerospace industry of the Terran human regime. After entering the Imperial era, it is known as the last barrier of the Imperial capital. It is a giant space building, made entirely of steel and as magnificent as a city in the sky. Together with the other 4 orbital platforms, it constitutes the strict high-altitude orbital defense network of Ka. The same architectural miracle can hardly be reproduced on the surface of the planet. In order to obtain the crystal minerals smelted to build Sky Shield, Bennett Construction Group dug out all the crystal mines in the province of Ka-Wolf. As many as 2,000 companies were responsible for providing the required steel and accessories during the construction. If August Grid standing on the radiation wasteland of Ka is a cold and majestic throne of the Emperor, then Sky Shield is the largest and most shining gem on the throne. Sky Shield is another masterpiece of the Terran Empire's industry. In the eyes of those who sincerely obtained it for the Empire, it is nothing less than a brilliant spectacle. Looking down from the sentry platform surrounding the Sky Shield, the iron grey metal shell extends just like a plane under the radiance of the stars. The steel structure ceiling supported by huge structural columns and long metal beams forms a continuous, unfolded magnificent dome. The three-dimensional structural frame makes it look like a steel giant with exposed mechanical structure. In the center of the Sky Shield, closed sky bridges, escalators, and ramps are interspersed between the main buildings with sharp right-angled edges. The pipes connecting the atmosphere stabilization device, EMP frequency scrambler, fusion reactor, cooling tower and reverse turbine power station are winding around the track platform like a curved snake. Along the square edges at both ends of the Sky Shield, the straight interstellar port extends from the solid steel structure boom, with large docks, distribution stations and flashing signal towers on it. Several of the interstellar ports are still under construction and maintenance, and construction workers in engineering uniforms are connected by ropes on the scaffolding that rises and falls like the crest of the sea. In the unprecedentedly huge dock, dozens of battle cruisers were tied to the anchorage by gravity locks like black behemoths. The huge ships lined up in the harbor were endless. Through the raised connecting bridge, thousands of uniformed Imperial soldiers were walking out of their warships, like a black line. Many soldiers were walking on the orbital defense platform for the first time, and those from remote and underdeveloped worlds were all dumbfounded. Sky Shield may be the largest man-made building in the history of the Terran Empire. It is larger than the largest city in some colonies, and there are more people on it than in an entire colony. If you look up, you will see the blue-grey Korhal IV hanging low in the sky like a supermoon, as if you can touch it with your hand. Sometimes, rows of Viking fighters are lined up in a V-shaped formation and fly across the sky. Such a magnificent scene is the first impression of the starry sky. Sky Shield is also a space fortress with complete facilities. Everywhere you look, you can see barracks, engineering stations and armorers emitting the blue light of liquid nitrogen cooling towers. Soldiers can find all the services they can provide in the entire Imperial military base here. For example, the soldiers gathered in the Sky Shield public communication station are always the most. All public communication devices here are open to soldiers of all levels for free. After a series of relay points, to increase the energy and warp transmission of the signal, they can hear the familiar voices of their loved ones with slight distortion. Now, with the opening of various major routes in the Empire's territory, communication relay station lines have also been laid to the central and peripheral areas of the Korhal sector, to ensure that even the most distant Imperial world can contact the throne world in the shortest time, when it is invaded by foreign enemies or in crisis. The booming interstellar logistics industry has also made the communication and connection between many Imperial worlds closer, allowing more and more people far away from their homeland to receive goods sent by their loved ones. Although the Sky Shield orbital platform has the largest public communication station, the soldiers are always crowded. Sometimes, they had to move away from the microphone those comrades who were crying and hiccuping. Some called their families immediately and burst into tears when they heard their parents' ecstatic voices. Some were so excited that they had to hide from their neighbors the news that their sons had died in another battleship. It was urgent, and even with the efficiency of the Imperial communication network, it was difficult to notify every Imperial world of the death. Many governors of the Imperial worlds had to send special people to convey this sad news, which was an absolute bolt from the blue for every family and was unbearable. For the people of the entire Empire, today was a day worth celebrating, because the Imperial military had just recaptured the last Imperial world occupied by the Zerg, but in the eyes of these Imperial soldiers who had not yet recovered from the war, it seemed that there was nothing worth celebrating. When they knew that the Empire had finally won, they really sang and danced for a while, but then they felt an indescribable loss. Fortunately, they survived this war, but what about the next one? In the unprecedented large-scale all-out war on a racial level, death has become commonplace, casualties remain high, and fate will not always favor everyone. The important thing is that the Terran Empire won again this time, but if it loses, it may be the last time. This is great. The news that the Imperial Knight sank in the Alana system was proved to be just a misreading. In fact, it was just stranded in a small star belt at the edge of the system. Princess Dorothy Mengsk, wearing a black dress, was walking in front of her brother Augustus, with fully armed royal guards standing on both sides. They were walking towards a high platform with long and steep steps, but the Emperor insisted on walking. The high platform turned out to be a training ground for training, which could accommodate more than 20,000 people, and was surrounded by heavily guarded military camps. Sky Shield was responsible for guarding the high altitude orbit of Korhal, so in addition to the fortress-like solid buildings, it was full of towering missile towers and railguns, and there were automated sentry tower military facilities and drone sentries everywhere. There were only soldiers and people working for the army here, so it was extremely difficult for spies to sneak in. When everyone was about to despair, fate played a kind joke on us. She said, "Now, we can convey this good news to all the people who are concerned about the Imperial Knight. All 5,127 officers and soldiers on the ship are still alive." Very good, the people should know this. Emperor Augustus, who was walking and thinking with his head down, raised his eyes, and was obviously quite happy. Losing a ship is not worth making a fuss, but if I can exchange it for 5,000 Imperial soldiers, I would rather pay more. Dorothy bit her lower lip lightly with her teeth, folded her hands on her slender waist, and sighed quietly in her heart. From the perspective of tactical execution and strategy, the Terran Empire fought a very successful battle in the Tiberius system, because from the fundamental strength, the Empire could only barely compete with the Zerg, and there was no hope of winning. Of course, the price of blood was inevitable. The Zerg were a terrible enemy after all. They had devoured countless races in the galaxy, and even the Protoss suffered heavy losses. How could they defeat such a terrible enemy without paying a price? The blow that the war had brought to the Empire was long expected, and since Augustus had decided to deploy a large fleet in Tiberius, he had already prepared himself for the loss. But Dorothy still remembered how ugly Augustus's face was when he received the report on the loss of the warships. The throne room of the palace was filled with a repressive and terrible silence. Neither the eloquent court officials nor the famous imperial generals dared to say a word. The good warrior, the bronze knight, the anthem, and the piton. Each of them was a large warship carrying 5 or 6,000 people, and they were all wasted in the Battle of the Tiberius system. After this battle, the Empire had lost more than 100 warships, including many meritorious warships and flagships that had been famous for many years, and at least 17 Imperial generals died in the line of duty. With the production capacity of all the foundries and shipyards in the Terran Empire, it would take 3 months to replace twice the number of warships lost this time. It is more difficult to replenish personnel, but they can also be recruited and trained. In order to solve the problem of the lack of crew, the construction of multiple naval military academies can ensure that each batch of fleets built can be fully staffed. However, the loss of a large number of outstanding fleet commanders and elite naval forces is also painful, which is also a big blow to morale. The sword of the Empire can be recast soon, but the sword bearer is not. Soldiers can be trained again, and many imperial colonies can fully afford the loss of population, but high quality and experienced veterans are really valuable. After all, the Empire does not want newly trained soldiers to harm their own people when they go out to fight like federal soldiers. When Augustus walked down from the throne, everyone thought he was going to be furious, but in the end he just said one sentence: chase. Many imperial generals understood the emperor's order very well, that is, fuck him for me. The overlord, who had been frightened, did not care to consider whether the Zelniger artifact could release another Nova shock. The fleeing Zerg abandoned the large territory they occupied in the Korhal sector without hesitation and disappeared. This is a great comfort to the families of the crew members of the Imperial Knight. Dorothy smiled from the bottom of her heart. Even if she was just wearing a long silk black dress and an equally simple black gauze bonnet, her mature female figure was a beautiful sight among the many soldiers. Princess Dorothy Mengsk was very beautiful, and her emperor brother did not hesitate to declare that she was the most beautiful in the world. Princess Dorothy was the king of children in school as early as the age of 6, and she began to read books on art and history at that time. Because she appeared in public much more frequently than other royal members and had visited refugees and wounded soldiers many times, Dorothy became the dream lover of many young people in the Empire, and her sweeties could be ranked from Korhal to Char. Although the brothers no longer guarded their cabbages after adulthood, no one had ever attracted Dorothy's special attention, let alone won her favor. After all, she was surrounded by excellent men like her father and brothers, and she was a distinguished member of the royal family, so she was not in a hurry to get married. For a long time, the Mengsk family had been quite outstanding, which was quite rare in the elite aristocratic system of the old Federation. In other words, the family members were capable and reliable, and could help Augustus rule this huge empire instead of causing trouble for him. Considering that Valerian Mengsk was half Yumajan, Augustus had considered taking Yumajan and making him a Yumajan prince. However, there was no need for this at the moment. Every one of them is a hero. Augustus' words defined the identities of these retinees, and no one would dare to spread rumors that they were deserters and traitors. Let the Minister of the Navy arrange it. I will personally meet the crew of the Imperial Knight and award them medals. The experience of the Imperial Knight is legendary. She has entered the war many times and miraculously survived to the end. It was only when she was about to be overwhelmed by the swarm that she had to initiate an emergency space jump. It is a cliché that this is a difficult decision, but it is a decision that many captains have to make. Navigators and pilots have to spend several hours to make precise calculations before planning space jumps. The slightest deviation may be millions of light years, and an unprepared blind jump means a life or death experience. Fortunately, although the destination of the Imperial Knights is almost at the other end of the Korhal sector, it happens to be the site of the Imperial World Giant Star. The locals were the survivors of the failed colonial movement in the old Federation era, and they joined the new empire by accident. As he was talking, Augustus walked onto the high platform that overlooked the entire training ground. The soldiers of the Royal Guard holding AGR rifles on the stage immediately marched forward and shouted, "God bless the Emperor." Each Royal Guard was a carefully selected elite warrior. They were already tall and strong, and they looked like giants in the special power armor. On one side of the stage, there were a lot of Imperial soldiers looking up at Augustus, and on the other side were coffins covered with white cloth, flags, and flowers. They were the first batch of coffins transported back from the Tiberius system, and they had to be cremated before they came back. Augustus looked at the coffins and looked far away for a moment. He knew why he had to fight this war. Time. What the Empire needed most was time, but the Zerg would not give him this opportunity. Simply put, it was time to develop and replenish troops. As long as Augustus was given another 4 years, hundreds of Imperial warships would be able to point their swords at the Milky Way. And this victory would buy Augustus and his empire this precious time. At this moment, surprisingly, it was not Emperor Augustus who spoke, but Princess Dorothy beside him. Dorothy has grown into a beautiful, confident, and independent woman. Her words and deeds have the unique noble temperament of the Korhal nobles, as well as a calm and approachable smile. She is saying, let us remember those who will never come back, and let us pay tribute to the warriors and those who are going to die. Please vote for me at the end of the month. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 668, The Golden Age under Emperor Augustus. Universe News Network is one of the most popular reading materials in the Terran Empire. The cover of the first issue of the newspaper in 2503 has the following sentence. People began to naturally compare the era under the rule of Emperor Augustus to the best era in human history, without worrying that doing so would be unfair. Maximum spear indeed. This sentence shows the growing ambition and arrogance of the people of the empire in this prosperous era. This is not a good time. We are surrounded by powerful enemies and wars are endless. But I know that the real disaster is far more than this. The emperor of the empire, who was riding in an Orient turbo coupe and shuttling through the streets of Augustgrad, leaned his head on the leather cushion and commented sarcastically on the cover of this issue of the Empire, and you tell Spire to be gentle so that no one will say that I control the At this time, the turbo coupe that Augustus was riding was driving across a viaduct that crossed the center of Augustgrad like a giant dragon. Its endless ends were hidden in the misty morning. Countless land vehicles were driving, as if they were driving among the clouds. On both sides of the viaduct were skyscrapers of amazing scale. The outline of their Gothic vertical spires stretched all the way to the invisible skyline. The black glass and polished metal exterior walls separated by huge grills were emitting a dazzling luster under the sun. The people of Augustgrad seemed to live in a forest of steel and glass where giants lived. The figures on the ground were as small as ants on a hill. Augustgrad was built entirely on incredible layers of steel. The huge buildings lined up neatly along the highways were like black Stonehenge, jaw-dropping and spectacular. Billions of people lived in the commercial office buildings, stores, hotels, banks, and apartment buildings between the cold lines of the metal buildings, and even they were amazed at their achievements, as if this huge city had been built overnight. Humans are just a tiny colony of ants on the planet, and even the nests built by ants can reach as high as the sun. 7 years have passed, and the borders have never stopped expanding. Augustgrad has become the largest and most magnificent city known to the Terran human race, and its brilliant lights at night can be clearly seen even from high orbit. If a few years ago people in the Terran Empire still had some complaints about whether Korhal was qualified to be the imperial capital, especially the Tarsus, then now all the discordant voices have disappeared in the great achievements of Korhal. It's no wonder that this spear must have racked his brains for a long time to write such words. It can't be too explicit, but also make his emperor comfortable. Sarah Carrigan sat on the other side of Augustus. Even though she was the empress of the empire, she was still as sharp-tongued as before. Of course, if Emperor Augustus didn't run to Lisa Cassidy's bedroom every day, Carrigan wouldn't be so weird. Even though Augustus himself didn't have much psychic talent, he could sense the dangerous aura emanating from Carrigan. What's wrong with letting us have such a beautiful dream? Prince Arcturus sat in the front seat, and next to him was his wife, Juliana Baste, the daughter of a famous Umajan diplomat. This day was the day when their son Valerian Mengsk graduated from the Stirling Military Academy. All the Mengsk family members came to attend his graduation ceremony, but other family members were in another car. Considering the reputation of the royal family, Arcturus finally married Juliana, but the relationship between the couple could never return to the passionate love period of their youth. Not only that, their relationship could not even be called harmonious. There have always been contradictions and disputes between the two on the issue of Valerian's training. Juliana always believed that Arcturus was just forcing his son to become a qualified heir without considering his feelings at all, and the latter did not deny this. It was just that, since Valerian chose his own future path, his gentle and kind mother could only let it go. However, in public, Arcturus and Juliana always had to act like a loving couple, because this was a symbol of the harmonious coexistence between the Terran Empire and the Yumajan United States. Actors, you are not a person who believes that dreams will come true. Augustus turned his head and looked at the scenery outside the window. People change. Arcturus smiled, in a good mood. The turbo sports car that Augustus was riding in was not a very new model in Augustgrad. It was very common on the roads in the city center. In the air, a more gorgeous and fancy flying car was traveling on a route parallel to the viaduct. With the vigorous development of the Empire's science and industry, cars using anti-gravity technology have entered thousands of households in the Empire at a lower price. The newly opened resource-based colonies have also made essential fuels such as high-energy gas cheaper. Therefore, now even ordinary company employees in Augustgrad can take their families out for vacation during the holidays. In addition, the prosperity of interstellar routes has finally made low-cost interstellar travel possible at the beginning of this century. If a person hopes to try his luck on another planet far away from his hometown, then he can give it a try. Nowadays, even in the most remote borders of the Terran Empire, you can see the cruising Imperial fleet. Every star system has built large and small space stations and outposts, and every starry sky can see the figure of Imperial merchant ships. Developed logistics has given rise to prosperous trade, and even the marginal worlds that were originally unknown due to their geographical location have been put on the right track. Under the governance of an unprecedented enlightened government, the Terran Empire is indeed entering a golden age of rapid development. Under the threat of powerful foreign enemies, human civilization will either stagnate or burst into infinite possibilities. There was silence in the turbo sports car for a while, and the mist shrouding the sky finally dissipated. The bright morning light flickered on the wide river below, and the graceful white walls on both sides curved into curved arcs as the river bank extended. Looking forward, the majestic main city of Augustgrad is already in sight. The commercial district of Augustgrad is incredibly prosperous, with hundreds of millions of people passing by every day. Here, people can find goods from almost all the worlds of the Empire. In those super department stores as big as the Sky Tower, they can even find high-energy crystal minerals from Marcera, agricultural products from Haven, and high-quality wood from Formica. I found another piece of news about you, written by Donny Vermillion. He must have eaten too much peanut butter, and he shamelessly said that you are not good at women. At this time, Carrigan brought the news section on the personal terminal panel to Augustus again. Donny is the most truth-telling host in Augustus spread his hands. Look at this again. He actually said that you are magnanimous and never hold grudges. Kerrigan sighed, lamenting that this guy was blind at such a young age. In front of the public, Augustus is naturally perfect. After all, the public cannot know that side of him in his daily life. Well, you probably can't find any news that is unfavorable to me, at least not now. Augustus looked at Kerrigan. The Mengsk royal family represented by Augustus had almost no scandals. Apart from occasionally inviting local governors to race vulture cars together, the emperor himself did not seem to have any indecent hobbies. You said that. Does it prove that you search your name on news websites 100 times every day? Kerrigan glanced at Augustus with her beautiful eyes. How could it be? Augustus shook his head. After all, Augustus was already the most famous person in the empire. He was not his own royal brainworm. Not only did he shamelessly publish brainworm movies and books with himself as the protagonist at his own expense, but he also always maintained a high intensity of self-searching on the internet. Unfortunately, he could only rage and keep arguing with those comments that said this brainworm is so cute. After thinking about it, Augustus did not argue anymore, but stood up and hugged Kerrigan, at least blocking her mouth. Kerrigan was really not angry, otherwise with her incredible psychic power now, she could use her mind to talk non-stop in Augustus's mind. Even though she had only completed less than half of the transformation process, after the baptism of the primordial fission pool, Kerrigan's psychic power had completely gotten rid of the shackles of humans. The primordial catalyst did not leave many traces of the Zerg on Kerrigan's body, but her green eyes had completely transformed into a gorgeous purple, shining with a charming luster like a gem. Louise, who was sitting in the middle, was originally dozing off, nodding her head, and was smacked by her stupid old father while looking confused. Her cold grey eyes stared around fiercely. Because she volunteered to take care of her little sister, Louise basically didn't sleep well yesterday. For the first time, she realized that there might not be many children as obedient as herself. Thinking that Aunt Lisa might have another brother or sister in the future, the situation has become more and more serious. Last year, Augustus and Kerrigan's second daughter was born. After careful consideration by the family, she was finally named Charlotte Catherine Mengsk. The little princess also has a strong psychic talent, but compared to her sister, she is much weaker and can only barely reach level 8. It was obvious that Augustus' genes must have held him back. Just then, they finally arrived at the Stilling Military Academy, with its tree-lined campus. In front of the Stilling Military Academy stood a huge black cross monument, built to commemorate the Battle of Tiberias 3 years ago. Every year, a large number of veterans returned here to offer a bouquet of flowers to their deceased comrades. Augustus always handed over flowers whenever he passed by here. This was customary, and his future successor must also maintain this tradition. The main gate of the academy was heavily guarded. The sentinels in neat uniforms were all new students of the lower grades. Their open stiff-collared coats looked both handsome and fashionable. No one here didn't know Augustus. He and his entourage, Kerrigan and others, were quickly welcomed into the square where the graduation ceremony was to be held. But just as he found Valerian and was about to walk over, he saw Titus Finley talking to him arm in arm. For a moment, Emperor Augustus' eyes immediately became sharp. "Come, let your uncle Titus have a look." Titus laughed and put his arm around Valerian's shoulders. "Don't ask your nephew for money," Renault solemnly reminded his old friend who had no manners. Haha. Titus grinned so much that his mouth was wide open, and it was obvious that he was in high spirits recently. "Boy, today I'll take you to have some meat." These two uncles were the founding generals who followed his uncle Augustus to build the empire. They were like brothers to the emperor. To Valerian, they were of course elders. Valerian naturally didn't dare to say anything more to Titus, but if he didn't refuse, this guy would really take the younger generation to have a good time. "Titus!" Augustus shouted. Titus immediately shrank when he heard his voice and immediately ran away in shame. He didn't know what trouble he had recently caused. "I still have something to do. You guys talk first." "Uncle Augustus, you are really here." Although he was already 21 years old, Valerian, with beautiful blonde hair, was still as surprised as a child when he saw Augustus. "Congratulations, future heroes of the empire." Augustus shook hands with several military academy students around Valerian one by one. These young students were all good friends of Valerian. They were all excellent people in the academy because they could be friends with the prince. Augustus remembered the young man named Estefos, who came from the countryside and was also among the best in the academy with many talented people. Then, Augustus began his speech at the graduation ceremony. "Today is a special day for all of you. This academy should be proud because it has been providing the empire with the brightest and most outstanding talents." He said, "This is the most turbulent era in Caprulu's history, an era of heroes. The threat of the Zerg is still imminent, and the Tal'Dar and Protoss are still harassing our new colonies in the Sigma sector. You will become the Spokespersons of the Terran Empire and bring law, prosperity, and peace back to this land. Congratulations, lieutenants of the army. May you serve in glory. I'm proud of you. The era belongs to you. Refresh if there are duplicates. Thanks for voting." Chapter 669. Titus. Stand at attention and look up. After Emperor Augustus finished speaking, Admiral Jim Raynor, the president of the Stealing Military Academy, began his speech. Young lieutenants, I want to say that I'm proud of the achievements of each of you. From today on, once you are called, you will set off to the place where you are most needed in the Terran Empire. He said, no matter where our army is, whether it is in the molten char, or the icy Blaxis, whether your enemies are the greedy Zerg or the evil Tal'Darim Protoss, perform your duties. Only by unity can we overcome difficulties. You represent the glorious vision of Emperor Augustus to create an era of peace and prosperity. The great Imperial Marines are waiting for you. Now, congratulations to you again. Disband. At the graduation ceremony, young men and women threw their flat caps into the air, ran to hug their families who had been waiting for a long time outside the venue, and many of them couldn't help crying with joy. The brutal elimination rate of the Stealing Military Academy is frightening. The Empire established this academy to train outstanding elite soldiers. As top students graduating from the first military academy of the Terran Empire, they will surely be the future stars of the Imperial Marines, and their future is limitless. For those students who come from ordinary families or even refugee births, being able to become an Imperial officer is undoubtedly a leap in class and status. From now on, their fate will change dramatically. Some will achieve success and fame, while others will be buried in a foreign land. In this dark era, no one can stay out of it. As Raynor said, after graduation, they will set off for the military bases of the Terran Empire in various worlds. Some of them will also board the fleet of the Empire cruising in the vast starfield, and lead the Marine Corps detachment on it. The territory of the Empire spans 3 star regions, the Korhal sector, the Sigma sector and the Delta Quadrant, with more than 1,500 planets separated by tens of thousands of light years. These people today will surely be scattered in various distant worlds in the future, just like the stars scattered in the night sky. Frequent wars mean more opportunities for promotion for soldiers. For students graduating from the Stealing Military Academy, as long as they get 1 or 2 medals, promotion will become easy. After all, the Empire will not waste precious talents on basic positions. But opportunities and risks coexist. They are facing a terrible enemy that is unique in the entire human history. In order to win the homeland of the Terran human beings from the hands of the vicious enemy, countless people will continue to step onto the battlefield of StarCraft in the future. On that far battlefield, their flesh and blood will turn into mud, and their eyes staring at the sky will become ponds filled with rainwater. 100 years later, no one will remember them anymore. Back then, we also walked out of the Telesis 2nd recruit training camp like this. Raynor was wearing a blue-black dress uniform of the Imperial Marines today. There were 5 gold-plated uniform buttons on the front, white gloves and black leather shoes, and a sea blue cape with a black velvet collar and red lining on the back, which looked very imposing. When he walked down from the podium, his cape was also fluttering, so majestic. Augustus glanced at Raynor, and felt that he was a natural general. With his standard Marsola tough guy image, he was so majestic in this outfit. Titus also had an Imperial Marines officer's dress uniform, but he couldn't help scratching his butt and touching his crotch after only wearing it for a few minutes. Back then, they were just young boys from the countryside planet. In the Telesis recruit training camp, there were a lot of such people, and it was not uncommon at all. Raynor's father knew that his son would definitely become a hero. He just lacked a guide, but he never thought that he would achieve what he has today. It seems that following the right leader is still very useful. Yeah. Augustus began to recall what happened more than 10 years ago. After the graduation ceremony of the recruit camp, we ran to the town to drink a few bottles of beer, but we were involved in a fight between the Marines and the fleet soldiers. In the end, the noise got so bad that the military police came here. Come on, tell these Marines about the rules here. Karrigan imitated the fleet soldiers' favorite words, and imitated their expressions and tone vividly. We had no choice but to drive the military police's vulture car and escape. There might be a battalion of military police following behind us. Augustus chuckled and said, "It's a pity that their driving skills are too bad. This may be the talent of the Mengsk family. They are kings wherever they go." Augustus has risen from the king of children in kindergarten to the emperor of the Terrans. Ha 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 ha. Renault laughed a few times and seemed to think of something and couldn't laugh anymore. Now the conditions and starting points of these young officers who have come out of the Stealing Officer Academy are much better than they were at the beginning, but how many of them can live to the end of the war? Many of those who came out of the Telesis recruit training camp have not survived until now. The Union War, the Contact War, the Battle of the Brood, and the Second Total War are like the waves that have washed away too many people. Tom Ormo, a childhood friend of Renault's neighbor, is still buried near the old house. Now there is a larger monument there to commemorate the Shiloh people who died for the Terran Empire in various wars. It was cruel. Some died at the beginning of the war, and some survived to the end. As long as they could hold on for another day or two, they would be able to see their beloved families, but they were ultimately unable to go back. Are you thinking of Tom again? Augustus also thought of him. Yeah. Renault sighed, and his heart had long since let it go. The last time I went back there, Tom's parents had already moved away. I heard that they didn't want to stay in this sad place. Tom's death was not their fault. At that time, the Federation had forced the hard-working farmers into a desperate situation. The fields were abandoned, and there were unemployed people everywhere. We had just graduated from high school, and the federal recruiters knocked on every door. At that time, many people chose to join the army. Tom was just unlucky, and we have seen too many unlucky people. Augustus shook his head and said, how is Shiloh developing now? Although I often pay attention to it, I have never had time to go there. The changes are really great. I almost thought I got off at the wrong station. Renault was deeply touched. You know, there are fields everywhere, and green crops grow in the fields. The food produced on the land of Shiloh is enough to feed the entire Tarsinus. Things have changed. The last time Renault returned to his hometown on the planet Shiloh, it was almost unrecognizable. Centerville Town. It's better to say that Centerville City is now widely known as the hometown of heroes. The most prominent places in the city are brownstone statues of Imperial Marines fighting side by side with farmers. They were all built by those who left Shiloh with the Korhal Revolutionary Army and returned to their hometown. Raynor can intuitively feel the great changes in Shiloh. In the old Federation era, farmers who were bankrupted by heavy taxes and high-pressure policies could not even afford to buy seeds. They had no choice but to abandon their precious land. Now, there is fertile land there. The people of Shiloh are proud of their firm support for Emperor Augustus from the Civil War to the present. Now this planet and its people have also been rewarded. As the main agricultural world of the Empire, it has made great economic progress. The land that was difficult to develop due to soil problems has become fertile land with the help of the Empire's Earthing Plan. With the economic recovery and the great progress in food and medical care, the population of Shiloh has expanded rapidly and has exceeded the size before the war. The new generation of Shiloh people has long been ready to fight for the Empire and the Emperor again like their ancestors. Just like more than a decade ago, the new generation of Shiloh people are also down-to-earth and hard-working farmers, and there is no longer a domineering federal government above their heads. Facts have proved that Emperor Augustus will never treat the world loyal to the Empire unfairly. At this time, Augustus and Raynor have already walked to the podium, including Valerian, who is also among the graduating students. All the royal family members present have come over, and Raynor's family is among them. Raynor's son John is already 13 years old. Unfortunately, Raynor, who has been leading troops outside for many years, has missed most of his only son's childhood. This little slug who used to follow Valerian's ass has grown a lot taller and is very similar to Raynor when he was young, but he is a little quieter. John Raynor is extremely talented and has a strong psychic talent. He did not choose to become a ghost agent, but wanted to serve as a psychic inquisitor in the Empire. This is a very special and rare, but very important profession in the administrative system of the Terran Empire. It is held by telepaths who have learned to strengthen their telepathic abilities and specialize in mind reading since childhood, as an auxiliary to the Empire's prosecution procedures and counterintelligence agencies. It is said that even the most meticulous people cannot escape the eyes of the Inquisitor. Your Majesty, General. Valerian saluted Augustus and Raynor with soldier's etiquette. This handsome Mengsk has sharp eyes like his father and a soft face like his mother. Since Valerian is not the first heir to the Emperor, he has not been infected with any arrogance, nor does he feel that his status is so noble, and he appears to be humble and polite. However, in the eyes of these old guys in the Empire, Valerian is sometimes too confident in his abilities, and has never fully estimated the degree of danger in the world. You have grown up, Valerian. When Augustus hugged Valerian, he found that the thin and weak little boy had a pair of broad and strong shoulders. Finally, you have chosen the path you want to take. When I was his age, I was already a captain in the Federal Marine Corps. Arcturus was a strict father, and he did not want his son to be too proud. Compared with the achievements of his fathers, he was just getting started. The Empire was not short of generals who were good at fighting, and they would not look down on Valerian, just because of his royal status. Well done, little Valerian. Raynor patted his shoulder, and reminded him in a low voice, remember, in the future, you can trust your Uncle Titus on the battlefield, and don't believe a word he says at other times. Titus was also a useless guy. Last time, he didn't know how he got into the Stealing Military Academy, and kidnapped Prince Valerian, saying that his uncle would take you to see good things. Then, Titus went to the largest nightclub in Augustgrad, and booked all the beauties, to enjoy himself behind closed doors. He only ordered a soda for Valerian, pointed at the holographic TV, and said that the sweet and lovely female host in the news was good. You should watch it first. Valerian watched for a while, and felt that what Uncle Titus said made sense. In the end, I don't know why, a group of thugs in suits rushed out, and said that Titus had run away, and asked Valerian to pay the bill. This made Princess Juliana cry. Even the knowledgeable Prince Arcturus was speechless, and scolded his son for being hopelessly stupid, and even Titus dared to believe it. Oh. Valerian already knew that Titus was a bad man, so he didn't need anyone to remind him. In comparison, Jim Raynor was much more honest. Although Uncle Jim always liked to show off his superb shooting skills, boasting that he had never missed the target since the first time he peed when he was born. Where are you going to serve? Augustus asked Valerian. In the east, although the Zerg that was defeated in the Tiberius system 3 years ago has not invaded the border of the Empire again, there are still many small Zerg nests that occasionally invade the Empire's world. Recently, the appearance of the Zerg has become more and more frequent, and there are even reports of large Zerg nests. In the west, the original Zerg have taken root and recuperated between the Tal'Darim and the territory of the Terran Empire. Because of their aggressive nature and their instinct to pursue powerful essences, they always conflict with the Tal'Darim and humans. Fortunately, the original Zerg do not look down on the essence of humans at all, and do not take the initiative to launch large-scale wars. Although they still have not given up absorbing the essence of mechas and warships. In the Sigma sector that the Northern Empire has just opened up, the Empire's new colonies are also in constant conflict with the Tal'Darim there. Even though the past 3 years are generally considered peaceful, the war has never stopped. Although Valerian was the son of a prince, he refused to be assigned to a leisurely position in the core world after graduating from the military academy, and was determined to go to the front line. Go to where the Empire needs me most. Valerian said, I know where people are most needed, and that's the front line. At this moment, the young man seemed to be shining. You have a heart of gold. Raynor remembered that he had said the same thing to Titus, but in terms of awareness, 100 Titus could not compare to the young man in front of him. Go find your friends. Augustus patted Valerian on the shoulder, and pointed to several young students waiting for him in the distance. In the future, you may not have so many opportunities to meet often. After Valerian left, Kerrigan grabbed Augustus's clothes and whispered, Augustus, I sensed Zarachil's psychic fluctuations. Zarachil is here, and alone. I can feel it. He seems to be injured. Chapter 670 I brought the end of the world. Chapter 670 I brought the end of the world. Zarachil. Augustus looked around after hearing this, thinking that Zarachil might be hiding between the rows of tall fir trees on both sides of the academy playground. If Zarachil is coming, he will definitely make things shrouded in mist and obscurity. In general, the atmosphere is very important. Zarachil, 3 years have passed, and you finally appear again. Zarachil is injured. Augustus' heart tightened after hearing this. Zerachel is a master of darkness who has reached the pinnacle, and there are only a handful of enemies who can hurt him. Is he seriously injured? Zerachel has a group of powerful Dark Templar followers, but he is always used to being alone. In order to find the salvation prophecy of Xel'Naga and prevent the advent of the Dark Doomsday, this respected Dark Archon has never stopped taking risks. He traveled around the galaxy, passing through the ruins of temples that had been forgotten for billions of years, surviving unimaginable dangers, and personally killing countless terrifying enemies. Augustus knew how dangerous what he was doing was even better than Zerachel himself. Zerachel was seriously injured. Karrigan's eyes, which had been transformed into a gorgeous deep purple, were shimmering with a galactic gold glow. I also felt a disgusting aura on him. This familiar power made me shudder. Karrigan could not only recognize Zerachel, who even the sophisticated detection equipment of the Steel Academy could not detect, but also clearly know his condition. It can be seen that her current psychic power has once again made a leap in the past few years. It is difficult to say clearly what level Karrigan's current psychic power has reached. Even Angelini, the principal of the Imperial Ghost Academy, who is also at the 10th level, admitted that he was not even as good as the Queen's Finger. It may be more than 1 or 2 levels behind. Point hybrid? Augustus saw Karrigan nod at him, and he knew that his guess was right. In the past year, the number of hybrid signals observed by the Terran Empire in and outside the Korhal sector is more than the past 6 years combined. The terrible omens are increasing. The lost world that has been sealed for endless years has reappeared in the world again. The void rift filled with terrible energy appeared from the ancient Xel'Naga temple, and endless anger and malice vented from it, as if it was a fine hole at the junction of the void and reality. Ordinary people still cannot understand what such a phenomenon means, but how could the imperial government under Augustus not pay attention to it? There are all kinds of signs that the power of Ammon, the fallen Xel'Naga who claims to be the god of darkness in the void, is accelerating in the real world. And Augustus knows that this indicates that Ammon is about to be reborn, and his real purpose after rebirth is only one, that is, to destroy all living things in the universe. Faraday, mobilize the Royal Guard to strengthen the guard of the Stealing Military Academy. Augustus ordered Faraday, the captain of the Royal Guard beside him. Students of the Stealing Military Academy are not allowed to approach the office building tonight. Jim, let's go to your principal's office now. After that, Augustus ordered the Royal Guard to escort the royal family members and Renault's family home first, and then walk towards the principal's office with Renault. Augustus always puts the safety of his family first. You know, the imperial capital Augusgrad is not as peaceful as it appears on the surface. In addition to the various anti-imperial organizations hidden among the people, the mimic larvae and humans controlled by parasites hidden among the people of Augusgrad are also extremely dangerous and difficult to distinguish, so that the overwhelmed Augusgrad police department had to set up a special department to eliminate the alien insect eyes. What happened? Prince Arcturus also followed. Zerachel is here. Augustus looked at Arcturus. It may be related to the recent events. Another prophecy of the Xel'Naga. Arcturus was a core member of the Augustus Empire government, and of course he knew more inside information. The people only knew that the Empire's #1 enemy was the cruel and cunning Zerg, but they knew nothing about the more terrible threat. Augustus Mengsk insisted on the mandate of heaven, but he was the one who least believed in the so-called destiny. Even though he had seen the terrible hybrid with his own eyes, he was skeptical about the doomsday prophecy that the Protoss regarded as the truth. The various events that have happened in recent times cannot help but make the imperial government take them seriously. Scientists who study the remains of the Xel'Naga have frequent mental problems and even gone crazy. 2 consecutive fleets of the Imperial Mobius Legion have disappeared while chasing hybrids in distant starfields. The various Tal'Darim and Protoss worlds have suddenly united, and an unprecedented death fleet is forming. The Zerg swarm that seems to be making a comeback during this period seems to be related to this change. A war that may be much more terrible than the Second Total War is about to come. You'll know only when you see Zerachel. Augustus just nodded, wondering what Zerachel had discovered. Although the Stealing Academy was built in the Imperial era, it was modeled after the Stealing Academy before the destruction of Korhal. It was lush with vegetation and shaded by trees. Tall fir trees surrounded the white cobblestone paths and grey granite buildings. In the morning sunlight of August grid, the granite and glass buildings of the Stealing Academy, which show tension and strength, were extremely majestic, and the carefully cut and polished stones reflected dazzling light. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows standing like sentinels reflected the vigorous faces of the cadets, and hundreds of wide corridors led to bright and clean classrooms. In front of the castle-like majestic teaching building, a huge statue of an Imperial Marine was saluting the fluttering Imperial and Marine flags. Next to it stood a relief of the Imperial Marines fighting a desperate battle with the Zerg and Protoss, recording the great wars of the Empire in the past 20 years. This is the most prestigious military academy in the Terran Empire, and it is the cradle for cultivating the elites of the Empire. Augustus walked into the lobby of the office building, and the sentinels on both sides, who were both nervous and somewhat excited, immediately stood straight. When they came to their senses, the royal guards had already blocked all the important roads, and there was a storm coming. The principal's office of Raynor was very clean. He was a nostalgic person. The decoration here was quite in the style of the Marcera bar. There was an old-fashioned record player on the table, and a huge hunter-killer hydralisk skull hung on the wall. This hydralisk skull was the result of them using a crane to lift the huge body of the monster weighing several tons, and then cutting it off bit by bit with a laser drill. Thinking of this, Augustus sat down directly on Raynor's chair, dismissed everyone, and only Arcturus, Raynor and Kerrigan were left. Then Augustus opened the window again, as if to make it easier for Zarachel to enter the room. "Let me see what good wine you have hidden." Augustus took Raynor's seat and took out his wine cabinet with ease. As expected, it was full of number 8 whiskey. It still tasted the same as before. Augustus threw a bottle to Raynor and opened another bottle to drink. "It's a pity that there is nothing here to prepare for Zarachel. He's coming," Kerrigan suddenly said, standing behind Augustus. With the coldness of the void, billowing black smoke appeared in front of Augustus, and the temperature in the principal's office immediately dropped a lot. Zarachel, the Dark Archon wearing green crystal armor, appeared in the shadows, and a bloody smell suddenly came from the air. Arcturus' eyes were stern. Although the two races are now cooperating a lot, he has never trusted these Protoss. If there is a chance, he doesn't mind killing the Protoss and the Zerg together, to eliminate the trouble forever. The telepaths among humans are as dangerous as the Protoss. It is not terrible to not be able to see through others' hearts, but it is terrible that he can see through you. Augustus Mengsk Zarachel's injuries seemed to be very serious, so that his slightly bent back became more hunched, and dried blood was clearly visible on the torn cloak and shoulder armor. No one knew how many enemies Zarachel killed in the battle that caused him to be seriously injured, so that his battle robe was stained with layers of blood. The situation must have been extremely dangerous, so that the Dark Templar who was used to stealth had to draw his sword to fight his way out of the siege. These are the blood of hybrids. Kerrigan raised his head and looked at Zarachel. "You are seriously injured, Zarachel. Now you need our help." Hybrids, this terrible monster that combines the DNA of the Protoss and the Zerg, is extremely powerful. It has the powerful strength of the Protoss and the terrible body of the Zerg. It can easily destroy a human army. For many years, they have never faded out of the vision of the Terran Empire, and the Empire has never let down its guard. In fact, the Terran Empire has formed a special military force called the Mobius Corps since its establishment. The confidentiality level of this army in the Imperial archives is even higher than that of the Ghost Project. Even during the Total War, the Mobius Corps has been searching for and destroying hybrid factories on distant worlds. During this period, this mysterious Imperial army has been fighting hybrids, Zerg and Tal'Darim and Protoss. The cruelty of the battlefield is no less than that of the Imperial front in the Second Total War. Hybrids are extremely terrifying and twisted creatures. Fighting such an enemy must be tested both physically and mentally. The Imperial warriors of the Mobius Corps are a group of true monster hunters, and their sacrifices and achievements have never been known. The doctor from the palace is on the way. Although Augustus knew that the medical technology of the Protoss was more advanced than that of humans, he still said, "Anyway, Zarachel, as I said before, you should put aside those adventures and take a break for a while." Narad himself has been under the close surveillance of the Empire. It is obviously difficult for him to free up his hands to conduct hybrid experiments himself, but even so, hybrids are still appearing in an endless stream. This shows that it is not only Nerad who is conducting hybrid experiments now. In other words, either the hybrid factory built by Nerad a long time ago can operate independently, and his incarnation is just a cover-up. Long before humans arrived in this starry sky, Nerad had already been planning. The real large-scale hybrid factory may be hidden under the nose of the Empire, or it may be in the heart of the galaxy where Xeris is. Not only the Tal'Darim Protoss, but even some humans controlled by the hybrids are helping Ammon build new hybrid factories. Obviously, some of those who intend to overthrow the Empire have seen the value of hybrids, and are determined to use them. No, Augustus, it's not time to stop yet. Zerachel walked towards Augustus, his eyes emitting green psychic flames, as if they had penetrated the long river of history. I'm approaching the last fragment of the ancient prophecy, the last piece of the puzzle of the truth of the destruction of the world. Arcturus frowned when he heard it. If that Xel'Naga archaeologist from the Empire said this to him, he must have been cheating for funding. What have you experienced in all these years, Zerachel? Augustus looked at Zerachel with a frown. Since the changes in the Kaprulu sector, Augustus has calculated that Zerachel will appear again. Or, today Augustus finally waited for him. Augustus has basically guessed Zerachel's intention this time, or, he has been waiting for a long time. At present, the Terran Protoss and the Terran Empire can be regarded as the leaders of the Protoss and humans on the side of order. Considering that Terran had already ignored other threats in front of him, in order to retake air, the Terran Empire ruled by Augustus suddenly became the light of order. If the truth about the dark future is discovered, Zerachel will definitely come to warn his human friends. This Protoss elder is like a person holding a flame alone in the dark, lighting the way for others alone, and if necessary, he will not hesitate to burn himself. For a long time, Zerachel has played the role of a guide. He will give you hints, and even tell you what to do, but he will never reveal the answer to the puzzle. Because he may not even be able to figure it out. Listen to me, Augustus Mengsk, I bring the end of the world. Yes. Augustus nodded immediately, motioning Zerachel to continue. Raynor skillfully moved the chair over. Sit. On the other side, Kerrigan showed an expression of listening attentively. Zerachel was silent for a moment, perhaps wondering if he should change his words. As the prophecy said, the dark god Ammon has resurrected. Zerachel said, after clearing away the fog, I witnessed the destruction of everything. The destruction of everything. Arcturus shook his head. Who exactly is the enemy, and how can they destroy this world? On what basis can they destroy a universe? Young Prince Arcturus Mengsk, the darkness I have come into contact with is unimaginable to you. Zerachel looked at Arcturus and said, the dark god worshipped by the Tal'Darim has returned. The Xel'Naga was once the creator, and of course they can destroy their creation. Before coming here, I arrived at an unknown planet on the edge of the Kaprulu sector, where there is an evil hybrid laboratory, where my miserable Templar brothers are imprisoned. Looking at Zerachel's appearance, it seems that he destroyed a huge hybrid laboratory single-handedly. Who built that hybrid laboratory? Augustus asked. It was a group of humans and Tal'Darim Protoss enslaved by the hybrid. Zerachel said. That can't be our people. Kerrigan knew that not all Terrans were willing to submit to the rule of the Empire, let alone other humans. Those humans came from various worlds. They were colonists, merchants, refugees, and explorers. Their fragile wills had long been twisted and corrupted by the hybrid and the void. Zerachel said, behind this, there is a larger mysterious organization supporting them. Actors, I want you to investigate this thoroughly. Augustus gave the order and then said, Zerachel, what did you find in that hybrid factory? I know the coordinates of a Xel'Naga temple, on the planet Atreus in your human Sigma sector. Those humans and Tal'Darim believe that is where Ammon was reborn. Zerachel said, Atreus. Destiny is guiding me to find the last breath of the prophecy. You are right, Queen Sarah Kerrigan. I do need the help of the human empire. Thanks for voting! Exclamation mark. Chapter 671 Professional Exorcism. Imperial Territory, Ketil IV. Ketil IV is a huge planet with a gorgeous starring system. Countless dust and ice debris planets form a thin ring around it. Under the shining of the stars, it refracts the ice blue light that dances like a flame spirit. This incredible ring belt is dreamy and charming, just like a gorgeous bridge of flashes. In this vast and empty starfield of the Imperial territory, Korhal IV is like an indigo gem lost in the sand and no one cares about it. Like most planets in the universe, Korhal is too barren for humans. The proportion of ammonia in the atmosphere is too high, making it unsuitable for survival. Occasionally, the long-distance ships that strayed into the Korhal system always turned around and left in a hurry and never noticed that on this desolate planet was the largest secret weapons laboratory in the Terran Empire. The Schedule Research Station is hidden in the top secret archives of the Empire and has only been mentioned a few times by code names in the highest authority channels. The research station is of great significance to the Terran Empire. It took more than 2 years to build this magnificent building, which mobilized the manpower and material resources of the 3 surrounding imperial colonies. For this reason, the Empire even built a small colony on another planet in the Keti system to accommodate the construction participants who signed a confidentiality agreement. To further ensure that the Schedule Research Station would not be discovered by the enemies of the Empire, the entire magnificent research station complex was shrouded in an interference field, maintaining absolute radio silence. Drive Narad is truly a pillar of the Empire. Without him, we may have to take many more detours. At this moment, Augustus had just stepped off the special plane, and a gust of wind mixed with a faint smell of ammonia came towards him. Just outside the protective force field of the apron of the Schedule Research Station, a terrifying hurricane was screaming and whistling, releasing a sharp hissing sound, as if even the alloy cast docking platform under Augustus' feet was trembling in it. In the cloudy yellow sky at sunset, the fleeting flashes of ships can be seen from time to time. A majestic Imperial Gorgon-class battlecruiser is anchored above the Schedule Research Station, and the red plasma jets from its main thrusters are miles long, like a moving sun. The berthing port of the Schedule Research Station is incredibly large, with many huge Zeus-class landing ships docked on it, looking like a group of giant beasts crawling on the horizon from a distance. The place is heavily guarded, with sentry railgun turrets, and patrolling Imperial Marines everywhere. Their black and red power armor and exclusive Mobius ring badges indicate that they belong to the mysterious Mobius Corps. Even Augustus has only been to the Schedule Research Station a few times, but that doesn't mean he has neglected his attention. After all, not all important research projects can be placed in the laboratories of the August Grid Palace. The real purpose of the Schedule Research Station is to study hybrids, Xel'Naga civilization, the Void, and all methods and weapons that can deal with them. In other words, from the beginning of the establishment of the Schedule Research Station, the Empire, or Emperor Augustus, foresaw the current situation. Yes. Although he didn't like Narad very much, Marshal Jim Raynor, who came after Augustus, agreed with Augustus' words. In any case, Narad's work attitude is beyond reproach. It is not an exaggeration to say that he worked hard and forgot to eat and sleep. Even the real ruler of the Empire, Emperor Augustus, was not so diligent. What's the point? Dr. Narad is extremely self-disciplined and is definitely not a person who covets enjoyment. As for power, he has always been outside the core political circle of the Empire and is devoted to scientific research. As for wealth, he wants money to further advance his research work. Isn't it essentially for the Empire? Narad has ulterior motives and cannot be trusted. Arcturus doesn't like his subordinates who are too smart, but he is afraid that they are not smart enough. Idiots like Edmund Duke are just right. Arcturus had seen Narad's eccentricity, but he was the kind of person who was confident that he could use and control others. Augustus nodded and said nothing, but it seemed that he had said everything. In public, Augustus talked about how much he valued and respected Narad, and he also reminded several of his confidants around him intentionally or unintentionally to be careful of this person. In fact, Augustus was more cautious about Narad than anyone else. They were like playing a game on a chessboard, and coincidentally, Augustus knew what cards Narad was going to play, but the latter thought he had already calculated this ridiculous and ignorant human emperor. Narad's performance was completely flawless, but in Augustus's opinion, there were flaws everywhere. But Narad was not here at the moment, but was presiding over the final repair work of the Xel'Naga world ship in the Sigma Quadrant. With the help of the Protoss, the world ship that had been abandoned for countless years was restored to operation. Speaking of which, Augustus even suspected that Nerad had been slacking off for the past few years and only stepped up the repair work after confirming that his master Ammon was about to return. And Ammon might be using the Imperial battleship built with Imperial resources to deal with the Empire's own master. I feel a familiar power in this research station. Not only the hybrid, but also the coldness and emptiness of the void. Unexpectedly, a Protoss elder who was hunched, but still much taller than most humans present was walking down the gangway. It was the Dark Archon Zerachel. In the mouth of the Dark Templar, that is the synonym of the void. And in the legend of the Protoss, the Xel'Naga came from the void. As he spoke, the tall Protoss elder walked down the gangway with a steady step. After treatment, Zarachel's injuries recovered quickly. Although Zarachel can be regarded as old even among the Protoss, he is still a powerful Dark Templar. Since they set foot on the path of the Dark Templar warriors, these Dark Templar warriors dancing on swords have walked between light and shadow, life and death. As time goes by, knowledge and experience will make them stronger. Yes, Skijel holds a large number of hybrids we have captured over the years. This number may be much more than you know, Zerachel. Augustus looked at Zerachel, and you and I both know that compared to the real army of hybrids, this is just a drop in the bucket. The efforts and sacrifices you humans have made to fight the prophecy of doomsday are far beyond my imagination. The psychic flames burning in Zarachel's eyes suddenly became more radiant. At this point, Zarachel even bowed to Augustus with human etiquette. Although Zarachel has long been accustomed to the suspicion and distrust of his people, the trust of humans is really precious, which is why he has to bypass his people and seek help from the Terran Empire. Zarachel knew that Augustus took the prophecy of the end of the world more seriously than the Protoss themselves, but he himself was a staunch atheist. In contrast, look at what his compatriots in Shakuras are doing in the precious time before the dark end of the world, busy with internal power struggles and militarism to recover Rhea. Zarachel's words may convince some of his fellow Dark Templars, but he cannot make the Aya Protoss listen to him. Tacita has always been on Zarachel's side, but he can't suppress the surging public opinion. In the eyes of the Dalam Protoss, although they formed a huge golden fleet to recover Aya, it was also to prepare for the end of the world that would come at an unknown time. As long as Shakuras sent out the golden fleet, everything would be fine. When the real doomsday comes, if even the golden fleet fails, what else can we expect? Since the fall of Aya, more and more Protoss have placed their hopes on the golden fleet to regain the glory of the Protoss Empire. Under such circumstances, the Protoss of Daram, who were busy expanding the golden fleet, were even more passive in the Terran Empire. On the contrary, the Protoss of the Purifiers had been fighting side by side with the Terran Empire, and had forged a deep friendship. If the end of the world really comes, then everyone will be doomed. In the final analysis, we are just saving ourselves. Raynor smiled and said, everyone has to do their part. Raynor had a strong sense of responsibility. If the sky fell, he would definitely be the first to take the lead. As he was talking, an Imperial officer in black and red uniforms hurried over with several soldiers. Emperor Augustus never informed his itinerary when he went incognito, and local governors often saw the emperor appear in their offices without warning. Lieutenant Colonel Sparks hurriedly apologized to Augustus and led the way for the emperor. It can be noticed that the attire of the soldiers behind Sparks was very different from that of the Marines outside. They wore lighter infantry power armor, which looked more like some kind of semi-covered exoskeleton, and the exposed dread protective suits and military coats obviously could not make them invulnerable. All soldiers carried a power backpack to provide energy for their plasma rifles, and the miniaturized anti-psychic equipment on their helmets looked more like some kind of upright antenna, making them look more like signal soldiers. Unsurprisingly, this was a special force specially formed to deal with psychic creatures, and their equipment was more designed to deal with mental, rather than physical attacks. We have a special exorcist force responsible for sending these monsters back to the void, or to the womb, if they have a mother. Raynor said to Zerachel. The Skyja research station is not only a confidential weapons laboratory, but also the main military port of the Mobius Corps. The Imperial fleet that was about to set off for the planet Atreus was also assembled here. The farthest fleet even came from Jonta II, where the giant construction plant was also one of the anchorages of the Mobius Corps. The three armies of the Empire, Cerberus Corps, Prometheus Corps and Mobius Corps, are all specially formed to fight against alien creatures. They have to face different types of enemies, and are better equipped. Your Majesty, I have to ask you to stay away from the high-risk areas in the Skyja research station when you visit, because we cannot guarantee your absolute safety. Lieutenant Colonel Sparks walked in front, and turned back to say something to Augustus. The experiment related to the hybrid is very risky. This terrible monster can even subtly control humans through the power of the mind, so that the Mobius Corps must test the mental state of researchers every day when they work. The purpose of Augustus, to establish the Skyja research station, is to find a way to fight against the hybrid. The top priority is to develop anti-psychic equipment that can restrain the mental attack of the hybrid. At the same time, the Skyja research station also brought Augustus a lot of surprises. Augustus once ordered Nerad to find a way to effectively kill the hybrid, and Nerad did his best to help the Empire create many new weapons to deal with outdated hybrid semi-finished products. But on the other hand, weapons that can severely injure or even kill hybrids are already very powerful in themselves, which may not be what Nerad thought of. Of course, I believe in the judgment of the exorcist experts. Augustus's joking words immediately relaxed Lieutenant Colonel Sparks' nervous mood. The Skyja research station was built on 5 Xel'Naga temples standing on the top of the mountain. It is connected by multiple fixed platforms, and is a multi-layered supergiant surface building. With the Xel'Naga temple as the foundation, the current Skyja research station is made of countless tons of alloy cast iron frames and full metal coverings. The research station is divided into 3 floors, and the hybrid monsters imprisoned on each floor are even more terrifying. After a while, Augustus saw Dr. Egon Stetman, who was also in a hurry. He was transferred here recently. Stetman was blindfolded when he came, which almost scared him to death. Weapons research expert Riegel. He is responsible for the research and testing of Skyja's latest weapons. Oh, the test subjects are hybrids. As soon as Stetman saw Augustus, he introduced his new partner to Augustus. He was a dark-skinned man with a shiny bald head and a calm and composed expression. Augustus noticed that Riegel's hands had been replaced with mechanical prostheses, and the injuries on his body seemed to have been left when he was a teenager. Hello, Riegel. Augustus shook hands with him and said, "This is also a rare talent. I only care about whether I'm doing the right thing." Riegel said to Augustus, "As long as I do things for the Emperor, I'm doing the most correct thing." Arcturus said with a grim expression, "Don't have any doubts. What are you doing here?" Augustus asked Stetman again. "Researching hybrids, making hybrids, and repairing my collection robots." Stetman's eyes lit up. "My lovely collection robots. They are so cute, but a little naughty. It's understandable. They are children after all. Dad loves you so much." Augustus was very pleased to see that the child gradually became lively and cheerful, but perhaps he became a little too bold and unrestrained. Augustus knew that when Stetman lacked inspiration, he would take a certain amount of diazines, which had a certain impact on his spirit to a certain extent, so that he had to see a doctor frequently. He was silent for a moment and then said, "What did the psychiatrist say?" Refresh. The following 2 paragraphs have just been added. Chapter 672. I guess I'm on your warp list. I'm not crazy. Hearing Augustus's incoherent question, Stetman was obviously stunned for a moment, as if he was doubting whether he really had mental problems. "Dr. Romy also gave me a certificate." Maybe this was not the first time he was asked a similar question. Romy Hadley is a psychiatrist hired by Dr. Egon Stetman from Tarsus, an authority on modern psychiatry. Lieutenant Colonel Sparks of the Skyja research station immediately explained to Augustus, "The diagnosis results show that Dr. Stetman's mental state is not problematic at all. He just took in too much terrazine." Riegel, the Imperial weapons expert who Stetman had just introduced, sighed. "This dangerous gas can expand the ductility of human thinking and further enhance perception. For scientists engaged in scientific research, terrazine is of great help. But the side effects are also obvious. In severe cases, it can cause hallucinations, causing people to lose control of their minds or even go crazy. The Besha people are such an example. Yes, just like poisonous mushrooms. Stetman suddenly interrupted, and this word immediately choked Rigel. You must reduce your intake of terrazine. Augustus stared into Stetman's unfocused eyes. Drive Egon Stetman, losing a brilliant scientist like you will be an irreparable loss to the Terran Empire. Terrazine is an absolute contraband in the Terran Empire. The reason why Augustus allowed top scientists like Stetman to take trace amounts of terrazine to increase research speed is also to buy precious time before the end of the world. The side effects of terrazine are not limited to this. The more doses you take, the deeper your connection with the void. At the moment, this means getting closer to the current controller of the void, the dark god Ammon. His boundless anger that fills the entire void is the reason for people's madness. This is the price that must be paid. Those Empire's Xel'Naga scholars must also be prepared to be swallowed by madness before they decide to contact the forbidden knowledge. Therefore, they must also be placed in a heavily guarded place like the Schedule Research Station for close monitoring. Ah. Yes, your majesty. In an instant, Stetman's face flushed, blushing at Augustus's praise. On the other side, Zerichel, who was following Augustus, just silently looked at this young human who had already become one of the top scientists in the Terran Empire at such a young age. Whether a scholar or a warrior, he deserves the respect of the Dark Templar. Zerichel believed that, although Egon Stetman seemed timid, he also had a brave and strong heart. Take us in to see the new things you have recently tinkered with. Augustus waved his hand. I heard that it is a new technology that uses the psychic matrix to directly warp troops. Prince Arcturus put his hands behind his back and said shockingly, that is something from the Protoss. We are very optimistic about the prospects of this technology. If it is possible, the Empire can warp Titus in the face of the enemy. Yes, we just borrowed it for use. Regal did not seem restrained in front of the Emperor, nor did he show off like those guys who were eager to show off. In the Terran Empire, Mobius technology is synonymous with black technology. You have developed the warp technology. Zerichel was surprised even with his calmness when he heard this. This is no less than the primitive people in the tribal stage rubbing out hydrogen bombs with their hands. The Protoss warp gate can directly teleport the Protoss native troops several light years away to the battlefield, and it only takes a few seconds. In the eyes of humans, this is a magical skill. The warp technology itself is the result of the Protoss reverse engineering research on the Xel'Naga portal, but to this day they themselves have not been able to understand the true principle behind this technology. In other words, the template is actually in front of humans, and they can also research similar things through their own reverse engineering. However, to date, the Terran Empire has not been able to analyze the principle of the Protoss portal, let alone its prototype Xel'Naga portal. It's hard to understand, even if you copy it. With the current technological level of the Empire, it is nothing short of a pipe dream to independently develop warp technology. Rigel said very frankly, we can teleport soldiers directly, but we still have to use your crystal towers and psychic matrices. Rigel's words were not very clear and concealed something. But according to him, humans have already developed something similar to the Protoss portal, but the energy is not enough, so they can only continue to use the Kadarin crystals and psychic matrices. In the final analysis, whether it is energy or the basic framework of technology, the paths taken by humans and Protoss are very different. But this alone is already quite incredible. It is hard to imagine what kind of support the Terran Empire has invested in technological research and development. Humans' warp technology must still be very immature now, but given time, they may be able to make breakthroughs. This is enough to surprise me. Zerichel said honestly, we originally thought that, at least in this era, it is still impossible for you humans to master this technology. It's amazing. Zerichel did not think that humans had stolen the Protoss technology, but instead admired it. As the Dark Doomsday is approaching, the Terran Empire is a staunch force against the Dark Ammon, so why should the Protoss be stingy? At least, the broad-minded Zerichel doesn't care. And Augustus directly brought Zerichel in to see, which means that he doesn't think he will have any grudges. Sometimes, how can you know how great you are if you don't try it? Stetman laughed twice, his face flushed, and he felt that his face was shining. Steadman also participated in the reverse engineering research of the Protoss portal, and he almost never slept. When he was tired, he rewarded himself with a shot of terrazine, and he would not rest until he fell down with green eyes. He didn't have any small thoughts, and he was stubborn. He worked so hard, just because Augustus said that everything you do is for the Empire and for mankind. In his heart, Steadman has always wanted to realize his own life value. "I'm honored to receive your praise," Rigel bowed and said. As he spoke, they had entered the interior of the Skyja research station through the elevator. The interior design of the Skyja research station was so stunning that even Zerachel was impressed. The white walls, floors and ceilings looked neat and beautiful under the warm orange light, and the precision experimental equipment was displayed on the geometric counters in an orderly manner like a puzzle. The interior design of the research station obviously incorporated a certain Xel'Naga art style. It was not a simple pile of objects. The walls, floors, ramps, and domes were naturally connected to form a whole like a work of art, as if they were carved by a chisel in a huge stone. To support the huge building, it must be supported by a sturdy high-rise steel frame and concrete support, but the Skyja research station did not seem to use these traditional materials at all. Extremely coordinated, there was no redundant space, and nothing else could be stuffed in. Whether in terms of art or technology, the Skyja research station broke through the existing boundaries and reached the extreme. This made Augustus wonder if Narad might be more suitable for art than destroying the world. Just like an incomparable giant spaceship, the Skyja research station is divided into countless small spaces by countless closed corridors, and grills. If a person wants to explore every corner of the research station by walking, it may take several years. The research station is full of small buzzing sounds, but it does not seem noisy or chaotic at all. When passing through a closed cabin marked as highly dangerous, even with Augustus's meager perception of psychic energy, he can feel the malice released by hundreds of hybrids. Here, the Imperial scientists of the Skyja research station will classify and archive these hybrids according to their origins and genomes, to determine their main distribution areas. In this way, it can be found that as a distorted product of genetic engineering, hybrids are also evolving like Zerg, and new and more powerful hybrid species are replacing those that appeared at the beginning. Finally, the vertical elevator that Augustus took arrived at a large laboratory inlaid with grey metal panels, and the ice blue light seemed slightly dim and cold. The place was filled with control consoles, flashing blue holographic screens, and Imperial researchers in white uniforms. A large amount of artificial light poured down from the slanted windows cast into the alloy walls. Among them, a huge crystal tower firmly locked by a metal bracket immediately attracted the attention of visitors. The crystal tower may be 100 feet high, and its carefully carved void crystal conductors are emitting green flashes. As the light and cold air released by the void crystal, a ring of spiritual energy is spreading around like ripples, and tiny light dust falls on the floor like sand in an hourglass, and disappears in the blink of an eye. "This is the Xel'Naga Crystal Tower," Rigel introduced. "These crystal towers are all from the Xel'Naga temple under the Skyja research station, just like those found on the Xel'Naga world ship. The Xel'Naga Crystal Tower is a priceless treasure. They are rare and extremely precious." Zerachel also looked up at the huge crystal tower. These mysterious ancient relics are older than all known civilizations. Even after the passage of time, they still exist today. The Xel'Naga Crystal Tower looks very similar to the Dark Crystal Tower used by the Protoss Dark Templar. In fact, the energy they use is void energy. However, the difference can be seen in both the building materials and the artistic style. It is worth mentioning that Zerachel immediately sensed the psychic reactions of many Protoss in the Skyja research station. It seems that there are rare Protoss here, and there are quite a few. No wonder humans have made such rapid progress. It turns out that this was tacitly approved by Tacita. He even sent a large number of Protoss scientists to help Augustus study and deal with hybrids. These phase technicians have spent hundreds of years or even longer refining their skills. As long as humans can learn a little bit of knowledge from them, they will benefit a lot. Can this technology really fold our troops? Augustus withdrew his gaze from the Xel'Naga Crystal Tower. Is there any risk? It's very safe. Even if the warp process is forcibly interrupted, the soldiers who have not completed the warp will be temporarily left in the psychic matrix, said Rigel. This is even safer than the Tal'Darim's warp gates, because although the warp distance of the Tal'Darim's warp gates is much higher than their cousins, the price is that there is a certain probability of tearing the teleporter apart. Of course, this is not worth mentioning in the eyes of the high-level Tal'Darim lords. It is just to eliminate a group of weaklings under his command. If they can't even survive the warp, it would be a disgrace to step onto the battlefield. There is no time to lose. Let's start the test now. We can't stay in schedule for too long. Arcturus said. Regia, tell us when you are ready. At this moment, they are just waiting for the fleets of the Mobius Legion to arrive at the schedule research station. After the assembly is completed, they will go to the planet Atreus in the Sigma sector to find the doomsday prophecy mentioned by Zerachel. I can guarantee that it is absolutely foolproof. Stetman couldn't help but brag again. Oh. Actor's smile was cold. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle. How can you guarantee that? But don't worry, Dr. Stetman. The Empire will only punish losers. Stetman was startled, and then he remembered that the harsh and strict Prince Arcturus was not as easy to talk to as the Emperor. What was I saying just now? Stetman's forehead was sweating. I know. I'm talking. There may be some problems with his memory. Lieutenant Colonel Sparks. I've seen it. Renault complained. It's Alzheimer's. At this time, Rigel confirmed with several researchers for a while, and then walked to the main control panel to operate it personally. His pair of white mechanical prostheses contain a mystery, which can act as an interface to connect to the computer to crack the system. Start the jump. As all the researchers evacuated from the vicinity of the Xel'Naga Crystal Tower, the warp began. Amidst the shining beams of light, an entire Mobius core combat team appeared under the ring-shaped aura of the Crystal Tower, including Mobius Marines, Raiders, and evil bat mechs in black and red power armor. Even Ithor. I have to say, Raynor had a strange look on his face. He never thought that there would be a day when he would embrace the glory of battle. This looks a bit weird. It's too weird. Unexpected. Arcturus also said, when can it be put into actual combat? It depends on how many crystal towers we can transform and deploy them to the battlefield. Not only Xel'Naga crystal towers, we can also use Protoss ones. Rigel said. Besides, the Protoss Empire is rich and powerful, and they almost never recycle and repair damaged crystal towers. For now, it can only be equipped by a few battle cruisers of the Mobius Corps. Your memory of the Protoss Empire is still stuck in the past, Mr. Rigel. Zerachel pointed out that the Protoss were not having a good time right now. Even if it's just a few elite troops, it can often have miraculous effects. Arcturus was just a little disappointed when he heard Rega's words. It takes several minutes to get from a transport ship to the surface, even in an airdrop pod, but it only takes a few seconds to warp an elite troop with only a crystal tower. Warp technology allows you to assemble troops at a faster speed. Sorry, I barely slept yesterday because of insomnia, and I didn't write because I was too tired. I didn't feel like asking for leave for a single chapter. Chapter 673 Uncle Z. You are several versions behind. Skyja Research Station. Lower level. Under the layers of steel covering the superstructure of Skyja Research Station is a different world. 5 towering Xel'Naga temples support the metal dome full of cables and protective pipes like pillars. Thousands of gates, chambers, and tunnels are scattered throughout, connecting the man-made buildings of the new era with the Xel'Naga ruins of the ancient times. It is extremely spectacular. When I set foot on this land, I already sensed the power hidden in it. When the Dark Archon Zerachel came here, he couldn't help but look at the majestic Xel'Naga temple. At this moment, Zerachel was standing in the magnificent hall of the Xel'Naga temple, surrounded by Kadarin crystal fragments that were inserted into the ground like swords and spears, and green arcs of electricity lingered on the dense obelisks. As far as the eye can see, all the walls, pillars, steps, and stone tablets are made of a strange inorganic rock material, as if they contain life and rhythm in the light of the Kadarin crystal. Over the centuries, Zerachel has seen many Xel'Naga temples, some of which are only broken walls, while others still stand majestically between the lands. But even if the temples on Aaron Shakiris are counted, there are few that can be compared with the scale of the ones below the Skyja research station. Just like no two leaves are exactly the same, no two Xel'Naga temples are exactly the same, and some are even very different. This is the ultimate aesthetics of the Xel'Naga following the laws of the universe and nature. Zarachal soon realized that the Xel'Naga temple here is not only large in scale, but also well preserved. It also has an energy array that is still running. Its energy conversion and utilization efficiency is even much higher than that of the Protoss' psychic matrix. It is hard to imagine that this is a creation that has existed since the beginning of the chaos of the universe. The power of these temples is so strong, and the connection with the void is so close, that Zarachal seems to be infinitely close to the boundary between the void and the real world just standing here. This explains why the Terran Empire insisted on building the Skyja research station on the uninhabitable planet Keti IV. For all races who want to reach the top of the universe, the legacy of the Xel'Naga is a treasure trove of knowledge. They are both the creators of all things and mentors. When we found these Xel'Naga temples, we were ecstatic. Ragel said to Zarachal, not only are they well preserved, but they also have the generators and weapons used by the Xel'Naga. We also found a megalith weapon that can fire hyperspace beams and another Xel'Naga turret. Obviously, even in the era when the Xel'Naga dominated the universe, they still needed weapons to defend themselves. Among the known Xel'Naga ruins, the weapons left behind are not common, which does not mean that there are none at all. Take the Xel'Naga world ship that the Empire currently owns as an example. It is equipped with a tearing generator that can break everything into molecular form in an instant. As far as the height of the Xel'Naga civilization has reached, if they shift their focus to the development of war weapons, it would be a punishment from heaven if they started a war. But obviously, they did not. The Xel'Naga world ship is not a war weapon, and the tearing force field generator is only used for the defense of the ship. Self-defense? Prince Arcturus was very surprised. The Xel'Naga people can create more terrible weapons just for self-defense. How terrible should their enemies be? This is a race that was once worshipped as a god by the Protoss. When they came to the universe, the first life had not yet sprouted. In the initial universe where everything is dead, you are the undisputed ruler, so why bother to dominate the universe? According to the Brainworm Alpha, in the era when the Xel'Naga were still active in the universe, they should have been hard to find opponents, and there was no need to develop powerful weapons. They were killed by the rebellious Zerg who suddenly betrayed them because they were careless. This may be close to the truth. Anyway, the Xel'Naga did disappear, or rather, they left behind only these ruins. Ragel shook his head and said, it's like we built an exquisite castle with sand on the beach, and when the tide slowly rose, the crabs began to study what the castle was. But before they could figure it out, the castle was washed away by the surging sea water. So what does the Xel'Naga want to tell us? Stetman on the side said, archaeology is the key to the progress of civilization. The Xel'Naga left a long time ago. Zarachal said, our people believe that the Xel'Naga are drifters from afar, free from all disputes. They are the enlighteners of civilization and the guardians of reincarnation. Their duty is to protect rather than destroy. They came from the void, and will return to the void. And before returning to the void, the Xel'Naga left us ruins waiting to be excavated. Zarachal groped for a fragment of Kadarin crystal protruding from the wall with his rough huge palm, and said, we believe that there must be revelations and clues to reveal the truth in it. The return of Ammon, the fallen dark god among the Xel'Naga, has long been predicted, and now it has come true. What about the other Xel'Naga? Augustus listened for a long time, then looked at Zarachal and said, assuming that there is more than one Xel'Naga, what are the other Xel'Naga doing now? Are they on Ammon's side, or are they ignoring it, or are they unable to interfere? The answer to this question is exactly what I'm looking for. Zarachal looked at Augustus, you can only find the answer if you can get in touch with the other Xel'Naga. But they didn't respond to you. Augustus said, no, it's just that their response is very obscure. The muscles above Zarachal's eyes twisted into a ball, as if he was frowning. The Xel'Naga must have their reasons for doing this. Maybe we will find the answer soon. Augustus said. Augustus actually knew that the main bodies of the Xel'Naga in the void were basically dead, and the only enemy of Ammon left was the imprisoned Horus. In order to prevent Ammon from discovering important information when he was revealing it to the outside world, Horus could only be a riddler, and the information could only be broken into several sections so that Zarachel could figure it out by himself. There was no other way. Our Uncle Zek could only be a riddler. At this moment, a round shadow broke into everyone's sight from the other side. The golden red technician robe and several servants following him revealed the identity of the visitor, Charax, the phase technician of the Terran Protoss. It must be said that Charax's running posture is quite funny. Most Protoss have slender and light bodies, and they walk like elegant cats. The Protoss has long abandoned the indecent way of eating, so it is rare for Charax to have such a fat body. Hello, phase technician Charax, I didn't expect to see you here. Zarachel immediately stepped forward when he saw Charax, hugged him like a brother, and the latter was a little flattered. There is no distinct class system among the Dark Templars. The phase technicians among them may be both excellent engineers and powerful warriors. Dark Archon Zarachel, I'm so happy to see you, Charax said eagerly. It is not surprising that Charax appears here. He has a close relationship with the Emperor of the Terran Empire, and is a guest of honor of the human monarch. As early as the Terran-Human Civil War, Charax helped Augustus's Korhal Revolutionary Army repair warships and maintain equipment as an external engineer. After the end of the Second Total War, Augustus found Tacita and hoped that he would send a group of Carré phase technicians to assist the Empire in building important facilities such as the Skyja research station that was specially built to deal with hybrids. Carré was the first on the list. At this time, the relationship between the Terran Protoss and the Terran Empire was still in the honeymoon period, and the friendship between the leaders of both sides was beyond discussion. Tacita quickly agreed. Although Carré himself is also an outstanding Carré phase technician, he is not indispensable to the talented Terran Protoss. For Charax personally, he was also happy to contribute his own strength to destroy the hybrid. Your Majesty Augustus, we have made progress in the research of the Xel'Naga artifact. After Charax let go of Zarachel, he turned to Augustus and said, we are hoping that you will take a look. I'm also involved in this. Stetman added, that is why I came here. Augustus said, since the assembly of the Xel'Naga artifact, the Terran Empire has never stopped studying it. Phase technician Charax's main research object is the Xel'Naga artifact. Although Charax is not a dedicated Xel'Naga scholar, he is extremely smart after all. Every profession has its own specialty. Charax has only one task, which is to understand how to use the Xel'Naga artifact. And it has been 3 years since Charax devoted himself to this work. Then, Augustus and others were led to the depths of the Xel'Naga temple and came to the location of the artifact. The Xel'Naga artifact is sealed in a fully enclosed room in the temple, which is full of sophisticated equipment and top Protoss human scientists. At this moment, this magical black triangular prism is suspended high in the air under the traction of psychic power. For many cycles of sunlight, I have been exploring the mystery behind the artifact, trying to figure out why the Xel'Naga made it. Charax came to the Xel'Naga artifact and couldn't help saying, but I still didn't find the answer. I couldn't figure it out, and even doubted that I didn't have the ability to solve the mystery. But you still succeeded, Augustus said. Yes, Your Majesty, but it was Dr. Nered who reminded me. He deserves great credit. Drive Emil Nered said, for the Xel'Naga, genes, energy, and information are all one, and they can be transformed and replaced with each other. This has benefited me a lot, and opened my eyes. Charax said that Nered is really my teacher. What a true insight. I'm really dull. Thanks to him. It is indeed the artifact. Stetman said excitedly, the cosmic cube, the master key to open the door of all doors. This was actually said by Nered to Augustus a long time ago, but the latter remembered it all the time. Later, Stetman relayed this to Charax. From beginning to end, Nered never spoke to Charax. In fact, this is nothing. Even if he didn't say it, Augustus would know it. It's just an extra reasonable excuse. So, what is the answer to the Xel'Naga artifact puzzle? Zarachel also became serious when he heard this. Zarachel knew that the Xel'Naga artifact contained a great secret, but at that time he did not know that it was the key to salvation. Otherwise, even if the artifact had thousands of fragments, Zerachel would have to collect them all. Yes, my interpretation of the Zelniger artifact is that it will guide us to Urna. Carrax explained to Augustus, in our myths and legends, Urna is the hometown of the Zelniger. I believe that the Zelniger artifact can project the coordinates of Urna. Guide us to Urna? Zerachel suddenly thought of something. The Zelniger left the Zelniger artifact in the universe, waiting for a race, to collect all the fragments and solve the puzzle one day, and then go to Urna to find them. All of a sudden, Zerachel thought of a lot of things. I knew you would succeed. Augustus had always known that Carrax could solve this puzzle. Carrax, as I have said before, do not underestimate the work you are doing now. It may save your people when the dark end comes. When that day comes, you will be the savior, Carrax. In fact, in the original timeline, Carrax had solved this puzzle. However, since there is still plenty of time now, without the pressure and tension of the end of the world, Carrax's decryption speed is much slower, and he has not found the answer until now. This is the result of all of us working together, not just my credit. Carrax is as humble as ever, not as complacent as Stetman. Speaking of which, Carrax was also full of doubts when he heard Augustus' words. His work is indeed important, but how can he be the savior by himself? After all, he is just a small Calais phase technician. The saviors should also be the leaders of the Templar class. Adun, Tacita, maybe even Artemis, but it's impossible to be just a Calais. Well, now let's see where the so-called Urna is. Augustus just smiled and said to Carrax, I've had enough of the endless riddles of the Zelniger. Let's go find them, and let them explain it to each other. Carrax immediately operated on the control panel. After a moment, the Zelniger artifact in the air broke into fragments again, projecting a purple nebula-like light and shadow. I'm afraid I'm wrong. Seeing all this, Carrax felt very disappointed and felt that he had failed the trust of the human leader and Zerachel. This is impossible. This is impossible. This is. Zerachel whispered, a Terran rift. Thank you for your support. Chapter 674 Brave New World. In the synchronous orbit of Keti IV, a huge fleet is gathering. From time to time, new Imperial warships jump out of the hyperspace channel and enter the majestic layers of ship shadows. Among the majestic battle cruisers, more smaller escort ships are shuttling at high speed, and the scene is very spectacular. The three rings stacked in series on the towering bows of these warships indicate that they belong to the Mobius core of the Terran Empire. The black and red paintwork is significantly different from other Imperial fleets. The Mobius ring symbolizes the endless exploration of knowledge, while black and red represent steel and blood. Even in the military, armed forces of the Terran Empire, the Mobius core has always been little known. All Mobius battle cruisers are cast in undisclosed Imperial shipyards, and the casting process of their warships is also different. The most special thing is that all Mobius warships use the more efficient Mobius reactor technology. As time went by, the number of Mobius warships in the orbit of Keti IV increased. There were 12 full-strength naval squadrons alone, and the number of subordinate escort support ships and auxiliary supply ships exceeded 1,000, and was still increasing. Among them, the Imperial flagship White Star, with its forest of naval guns, was particularly eye-catching with its domineering and shocking outline. This was a flagship Imperial battleship of the Gorgon class. It was known that the Gorgon-class battlecruiser was larger than all previous classes of warships, and the White Star was larger and more powerful than all the Gorgons. The White Star was the pride of the Terran Empire Navy of this era. Her heavy protective armor and powerful shield force field far exceeded those of warships of the same class, which was enough to ignore most of the enemy's attack methods. The naval guns and main guns she was equipped with were undoubtedly the largest and most magnificent cannons to date. As a new class of Imperial flagship, the resources invested by the Empire in building the White Star were enough to build 6 Gorgon battlecruisers of the same class. The bar, medical and living facilities on board were comparable to those of luxury hotels, and even luxurious hot showers were provided every week. At this moment, Augustus Mengsk was on the bridge of the world-renowned new Imperial flagship. The coordinates of the Aterian Rift have been uploaded to the White Star's star map console. The voice of the mechanical adjutant broke the silence on the bridge. The base of the star map platform carved with a wolf-shaped relief on the white star immediately projected an unpredictable holographic flash. In the background of the nebula projected by the three-dimensional image, a rift between the void and the real world has taken shape. We have never heard of this place. Raynor looked at the star map projection, and then looked at Zerachel. The Aterian rift is located between the cracks in the universe, and it contains a terrible high-energy particle flow. Zerachel said to Raynor, the power contained in the Aterian rift is so ruthless, that it is enough to crush any object that enters it. In our cognition, that is a place where life cannot exist. But the Xel'Naga artifact guides us there. Augustus paused, and according to Carax's previous interpretation, that is the place where Urna, the hometown of the Xel'Naga in the Protoss legend, is located. Carax did not follow, and continued to study the Xel'Naga artifact in the Skyja research station. And obviously, he was very disappointed with the previous answer, so he worked twice as hard as before. Before further confirming the authenticity, even Augustus and Zerachel could not convince Carax. If Urna is indeed in the Aterian rift, where the Protoss believe that life cannot exist, then all the cosmology of the Protoss no longer exists. Xel'Naga comes from a place where life could not exist, that is the void. Zerachel said in a low voice, Ulna, the cradle of all life, the resting place of the gods, the home of the Xel'Naga. He said, in the legends of the Protoss, Urna presents a mythical perfect proportion. It may be an unparalleled planet, or it may be a man-made building as big as a planet. In other legends, the destined race will seek to be promoted in Urna, and they only need to show up here to open the way forward. If the legend is true, then the Xel'Naga may be sleeping in Urna, waiting for the later ones to wake them up. The style of the gods cannot be the same as that of mortals. Raynor complained, but since it is so dangerous in there, how can we get in? It is precisely such a place that may contain treasures. Arcturus said lightly. With the experience accumulated by Arcturus in prospecting for mineral deposits abroad for many years, risks and opportunities coexist. Those who achieve great things must be good at calculating and taking every step carefully, and also dare to take risks. Isn't that how the Mengsk family got the Terran Empire? So, Augustus looked around and made the final decision. We should go and take a look. Well, I got a report that there is a scientific expedition team nearby. Anyway, let's use the probe to explore first. Raynor is a man of action. He doesn't know if he can succeed without trying. If the probe can come back, send more people in. That's it for now. Augustus paced a few steps on the spot to be on the safe side. Mobilized Duke's Alpha Squadron to guard the entrance of the Aterian rift. Tell him not to enter the rift before receiving orders. In such a dangerous environment as the Aterian rift, I'm afraid even the information can't be transmitted to the outside. As he spoke, Augustus' face showed a rare hesitation. Considering the close alliance between the Terran Empire and the Terran Protoss, Augustus couldn't hide such an important thing. After all, the Protoss on Ea have always claimed to be the eldest son of God, and they must attach great importance to Ulna. It is safer to have them participate in this matter, because Augustus cannot determine the true situation in Urna now, and it may be difficult to accept it. On the one hand, Urna will reveal several important information in advance. One is the truth of endless reincarnation, and the other is the death news of the Xel'Naga. Perhaps, this information may make the Protoss believe that the end of the world is really imminent, and give up the plan to recover Ea. Although even if the expedition to Ea is abandoned, the Ea Protoss's Kara will still be hacked by Ammon, and the controlled Golden Fleet may directly kill Shakurus. Since it is impossible to confirm the attitude and reaction of the Dalam Protoss, Augustus can only take one step at a time. Anyway, he still has some trump cards in his hand. He is not afraid of no way, but he is afraid that the timeline will change more variables. On the other hand, if you think about it, you can understand that as a resident of the Xel'Naga, Ernali may have the inheritance of the Xel'Naga. After all, the legacy of the Xel'Naga must be divided. Even those corpses of the Xel'Naga are undoubtedly real treasures. Of course, Augustus also admitted that it was tempting to monopolize Urna, but giving away a part of it would not only help consolidate the alliance between the Terran Empire and the Terran Protoss, but also prevent the other party from having any grudges. If humans were to eat it all, they would inevitably die of bloating. Even if they only got a part of the Xel'Naga legacy, it would probably take several generations to digest it. Also, he thought for a moment and said, send a separate briefing to Archbishop Tacitus of the Terran Protoss to inform him of the connection between the Atarian Rift and Erna. No, I'll do it myself. Among the Terran Protoss, Augustus only really trusted Tacitus, Phoenix and Artemis. Direct communication with a wise leader would undoubtedly save a lot of trouble. Then do we still need to go to the Sigma sector now? Raynor nodded and asked again. Since we can go directly to the Xel'Naga, what prophecy do we need to find? Don't worry, Augustus said, let's go to the Sigma sector first. It's hard to say. After all, Augustus knew that there were only corpses left in Erna. Considering that Ammon may have already filled Erna with hybrids, more Imperial fleets must be summoned to prepare for exploration. Just now, I received warnings from many outposts that the Tal'Darim Protoss are approaching our newly opened colony in the Sigma sector. He continued, there are reports that hybrids have appeared among these Tal'Darim Protoss. As if in response to what Augustus said, the holographic image on the star map table was frozen in a vast sea of stars in the changing light and shadow. In it, every tiny speck of light represents one or more dazzling stars. For the Terrans in the Korhal sector, the Sigma sector is a brand new world, a virgin land waiting to be developed, a treasure land like a paradise. If the development is successful, the Sigma sector will become a precious flower blooming on the barren land at the edge of the Milky Way. The star sector is a man-made regional concept, and compared to the center of the Milky Way, the Sigma sector seems to be sparsely populated, dark and desolate. But even so, many habitable planets have been discovered in the process of several years of exploration, and the proven mineral reserves are quite amazing, enough to support the establishment of large colonies. The more colonies you have, the more fleets the Empire can build and support. I have seen the Tal'Darim in many temple worlds and hybrid factories. Zarachel said, they worship Ammon as a god. If Ammon returns to the world, the Tal'Darim will be the pioneer of darkness. These Protoss are really lingering. Arcturus said, I think. Augustus looked at Zarachel and whispered, Zarachel, this is the omen of the Doomsday War. Outside the bridge of the White Star, the assembled fleet of the Mobius Legion was gathering around the flagship, waiting for the order to set sail again. By this time, the Mobius Corps had more than 220 main battleships, all of which were Minotaur-class battlecruisers built in the new era, including 29 Gorgons. Thousands of ships of various types gathered, moved, and waited for the order to set sail. After a while, in the Sigma sector, the Atreus system is located in the Sigma sector. It is known that this is a world belonging to the Tal'Darim Protoss. At the same time, the system is also one of the main battlefields between the Terran Empire and the Tal'Darim Protoss in the Sigma sector. At this moment, the Atreus system suddenly changed. A large number of Imperial fleets appeared at the edge of the system and headed towards Atreus, the only planet in the system. This fleet probably has nearly 100 battle cruisers, more than 400 Valkyrie frigates and liberators, and many troop transports. The Sigma logo with a green background and white border on these Imperial warships indicates that this is a garrison fleet deployed by the Terran Empire in the Sigma sector to defend the Empire's colonies and trade routes in the region. Fleets of this size will only be assembled when a major war is coming. Generally speaking, the large fleet will be dispersed into squadron-sized fleets to maintain the security of various worlds and waterways. In peacetime, the main duties of these remote colony fleets are to eliminate pirates, round up smuggling ships and combat illegal colonial activities. The fleets of the Terran Empire will also assume more responsibilities, such as providing disaster relief assistance to newly established colonies, rescuing stranded colonial ships and merchant ships, drawing accurate navigation charts, etc. But once the war comes, the fleets will regroup under the command of the Imperial Marshal to fight against foreign enemies. In response to the Imperial fleet arriving at the Atreus system, the Tal'Darim mothership warped in. When the Imperial warships opened fire mercilessly, the war between humans and Protoss was imminent. Atreus was originally the territory of the Tal'Darim Protoss. Obviously, the Terran Empire was actively attacking, rather than passively defending. Since the Terran Empire colonists began to enter the Sigma sector in 2500, large-scale colonization with official organization and endorsement began. In the following 3 years, the footprints of the Terran Empire humans soon covered 1/10 of the Sigma sector, and about 100 large and small colonies were established one after another. In different worlds in the Sigma sector, on ocean planets with vast oceans, on lush jungle worlds, on cold tundra planets, and on desert worlds with flying sand and gravel, colonies of different sizes sprang up with the arrival of Terran human colonists. Since the first time humans set foot on these lands, the fire of civilization has been rising. In order to compete for land and resources, the conflict between the expanding Terran Empire humans and the native Tal'Darim is naturally imminent, and new grudges and old accounts are settled together. This is the rule of the uncivilized world. The Terran Empire is by no means a cowardly old federation. They never avoid war and dare to draw their swords against any powerful enemy. As for the Tal'Darim Protoss, this branch of the Protoss that believes that peace is just a delusion and only war and pain are the main theme, gladly accepted the challenge of humans, because they are now convinced that only war can please their gods. Even in the entire Sigma sector, this was not the first time the two sides had fought. In Atreus, without any negotiations or diplomatic ultimatums, the Terran Empire and the Tal'Darim Protoss fought. I have been sleeping poorly these past 2 days, and I'm tired. I thought, since I can't sleep anyway, I might as well write in the early morning. Chapter 675, the one being attacked is Ammon. Amidst the huge flash and shocking explosion, the main guns of several warships of the Terran Empire's Sigma Sector fleet were the first to fire at the Tal'Darim fleet in front of them. Orange flames burst out of their huge and daunting muzzles, and dense laser gun barrages and missile clusters formed a death light curtain. In the dark deep space, countless lights lit up at the same time along with the warp fluctuations. There were countless warships and countless roaring muzzles. As if being whipped by a sharp whip, a Tal'Darim aircraft carrier that was outside the mothership's invisible force field was hit by a round of Yamato gun concentrated fire, causing its shield to collapse. The broken boat tilted to the side under the unparalleled force, and the spectacular and hot flames gushed out like a welding torch. This scene was both spectacular and terrifying. The flames passed through the bridge and deck in an instant, killing all life along the way. The surrounding Tal'Darim fighters hurriedly drove away to escape the shockwave caused by the explosion of the warship. As several Imperial science ships and crows joined the battlefield, the Tal'Darim warships in the mothership's invisible force field had nowhere to hide from the high-precision detection array. In the blink of an eye, the Imperial wolves had already bared their fangs and fiercely tore off a large piece of bloody flesh from the enemy. For a moment, the cold orders of the Tal'Darim warlord, who was sitting high on the Tal'Darim mothership overlooking the entire battlefield, were deafening. Countless Tal'Darim aircraft carrier interceptors swarmed out of the invisible force field, and the twin plasma cannons welded the shields and decks of their human warships as accurately as a scalpel. The Tal'Darim destroyer warship, which was transformed from the Darum Protoss Void Ray, stood out from the crowd. The scarlet energy beams containing destructive power swept across the front Imperial warships, and like light refracted by different mirrors, it bounced and collided between adjacent warships, forming a desperate light chain symbolizing death. From time to time, frigates and fighters from both sides were destroyed after a bright flash. Some Imperial fighters melted by the beams of the Tal'Darim motherships did not even leave any decent wreckage. A hurricane filled with ripples of destruction spread across the Atreus system. The fleets of both sides fought and advanced at high speed, quickly changing from long-range bombardment to close-range desperate fighting. A large group of Tal'Darim Phoenix aircraft approached the Imperial fleet with excellent maneuverability. These powerful attack aircraft obtained from the Darum Protoss have always been used by the Tal'Darim fleet commanders to disrupt the enemy's formation and attack the weak points. Under the terrible artillery fire, the Terran Empire's Viking fighters drove out of the hangar one by one and took off from the docks of battle cruisers and large fighter motherships to intercept the incoming Phoenix fighters. Just like the noble Imperial Falcons and the Tal'Darim Blood Phoenixes flew into the air together on the battlefield full of flames, the brave human and Protoss fighter pilots seemed to be dancing in the few gaps in the beam jungle. This is the war of the brave. Since the 10th minute of the battle, several Tal'Darim and Imperial warships have been severely damaged or injured, and the war has spread to the entire galaxy. But this is just the beginning. Amid the Tal'Darim fleet's bombardment, the Imperial Gorgon-class battlecruiser Supreme, the Reckoning and Apex Predator broke into the formation of the Tal'Darim fleet with an unshakable attitude. At the same time, more Gorgon warships followed closely, with such momentum that it seemed as if the sky was about to fall and the mountains were about to collapse. There was only one order in the communication channel of the Imperial fleet: attack, attack, attack again. When these terrifying Imperial capital ships launched the attack, the whole world seemed to be left with only the flashes of the giant cannons. Countless laser beams and missiles burst out, and several Tal'Darim reconnaissance planes that tried to pass through this terrible barrage were immediately riddled with holes. The front and flanks of the Terran Empire were all equipped with powerful Gorgon-class battlecruisers. Hundreds of magnificent Imperial battleships formed an indestructible attack formation. The Tal'Darim warships had the advantage of size and firepower, but the number of warships on the Empire side made up for this gap. Another dazzling flash flashed, and a compressed fusion explosion beam gushed out from the cold Yamato cannon of the Gorgon of the Final Judgment, ruthlessly bombarding the raised shield of the Tal'Darim mothership. Fire rain suddenly poured down from the shield like a rain curtain. Then the huge steel warship was also fiercely counterattacked. At least 3 Tal'Darim aircraft carriers locked onto her again, and the swarming aircraft carriers pecked at the shield force field on the warship, like birds of prey. However, the first to be damaged was another Gorgon warship, the Protanic Reversal, which was hit by the main guns of the Tal'Darim mothership. A dazzling fire broke out from the bow and amidships of the ship, and thousands of tons of steel and metal were thrown in all directions. The crew members in the area were either killed or injured, but the Protanic Reversal was still fighting. The roaring gun crew was locking on another Tal'Darim aircraft carrier and firing, breaking its portholes and bending its armor. When she turned her bow, only burning wreckage was left in her path. At the same time, in another direction, several Imperial Zeus-class troop transports had arrived in the high-altitude orbit of the planet Atreus, sending large numbers of airdrop pods to the surface. On the planet Atreus, the warriors of the Tal'Darim High Lord Marash were already ready. These noisy bugs. On the planet Atreus, in front of the towering entrance of the Zelnaga Temple of Isis, the Tal'Darim second ascendant Jynara was shouting coldly, and the bright red psychic ripples were rippling from under her blood-red robe. Bugs. 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 The main force of the Tal'Darim Death Fleet was not in the Sigma sector, but in Slane, which was separated from it by a whole Kaprulu sector. It was related to the great plan of the Dark God Ammon, and the Death Fleet could not be mobilized at will at this moment. If it were not so, how could these humans be allowed to run wild? Just humans. On the other side, seeing the second ascendant so angry, Jynara's high-level ascendants and Death Apostle slaves were also trembling in their hearts. Jynara was originally only the 5th ascender in the chain of ascension, but after the first ascender Alarak conspired to kill the former 3rd ascender Xenos, the 2nd ascender Guraki and the 1st ascender, she was promoted to the 2nd seat without any effort. Now, Jynara has undoubtedly become the first person under Marash and Alarak. But Jynara did not even participate in the Rakshi ceremony, but she jumped to the 2nd ascender without any reason. It was all because of Alarak's killing in the Rakshi ceremony, and she got the advantage for no reason. The first ascender Alarak knew every high-level ascender well, and his mouth was full of humble words, but his heart was full of calculations. Even among the Tal'Darim Protoss, who are always known for their dark and cunning, Alarak is also a leader in playing with people's hearts. Cruel and cunning, good at planning, but also calm and forbearing. This is Alarak. Jynara, stand guard here while I enter the temple to meet the master. Do not allow anyone to enter. Only one person remained indifferent to Jynara's rage. It was High Lord Marash of the Tal'Darim, a cruel ruler who was second only to Ammon, and dominated the Tal'Darim with tyranny and cruelty. Anyone who dares to disobey will pay with blood. With that, the High Lord, dressed in black armor and blood-red robes, entered the Temple of Ares, leaving behind a group of trembling Tal'Darim. In the years filled with killing and pain, High Lord Marash has killed all the Tal'Darim who dared to challenge him. Marash is so powerful that the Tal'Darim believe that he is blessed by Ammon. The humans call him Ammon's Blade. Every Tal'Darim hopes that someone will finally ascend to the throne of the High Lord, but so far all Tal'Darim have had to crawl at Marash's feet. For all the disobedience, Mayan, who was tortured to madness by Marash, was the fate. As you command. Jinra immediately bowed and said, I'm loyal to Ammon's blade. Second Descendant, the humans of the Terran Empire have landed around the Temple of Ares, and they are heading here. A Tal'Darim Ascendant reported to Jinra at this time. At this time, even without the subordinates reporting, Jinra could see the human airdrop capsules falling from the sky. Some of the airdrop capsules were quickly hit by the Tal'Darim plasma cannons on the ground, but most of them still arrived on the ground safely. You really don't know how to live or die. Jinra swept the surrounding Tal'Darim Protoss coldly. This ascendant was slender and light, but no one dared to despise her authority. It's not over yet. How dare they? I don't know when. Even these insignificant bugs dared to jump on the heads of Tal'Darim. Her master Ammon has never taken humans seriously. This primitive race that emerged from nowhere is not worth mentioning at all. Before the ancestors of these humans came to this star region from a sloppy and dirty little planet in the Milky Way, the Tal'Darim Protoss was the overlord of this starry sky. In Jinra's eyes, humans don't even have the qualifications to be enemies with the Tal'Darim. And judging from the previous experience of the Tal'Darim and humans, this is indeed the case. However, since the rise of the human regime called the Terran Empire from Korhal, the power of the Terran humans has become increasingly important. By now, humans have obviously forgotten the boundless fear that the Tal'Darim brought to them. Call all the chosen ones. Jinra said while activating the blood-red psychic double blades on her arms and ordered coldly. This is pure energy taken from Ammon's domain, gathered into the shape of a sharp blade. According to the ancient masters, this weapon can cut a planet in two. Since these humans are seeking death, Jinra said, if they want to die, then let them do it. With Jinra's order, the Tal'Darim army around the Temple of Ares began to move quickly. The Tal'Darim blood blades, wearing black armor, formed a 1,000-man army and marched towards the outside of the Temple of Ares under the cover of the Tal'Darim Sentinel Havoc and Vanguard Walkers. The huge shadow of the Tal'Darim giant Retribution Walker passed over the hills with the moving parts, sweeping away quickly like a dark cloud. At the same time, Jinra could also feel that the signals of the human troops outside the temple were still increasing. The Protoss have no nose and mouth, but their keen perception of psychic energy and mind makes up for this, which is a sign of evolution. As the second Ascender, there are only a few people in the Tal'Darim who can rank above them, even the first Ascender Alarak and the high-level Lord Marash. She is not afraid. Quick battle and quick decision. Jinra walked towards her army and ordered again. In fact, the fleet battle situation in the Atreus system is not optimistic for the Tal'Darim. According to observations, there is a larger fleet of the Terran Empire on the way to the Atreus system. Under pressure, the commander of the Tal'Darim mothership even ordered the opening of the galactic vortex to drag several Imperial warships and their own aircraft carriers into it to slow down the advance of the Imperial fleet. But after all, this is the Orthodox Slain fleet, not the expeditionary force put together by the Fornayan. When did even the humans, that the Tal'Darim have always looked down on, become a force that cannot be ignored in the Kaprulu sector? Jinra knew that the Emperor of the Terran Empire had been strengthening his military power to deal with the threat of the Zerg, and now, its huge fleet and army are still expanding. She also didn't know that, since the end of the Second Total War, the number of the Terranid Empire's main battle cruisers has doubled, or even doubled every year, until this number reached an alarming 2,000 ships, and the size of the Navy, Marines and other military branches must be calculated in units of 100 million. The number of soldiers alone is several times more than the population of the Tal'Darim Protoss in Slain. Even though the system is inevitably bloated and wasteful, a fleet of this size is a basis for the Terranid Empire to stand on this vast sea of stars. With a huge fleet, it seems that even the terrifying swarm of insects is not to be feared. At this moment, a dense siege tank artillery fire covered an open space outside the Temple of Ares and destroyed a Tal'Darim outpost there in the blink of an eye. Then, along with the test firing of the adjustment landing, another round of terrifying firepower attacked again, and the fierce artillery fire even caused a slight earthquake. Atreus, this planet is on the verge of death, and its underground gas flow is very chaotic, and has been in a state of continuous eruption. Large numbers of heavily armored Terran raiders appeared in front of Jinra, and hundreds of siege tanks were deployed behind their high wall-like lines. Attack. Jinara pointed her burning red psychic blade forward. For Ammon. The Tal'Darim are the chosen ones. How ignorant and stupid these humans are, waiting for the day when the dark god Ammon is reborn. The Tal'Darim process completes its ascension, and the burning universe will surrender to them. We are going to fight Ammon, an Imperial Marine officer who was coming over spat. Tal'Darim Protoss, the account of Baser and Blaxis will be counted on you. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.